A crochet club meeting at a biker bar, where you'd expect leather and engines, but instead, find yarn and a sense of community. That's right. We're talking about a place where the unexpected is the new normal. Part 1's OE. The rabbit hole wouldn't be my first choice for hosting a crochet club. The building is all old wood with small windows illuminated by neon beer signs. I knew I was going to a bar. The flyer on the library's bulletin board that shouted sip and stitch described a gathering of people interested in crocheting, knitting, sewing, and drinking. Sounded like a group I could get along with. To fulfill the sip, half of sip and stitch. A bar makes sense, but I imagine this place sits on the darker end of the watering hole spectrum. Maybe it's a hipster bar. Back home in Denver, I visited some beat, up-looking places, only to find them filled with people wearing designer jeans, $100 flannel shirts, and glasses with rims so thick you'd think half the grad student population was dealing with glaucoma. The rabbit hole could be one of those. Once I open this battered door, I might find myself in a speakeasy with artisan cocktails. In that case, my hands brush over my sweater and jeans, then finger comb my hair. Only once straight wig falls loose, which I count as a victory after walking 1.5 miles through Colorado country. Part of that on a dirt road with trees choking in on every side. At least I had the fading afternoon light on my way here. The return trip is going to be trickier, but I push that thought to the side as I finally pull open the door. To my audiobook extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Definitely not a hipster bar. The rabbit hole is just as rough looking on the inside as it is on the outside, which only makes me more curious about the members of Sip and Stitch. I scan the large room, taking in the heavy wooden bar against the back wall. Various furniture that I'd label steampunk meets Wild West. A pool table with two leather, clads eat-up, looking older dudes playing around, and a general feel that says, "We happily serve criminals of all kinds." Interesting. Other than the pool players, the only person in the place is a tatted, up guy behind the bar. A quick glance at my watch reveals that despite my height to get here, I'm still 15 minutes early. To my audiobook extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's fine. Early's better than late, I mutter to myself, making my way toward the booze. The guys playing pool ignore me, but the bartender tracks every one of my steps, thick brows lowered as if my approach confuses him. Maybe the Sip and Stitch ladies have a particular table they usually claim. Still, it seems better to wait at the bar for them to arrive. Hello. I try a winning smile. The guy grunts, his eyes tracing over my form. The gesture doesn't seem sexual, more like a cataloging of information. I climb up onto a stool, settling my bag of supplies in my lap. Could I have a bourbon on the rocks? Bourbon always makes me friendly, and if I only get one drink tonight, I'm ordering a good one. Something local, from Colorado. If you've got it. Crap. Now I sound like a hipster. But really, any bourbon is fine. Another grunt. Then he turns away. A moment later, I have some liquid courage in a short glass. He didn't give me the name of the brew, but he hasn't said any actual words to me, so maybe that was expecting too much. I try not to look pretentious as I sniff the amber liquid before taking a sip. Whatever he gave me is good. Under the burn of the alcohol, there's a soft hint of caramel, teased with vanilla. As I enjoy the play of flavors over my tongue, I angle my chair toward the front door. Soon I catch a hint of female laughter carrying from outside. I smile at anticipation but lose some of my enthusiasm when the door opens. A group of women saunter in, but I doubt they're at hole for fiber crafts. They're dressed for a night out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's night, and I'm out, but I'm not out like they're out. Specifically, I dress to combat the growing chill in the air. These three women are dressed as if they're ready to tell the cold to go fuck itself. Their Daisy Duke shorts and midriff, revealing tops make me wistful for hot summer days. Ones I've sadly waved goodbye to for the year. Ones these win and cling to in admirable manner. Now it's completely possible the members of SIP and Stitch treat the gathering like a tailgate party, but the bar's newest arrivals also have no kinds of supplies. Not even a purse between them. Not the group I'm waiting for. But I still offer a friendly smile when their sharp eyes settle on me. One smiles back with a wink, the other to dismiss me in favor of leaning on the bar to call out drink orders to Grunt. He has no name tag, so that's what I've named him. A small whinge of worry in my chest disappears when he doesn't talk to these women either. At least I'm not the only one unworthy of verbal acknowledgement. I go back to door gazing. The girls get their drinks and claim a table. Their laughter bringing brightness to the dingy bar. 5 minutes pass. I sip my drink. 10 minutes go. I realize I'm halfway through my glass and tell myself to slow down. Another 5. Shouldn't someone have shown up by now? Could they have cancelled this week's get together? The flyer had said sip, and Stitch met every Wednesday night at 7 p. Made the rabbit hole. No mention of blackout dates. And today is not any holiday I know of. I'm about to check if my phone gets service here, so maybe I can look up announcements on the library's website. When a soft roaring rumbles from outside the bar, the girls' chatter pauses briefly, then starts up again with renewed vigor. I take another precious sip of my bourbon as the familiar sound grows louder, giving me an unexpected taste of home, away for less than a week. But I guess I've been missing it. Soon there's an almost orchestra, level of roaring engines, the chorus practically surrounding the bar. That's what I realize they are. Apparently in small towns, holding a crocheting club at a biker bar is no big deal. Part to Zoe. The bikes begin to cut off their roaring engines, and I can envision a crowd of them lining up on the blacktop. I glance at my watch a half hour ago. 15 minutes late. Time for me to call it. Looks like my attempt at subverting my introverted tendencies has failed. I glance at the girls, wondering if I should go over and introduce myself. Try to make some friends anyway, but their smoky eyes continue to skitter toward the entrance, and I sense that I'd just be an obstruction to their evening entertainment. I face the bar and focus on the last of my bourbon, satisfied that I at least left the cabin and found myself a decent drink. Without anyone's prompting, Grunt puts 2 pitchers on the taps, filling them to the brim. Seems the regulars have arrived. Some bikes are still settling down when the front door's hinges squeak and deep voices fill the room. The once quiet bar is now overwhelmed with the noise of rowdy men. Or maybe I'm just the one feeling overwhelmed. The shouts and ribbing and grumbles and laughter shouldn't be unpleasant. Only, it's like taking a week vacation from work then finding out your boss booked to stay in the same hotel. I came to this town to get away from rambunctious men. Picking up my drink, I swirl the remaining liquid, considering finishing it off in one large swallow. But that's wasteful, and it's not as if the bikers are doing anything to me. In my peripheral vision, I watch the group claim a handful of tables. I can practically smell the leather. There's so much of it. Black jackets and vests, each with a huge patch on the back. Probably the name of their club. I'd have to turn and stare at one of them to find out. But that might result in unintentional eye contact. I try only to meet someone's eyes if I want to make conversation with them. And while I had considered making friends with a small group of women, this massive crowd of bikers is not my speed. Give me a handful of friends, and I'm good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hello Irish goodbye. But the tiny group is lost to me, having thoroughly enmeshed themselves within the larger. They aren't the only women in the bar. The sight of some ladies in leather makes me smile against my glass. Good to know I'm not surrounded by a bunch of misogynists that don't allow women in their club. I mean, they still might be misogynists. It just seems slightly less likely. A flash catches my eye, tempting me to turn enough to seek out the errant sparkle. That's when I realize one of the Daisy Duke girls has on a set of cowboy boots covered in crystals. Bedazzled boots. Now there's a project. I file it in the back of my brain for future consideration, tearing my gaze away. I accidentally snag it on something even more distracting. A set of eyes. Oh no. Unintentional eye contact. Abort. Abort. But I can't. Not right away. Not when I'm staring at a set of irises the same beautiful gold as the liquid in my glass. Caught as I am in the bourbon stare. For the first time tonight, I start to feel tipsy. Part 3. One of the bar smells different. There's the normal mixture of beer, leather, old wood, motor oil, enthusiasm, and the scents of all my packmates. One of Courtney's friends was liberal with her perfume, but she's hung around the rabbit hole before, so I'm used to the smell. The hint that lurks underneath all those is what catches my attention. Something sweet and earthy, like maple syrup tapped directly from the tree. Doesn't take long to realize what's different about my normal haunt. She's sitting at the bar. A few of the other guys notice. To every one of them has as good a nose as I do. As we settle in, multiple heads turn toward the stranger. She keeps her face angled away from us, as if fully focused on her drink. The opposite reaction of Courtney and her two friends. We've barely got our butts in chairs before they're mixing in with us. The smallest of the group, one with red hair and big blue eyes, focuses on me. Not Perfume Girl. This one is new, although I've seen her around town. Not like the woman at the bar. The redhead's interest is flattering, and another night I might have folded myself into the larger group and flirted with her. But tonight, I want to solve the mystery of the newcomer with the tantalizing scent. I sidle over to my older brother. Roderick leans against a wall, performing what I am convinced is his favorite activity, emulating the unmoving intimidation of a stone gargoyle. But even as he holds himself still, I can sense the energy thrumming off him. We're all a little high after our ride. Soaring down the open road on our bikes is almost as good as a full moon run. Still, as our leader, Roderick would never let his baser nature make him look anything other than an unwavering hard ass. Who's that? I settle on the wall next to him, a little too close on purpose, my shoulder knocking into his. He doesn't even wobble. I'll have to try some other way to set him off balance. He glances toward the woman at the bar, then shrugs. Outsider. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's your best guess. She's not from here. My brother points out with a judgmental note in his voice. Anyone who isn't a local automatically lands on his shit list. Wow. You are a fount of information. Seriously. You should charge money for that kind of insider knowledge. Roderick growls at me, and I smirk at him before retreating. Normally, his grumpiness wouldn't faze me, but if I piss him off too much, he might decide to kick the stranger out. Moose owns the bar, but everyone knows who's really in charge. Hey Warner, why don't you come sit with us? Courtney has made her way over to me, grinning like she's about to do me a huge favor. My friend, Missy, she tilts her chin toward the redhead, wants to meet you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She does. I'm a charming guy. I offer my cheek-highest grin, not making any promises. Courtney and I have been friends since diapers, and at some point, she made it her personal mission to act as my wing woman, probably because it exasperates me, which she finds hilarious. Nice boots, by the way. I've always dreamed of wearing a disco ball on my feet. She returns my smile with a saucy one of her own. You like, if you ask nicely. Maybe I'll make you a pair. She stretches out her tanned leg, letting the little jewels on her boots catch the light. Something in her movements nags the attention of the mystery woman. Her head turns, stare seeking out Courtney's boots. She's cute. If there was a battle for the descriptor of hot, Courtney would win, but the woman still holds my focus with her dramatically curving cupid bow lip. Probably aware of just how interesting that lip is, she's gone so far as to pierce it. A tiny golden stud, like a beauty mark, makes it hard to convince myself to leave off staring at her mouth. Everything about her is brown and gold. Brown eyes, golden lashes, brown and golden brows bright against her pale skin. She's maple syrup poured over a perfectly cooked waffle. Then she meets my eyes. Finding me staring at her, she jerks back slightly. I expect her to blush, maybe duck her head, or if she's looking for a good time, give me an inviting smile. Mystery woman chooses none of the above. She stares back, just for a moment, before tightening her mouth in a polite smile. Then, after a shallow nod that seems to say I saw you staring, but we're done with that now, she turns back to her drink. Oh, denied. Courtney chuckles, having watched the barely existent exchange, about to retort. Undistracted when mystery woman reaches into the bag on her lap and pulls out what appears to be a mess of string. She fiddles with it for a moment, finally dislodging a metal implement. Her fingers manipulate the item, until I realize she's making something, like she's knitting. In a bar. A biker bar. I cannot see any reality where I end this night without speaking to a woman who brings crafts to one of the most dangerous places in town. I don't give up easily. I murmur, maneuvering around Courtney. Cut for Warner. Unfortunately, on my way to meet the mystery woman, the redhead named Missy acts as a roadblock, stepping into my path. I considered dodging around her, but I've never been the type to blow people off. She deserves respect, even if I don't want to date her. Every woman is interesting in her own way, but none have ever knitted while they flirted. Maybe that's why my hookups have dwindled over the past years. Hi, Warner. Right. Courtney told me about you. Missy blinks at me. Hopeful. Don't listen to anything she said. She's a notorious liar. I smile. So the girl knows I'm joking. And girl is the right word to describe her. This close, I'm able to see every detail of her sweet round face. And I'd put money down that she's only been able to get into a bar for a handful of months. I might even guess younger. But everyone in this town knows it's a costly bad idea to try a fake it at the rabbit hole. Oh, I don't think so. I can already see she was telling the truth about some things. Her gaze trails up and down my body, and I try not to sigh in frustration. Mystery woman sips her drink. Her glass is almost empty. When she finishes, will she leave? When she leaves, will she disappear? Jim. I reach out to grab the arm of the newest member of the club. He's a nice guy. Nervous, but nice. His eyes immediately land on Missy's low neckline, but then quickly jump up to her face. Jim, this is Missy. Missy, this is Jim. Did you know that Jim got into a fight with a bear? I'm not even lying. It's a badass story. Her perfectly shaped eyebrows curve up. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jim reaches back to scratch his neck. Self-conscious, but he grins at the girl. I'll let you tell it. I give him an encouraging push, relieving myself of any guilt about abandoning the guerrilla warfare dating setup. The rabbit hole has never seemed so crowded before. It's like every member in the club wants to call out my name or stand in my path. By time I reach the bar, it's all I can do not to collapse into the stool beside Mystery Woman. Pulling myself together, I sit down and lean my elbows on the bar, like I'm more interested in getting Moose's attention than catching her eye. My act crumbles the sec and she turns her head to look at me. I'm not about to play hard to get when all I want is to hear her voice. Will it sound as good as she smells? She's fucking intoxicating, and she's also silent, which means my mouth takes the lead. You looking to join the club? Because I gotta tell you, it's a rigorous initiation process, and I'm not convinced you're up for it. Her maple brown eyes widen as she stares at me. Which club? The Dark Moon Riders. I turn my back to her briefly, showing off the patch on my vest, then leaning close, doing my best to be subtle about the fact that I'm breathing in more of her scent. This close I could easily drown in it and die happy. You're in our bar. You know, some other guys here would add an edge to their voice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I keep my words light. She's the last person I want to scare. And why is that? She glances behind me at the group that's getting rowdier with every pitcher of beer, then scans the entire bar. There's only a shadow of curiosity on her face. Not a single bit of fear. Not I want her to be afraid. But sometimes fear is the smartest reaction to have. Is this a bar you all happen to drink at? Or is it your bar? She watches me, her fingers still moving, looping and hooking the yarn as if all she needs is touch to create whatever she's making. The rabbit hole is dark moon territory. I can't take my eyes off her hands. The motion is hypnotizing. I imagine her fiddling with her project in front of a warm fireplace, curled up in an overstuffed chair, the flickering light playing with the gold in her hair. And when the night grows cold, and the fire isn't warm enough to keep her from getting chilled, she'll look around for a blanket, but I'll have the only one, and she'll have to crawl under it with me, so I can keep her warm. Territory. That sounds a little possessive, but I guess you're not too restrictive on who you let in. Right. Since the crochet club meets here, this stops my mind on its imaginary trip. I examine her face, trying to decipher if she's joking, but there's no playful smile or silly wink. She just watches me, waiting for a response. Crochet club. She nods. I saw the flyer at the library. Sip and stitch at the rabbit hole every Wednesday evening. She holds up her yarn, but I guess they cancelled tonight's meeting. Unless you all. Her busy fingers take a break as she waves to indicate the group of bikers behind me. I bite my lip until I have my grin under control. Unless we all do any of you crochet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The hopeful raise of her brows sets off an excited buzz in my chest. I shake my head. Middle point. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I think you've got the wrong place. Her face drops, a frown twisting her lips. But, the flyer here, can you hold this? The craft she's been working on gets shoved into my hands before she dives into her bag. I sit patiently, gritting all the while. She's blatantly uncaring that she's not only making some kind of scarf in the middle of a biker bar, but that she also just asked one of said bikers to hold her project while she hunts through her purse. Who is this woman? Got it. She pulls out her phone and swipes her thumb across the screen. I took a picture of the flyer. Look. Tilting the device so I can see. She zooms in on a neon blue flyer. See Sip and Stitch. Every Wednesday, 7 p. At the when she pauses, I finish for her. Wild rabbit. Damn. She whispers, glaring at her phone. Double down. The curses are sweet on her lips. They make me want to hear more dirty Morty words from her mouth. After a weary sigh, she downs the last of her bourbon and retrieves her yarn, creation from me, only to stow it into her bag. Are you leaving? I can't stifle the tinge of disappointment in my voice. To rabbit bars. Insane town. Is there something I don't know about? She mutters to herself, ignoring my question and laying cash down beside her empty glass before typing something on her phone. That might help with tourism. Make everything in town revolve around rabbits. We could have a whole festival. Maybe a running of the rabbits. Fill the streets with them. My jokes come out fast and desperate. Because she's leaving. I want to get her to laugh. Get her to stay. She pauses, raising her eyes from her phone, awarding me her full attention at a brief smile. Only, the expression seems sad, which might as well be an energy drink for my curiosity. Thanks for sitting in my vicinity. I guess. Have a good night. Biker boy. Biker boy. She doesn't know my name. I never told her my name. And she hasn't given me hers. This is not how this ends. As she heads toward the exit, my instincts demand I do something. Anything. Because the second her sweet scent teased my nose, filled my lungs, my wolf took notice, Part 5 Zoe the Wild Rabbit is on the other side of Pine Falls. At least a 3-mile walk. I frown at the map on my phone. Its little lines telling me that there's no way I'll make it to this week's Zip and Stitch. The bar door creaks open, spilling light out into the quickly darkening parking lot. Mystery girl. Wait up. The amber-eyed biker with a handsome smile jogs toward me. You walked away before I could ask your name. The gravel grinds together under his heavy black boots, staring up into his face. I decide he's just a little bit too pretty to be an intimidating biker. His chocolate brown hair curls softly around his ears and brushes cheekbones that must have been sculpted from purdy marble. He needs something to grunge him up. Maybe a coat of scruff to hide the charming dimple in his chin. Shaving the shampoo commercial, worthy curls would do it. But anyone who'd suggest such a thing would be doing the world a disservice. So can I have it? He's grinning down at me, and I realize I've forgotten what he was asking. Have what? His lips stretch wider. And there, on the side of one canine tooth, sits a slight chip. The little imperfection is strangely endearing. Your name? Oh sure, I'm Zoe Gunner. I offer my hand, and he wraps his fingers around mine. His palm is warm in the cool night air, and I'm not sure I've ever had a more comforting handshake. Warner Jameson. He hangs on to me slightly longer than is socially acceptable. But I don't mind. My fingers get cold easily, and he's a friendly furnace. Eventually, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He lets me go. You heading over to the Wild Rabbit? I shake my head, trying not to frown too hard. Zip and Stitch was the perfect excuse to get me out of the house, and I screwed it up. I won't make it in time. Warner waves that off. They're maybe 10 minutes down the road. That flyer said it went till 9. 10 minutes if I was driving. I mutter, doing the math in my head. It's already 7:30. If I hustle, I can probably walk 3 miles in an hour. Still enough time to introduce myself around and crochet a few rows. Might be worth it. Did you walk here? Zoe, yes. I don't pay Warner much attention as I stare down the dark road toward town. Time isn't the biggest problem. I'm not contemplating walking miles through a bustling metropolis. Pine Falls is a small town with nature pushing in on all sides. Do you all have issues with wild animals? I turn back to Warner, glad to have a local on hand. He stares at me, his expression seeming to war between confusion and fascination. We're in the Rocky Mountains. So yeah, there are wild animals. That makes things trickier. My hand dives into my bag, pushing through the assorted items that have congregated in the bottom, eventually grasping hold of what I'm searching for. The flashlight I brandish is small but powerful as I flick it on. Do you think this would scare them off? Personally, I find the beam of light impressive. His head shake is slow, his smile amused. Maybe a skunk, but a mountain lion wouldn't give 2 shits. And there are larger predators than that in these woods. Shoot. I sigh and point the beam in the opposite direction, toward my grandma's cabin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Safe a distance away. Are you going home? His question caused me turning, and that's when I realized I was about to march off without another word to Warner the biker guy. I'm staying just over a mile down the road. Maybe I shouldn't have shared that. Too late now. You know, he steps forward, situating himself in my path. I could drive you. Part 6 Warner helmet. Please. Zoe holds her hand out. You're not worried about messing up your hair. I unsnap a saddlebag and pull up a half helmet I'd barely ever bother with. Her lips twist to the side in a grimace. I'm betting a skull fracture would do a hell of a lot more to mess with my side part. Before she can take the head protection from me, I'm already settling it in place, enjoying the silky brush of her hair against my fingertips as I go to snap the buckle. After tightening the chin strap, I slide a finger in between the strap and her chin, noticing the flutter of her pulse. I can't pass up any opportunity to touch her. Still, I don't linger. If I come on as strong as my instinct clamor to, I might scare her away. Slow and steady. Let her come to me. I step to my bike, about to throw a leg over, when Zoe's hand on my arm stops me. Where's yours? My what? She gives me a look. You trying to be dense? Look. Your helmet. I'm good. I flash her my most confident smile. My lady-catching smile, as my sister dubbed it. Must be losing my touch because Zoe crosses her arms and glares at me now. Anyone riding a motorcycle should be wearing a helmet. Sure, any human should wear one, I want to say, but I keep that distinction to myself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ride without one all the time. If I thought she was glaring before, it's nothing compared to the intense smolder that furrows her brows. Zoe steps forward, placing a hand flat on my chest, almost in a caress. Then she fists my shirt and drags me close. Put on a helmet now. Her growl is impressive for a human. Zoe Warner, I swear to whatever biker god you pray to, if you do not wear a helmet, I will find a way to supergirl one to your head. She gives another tug, rising on her tiptoes to get in my face, voice dropping low with menace. And trust me when I say, however much Supergirl you think I have, her fierce eyes scorch. You are underestimating. That last threat sounded like she was spelling out how she planned on murdering me. In my entire life, I've never wanted to kiss a woman as badly as I do Zoe Gunner in this moment. Part 7. Zoe. The wild rabbit sits on a corner of Main Street. I light with a warm glow and inviting laughter that spills out the front door as a couple exits. Hand in hand. Above the door hangs a sign with the name and a hand-painted bunny balancing a serving tray with a frothy mug of beer. This atmosphere makes sense for a crochet group. Still, I can't help but wonder how the dynamic would be different if a group of women claimed half of the rabbit hole every Wednesday night to drink and stitch and gossip. Would the atmosphere be tense? Or would the night end with the crocketers handing the bikers their asses at the pool tables? I guess we'll never know. The bike rocks as Warner parks it along the curb and pushes out the kickstand. The man is a good driver. After the helmet issue, I was worried, but he kept to the speed limit, used his signals, and made it an all-around smooth ride. Combined the vibration of the bike between my legs and the comforting heat radiating off his back as my lady parts taking all sort of notice, which is ridiculous. I've known the guy for maybe 30 minutes. You want to head inside? If not, we can go for a longer ride. The biker smiles at me over his shoulder. At his suggestion, I realize I've been silently admiring Warner's driving skills while we sit on a now dormant motorcycle. Another time, I say as I dismount. Even though I should be declining the invite with a firm but friendly refusal, I'm attending sip and stitch to avoid my helmet tendencies. That does not mean I need to start flirting with a sexy man. But that's a lie, and I know it. If I let anyone close, I'm bound to love them. That's just the way it goes. I don't seek people out because I'm fine on my own, but those who figure out a way into my life earn my love almost in spite of myself. And Warner's helpful ways and charming smile are strong indicators I could like him, which means I could love him. I did not come to Pine Falls to find love. I came here to figure out if I could survive without it. Part 8. Zoe. This trip is for me and me alone. Firmly resolved not to fall for the helpful biker, I turn to wave him goodnight, only to find him a step behind me. What are you doing? The question comes out more abrupt than I mean it to. But abrupt is my default setting. Warner doesn't seem to mind as he gifts me with a cheeky grin. You're so determined to get to this sip and sew thing. No way can I leave without checking it out. Sip and stitch. I correct, then wait, staring at him. Sip and stitch. He amends, giving what I expect is supposed to be a humble nod. The affect is ruined by his twitching lips. It would be easier to be annoyed with him if he wasn't the perfect combination of sexy and adorable. All right, you can come in, but don't embarrass me. Biker boy. This is my only shot to make a first impression, and I'm already late. Sure thing. Mystery girl. Warner steps forward, placing his hand on my lower back as if he plans on guiding me into the bar. But the position strikes me as too much like the couple that I just saw heave, and I don't need to give anyone, including myself. I speed my steps up until his hand falls away. Call my mystery girl if you know my name. I pass through the door, holding it open long enough for him to catch the edge. A name is barely anything. There's a lot more I plan on learning. Well, I'm not holding lessons. I'll learn on the job. Glad to know you think spending time with me is work. That gets him. He booms out a laugh that luckily fits in with this vibrant, crowded restaurant. The cheerful sound makes me want to join in, but I shove away the urge. For some reason, I get the sense that Warner's the one used to making people laugh, and I've somehow accomplished something by charming the comedian. I make my way to the bar, leaning on it to get a bartender's attention as I take in the many-framed rabbit pictures hanging haphazardly between bottles of alcohol. There's even a calc-board with a list of ketonital cocktails. Yeah, this place is very different than the rabbit hole. A second away from ordering an Easter Bunny bourbon, I stop myself. Your limit is 1. I ask for a soda water with lime. As my drink is poured, Warner settles at my side. I think we found your group. At his subtle nod, I glance toward the back corner. Dingo. A gathering of about 8 women sits chatting and drinking around a table situated under a portrait of the Velveteen Rabbit. Each one holds a fabric craft. Their ages look to range from 20s to 50s, which also makes me giddy. A lot of times these types of groups are made up of only women my mom's age, and I feel like the inexperienced baby of the club. Good eye. Thanks for the ride. I slide cash to the barman as he sets down my glass. His drink is on me. The biker raises his eyebrows as I toast him before navigating the crowd to the group I've been struggling to find all night. A couple of the women notice my approach and offer curious smiles. Please don't be annoyed that I'm late. Once I'm on the perimeter, their conversations trickle off as each one studies me. Hello. I'm so sorry I'm late. I'm new to town, and misread the flyer, and ended up at the wrong place. Is it a problem if I join you all? To prove my legitimacy, I reach into my bag, pulling out my half-finished hat. I get a few more smiles, and one woman leans forward. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can join us. May I ask your name? I'm Zoe Gunner. There's some murmuring from the group as eyes trace over my face. I'm Amy Spencer. The woman offers with a warm smile that creases her tan cheeks. You wouldn't be related to Minnie Gunner, would you? She was my grandmother. I'm so sorry for your loss, Amy says. You look so much like your mother. Is Selena in town with you? I shake my head. Just me. I'm cleaning out Minnie's cabin so we can put it up for sale. Amy nods with another, sad smile. The other women start offering their names. They're about halfway around the circle when I notice the welcoming smiles dropping from some of the faces. By time we reach the last in the group, I'd say a third have changed their attitudes toward me. I can't fathom why. Until I'm Warner. At the sound of his jolly proclamation, I realize the biker didn't stay back at the bar. He stands directly behind me. Part 9's Oe Warner followed me to my crafters meeting. The ladies, disquiet begins to make sense. My bet is this group of crafters is not used to having guys from the local motorcycle club approaching them while they gathered here. I've brought an interloper. Yes, Warner, Amy says. We know who you are. You've decided to join us for Sip and Stitch. While some of the women look uncomfortable, or downright hostile, Amy gives Warner an almost maternal smile as she questions him. May I ask what project you brought to work on? Got my project right here. His shoulder bumps mine, and I glance back at him with surprise. Caught off guard, I find myself stammering. I didn't bring anything for you to work on. I scowl at him. I didn't even know you until a half hour ago. Warner's cheeky grin makes another appearance. You're my project. Goal is to be your best friend by the end of the night. The women in the group titter. That's right. They titter, like a cluster of ladies in a Regency ballroom. Warner is a puppy. He's just too enthusiastic and cute to deny. I face the sip and stitch girls again. If we quiet, would it be all right if we both join you? I don't a particularly pinch-mouthed woman starts, but Amy cuts her off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. This group is open to any who would like to join. Our only rules are to be respectful. Amy's eyes flit over to the woman who had begun what I think must have been a protest and to have fun. Please, pull up some chairs. Before I can search the surrounding tables, Warner is already sliding a seat against the back of my knees. I plop down on the cushion, and the women on either side of me shift their chairs until my new biker buddy has space to adhere to the mix. For a moment, awkward silence hangs over the group. Then one woman asks another about a book she recently read, and the conversations all start up again, slowly at first, but gaining momentum. The lady next to me, Kathy, compliments my crocheting, and I show her the progress I've made on my hat. Well, not my hat. I plan on giving it to one of my brothers, probably Donovan, with his close, cropped hair. She shows me a cross, stitch, a beautiful cluster of colourful flowers, and I have no trouble complimenting her skillful needlework. The exchange is polite, but pleasant, and I feel like I'm making a successful effort to step out of my hermit cave. Taking a sip of my drink requires juggling, and I find myself adjusting my legs again and again to keep my yarn in my lap. The setup isn't optimal, making it hard to enjoy the sip aspect of this gathering. Glancing to my left where Warner sits, being quiet and well behaved, I can't help the envy that spikes through me at the sight of his spacious lap. Under his jeans is a lovely set of muscular thighs. He's basically got a sturdy shelf automatically built in. If he wants to be my friend, then that means helping me out. Right. I lean over to whisper in his ear. Can you hold my balls? Warner chokes, doubling over to cough out some beer he breathed in. I slap his back a few times, wondering if this aggressive aid has ever really helped. Once his throat clears and he's done wiping tears from his eyes, Warner gives me his full attention. Could you repeat that? My balls keep rolling everywhere. I indicate the yarn in my lap that even now teeters, just a second away from falling onto the floor. Do you mind holding them? In your lap. The biker doesn't hesitate. He plucks the yarn from me and settles it in the dip where his legs meet, as if he doesn't care that he's not only the lone man in our group, but I've now asked him to be my yarn assistant. Warner takes another swig of his beer and grins at me. Damn, this man is dangerous. Part 10 Warner. This is Minnie's old place, isn't it? I ask once we pull up to the cabin and I cut off the engine on my bike. You knew her. Only in passing. She didn't come into town much. Millie Gunner was a woman more prone to glares than smiles. The few times our paths crossed, she had a much different reaction to my jokes than her granddaughter. She wasn't a fan of people. At least, that's what I've been told. You weren't close. That would explain why I've never met Zoe despite having spent my entire life in Pine Falls. Nope. I basically just know that she was my grandmother. The cabin has a spooky air, with its dark windows and the shadowy forest looming behind it. Are you staying here by yourself now? Zoe dismounts from the bike, taking her teasing warmth with her. I've got Bruce with Mayho. I managed to keep the word from sounding tense. Still, my hands clench into fists on my thighs. Of course a woman as quirky and beautiful and delicious-smelling as Zoe would have a man following after her, who wouldn't fight for a chance to win her affections. I'm debating asking how serious things are with this Bruce guy when aloud. Intimidating barking fills the quiet night air. That's him. Are you scared of dogs? Zoe throws the question over her shoulder as she mounts the front porch. Could she mean? There's another commanding bark as she opens the screen door. Speak now or else you're about to come face to face with Bruce Banner. Or maybe the Hulk. Depends what mood he's in. The shadowy night obscures Zoe's features, but I'm pretty sure she's grinning at me as she slides her key into the lock. I love dogs. I call out just before the wooden front door is pulled wide and a massive form barrels toward me. The lumbering creature is easily 200 pounds. I hurry to stand up off my bike, worried the dog might topple me and the machine over with one swipe of his huge paws. When he's only a handful of feet away from me, Bruce slows to a stop, sniffing the air. I can guess what's thrown him off. I may look like a man, but that doesn't mean I smell like one. In this way, dogs are more perceptive than humans, something I'd have to spell out for Zoe. Bruce has discovered with a few deep breaths. I'm a werewolf. To put him at ease, I crouch down so our heads are level. We meet eyes, and I enjoy the curious confusion in his liquid brown gaze. As I extend my hand, I hum an nonsensical noise in the back of my throat, knowing that the dog will find it soothing. After a moment, there's a wet nose snuffing my palm. Push over. My brothers wouldn't be happy to know that this is how you act as guard dog. I grin up at Zoe as I scratch the mastiff's ears. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, thoughts are thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dogs love me, she snorts, her attention drifting away, and I realize she's staring over at an ancient truck. The reason she was walking alone, at night, into a biker bar. You said it wouldn't start. Zoe's eyes snap back to me when she realizes I noted the direction of her gaze. She nods with a sigh. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Probably have to get a tow truck out here. Hopefully it isn't forever dead. Still, it was my mom's truck, so I guess it would be poetic for it to meet. It ended her childhood home. You mind if I take a look? I'm already moving toward the vehicle, wanting to discover what might be wrong with it. Zoe steps down from the front porch to follow me. Do you know your way around cars? I've always meant to learn. The idea of Zoe bent over an engine is sexy as fuck. I help out the local mechanic, so I know enough. What happens when you try to start it? Nothing. Literally. No lights turn on. It doesn't try to sputter to life. Dead. Interesting. I pop the hood, but even with my advanced eyesight, I can't see much. Got a light? Sure. About the only thing my phone is good for out here. Zoe turns on the flashlight capability, apparently preferring to use that then dig around for the actual flashlight in her bag. No service. I ask while examining the wiring. Nope. Not unless I want to climb up in the old treehouse out back. Up there I get one. Maybe 2 bars if I'm lucky. She steps closer, watching my movements over my shoulder. A light breeze has a maple fragrance swirling around me. I have a theory about her scent's effect on me, but I'm not jumping to any conclusions until I talk to my brother. Still, I want her to press up against me. Let me bury my nose in the juncture of her collar, and next so I can get lost in that delicious smell. I concentrate on the engine. That's when I spot the obvious problem. Cart 11 Warner here. Found the issue. There's a wire that dangles loose, clearly missing its home. Without this attached, the battery won't work. Do you have a wrench? I'm going to need to tighten the bolt to keep it in place. I know I saw a toolbox. I think it's in the front closet. Zoe strides back to the house, taking the light with her. In its retreating glow, I watch the way her shapely body moves. That pair of jeans is hugging her ass as if the material finds her as attractive as I do. I should look away. A decent guy wouldn't be gawking at her. But she's just so able. All those soft curves have my fingers curling. I want to feel her, grip her, but not too hard. I want to sink into her. Fuck. Now I'm getting hard, trying to distract myself. I turn back to the engine. Without the light, I can't see all the nuances. But now that I know where the problem is, I reach out to finger the loose wire. I'm simultaneously grateful for this malfunction and annoyed. Because her truck wasn't working, I was able to convince her to get on the back of my bike. But I don't like the idea of her vehicle failing on her. It's not unheard of for a battery wire to come loose, but only if whoever last worked on Zoe's truck didn't do their job right. What else might they have messed up? This is all I've got. Well, as far as I know, I'm not even a quarter of the way through her stuff. Zoe hobbles back, lugging a large metal box. She drops it next to me and holds up her light so I can see. The tools inside are jumbled together, but I'm able to find a wrench. What all is in here? Zoe crouches at my side, still holding the light, but also reaching in to sift through the tools. Well, that's a hammer. And there's a screwdriver warner. She cuts me off. If you try to mansplain tools to me, I'm going to convince Bruce to piss on your bike. Zoe's dry comment has me choking on a laugh. I just wanted to know what Minnie had in case I need to use it. She riffles through the items. I stare at her, not even trying to pretend I don't find her fascinating. Not much, just the basics. She mutters. Is there a good hardware store in town? The question has my pulse thrumming. I know exactly where to send her. Sawdust and supplies. I catch a curl at the edge of her mouth. Good. She likes the name. Just a matter of time before she shows up to the place. Assured that tonight isn't the only night I'll run into Zoe Gunner, I'm able to return to the task at hand with enthusiasm. It's not long before the wire is sitting back in place. Still, a thought is snagged in the back of my head, and I can't shake it loose. She's so close. My mind gets muddled. Soaking in her scent, I shake my head and breathe through my mouth. It barely helps. Still, her answer is important. Do you remember the check engine light coming on the last time you drove the truck? She's quiet for a minute, and when I glance her way, I see a thoughtful expression on her face as she chews her lip. When she releases the poor abused lip, I want to lean in and soothe it with my tongue. Not yet. Go slow with her. I don't think so. But honestly, I can't remember. Was it supposed to turn on? If the wire came loose while you were driving, then yeah. I don't say the rest out loud, but I can't help thinking it. If the light didn't turn on, that means the wire came loose after the truck was shut off. And the only way I can see that happening is if someone popped the hood to the battery. I guess it did then. I'm still getting used to Minnie's driveway. My eyes are usually more focused on the road than my dashboard. Zoe shrugs, the light moving with the motion. She's probably right. Yet, for some reason, the idea of someone messing with Trot won't leave my mind as I climb back on my bike and rev it to life. Keep her safe. Protect her. The thoughts come through clear and in a distinctly growling tone. My wolf is more present than I've ever felt before. I wonder if that's something I should be worried about. Part 12's Oi Hello. I call out, bending at a strange angle to stick my head into the hardware shop while leaving the rest of my body outside. Hello. A middle-aged white woman with thick dark hair pulled back from a beautifully angular face steps out from behind the register, approaching me with a tilt to her brow. The expression looks familiar, but I don't remember ever meeting her before. She's not one of the sip and stitch girls, but maybe she was in the Wild Rabbit last night. Hi there. I would love to come in your store and spend more money than I probably should, but I need to ask you a question. That smirking curve to her lips also tickles at my memory. And what's that? I shift to the side so she can see who's lingering behind me. Bruce sits on the sidewalk, looking like the well-behaved mammoth he is. Does your store allow dogs inside? The woman grins wide, seeing as how I'm the owner and make all the rules. I say yes. We have dogs in here all the time. As long as he doesn't chew on anything important, we'll get along just fine. What a relief. Bruce does not do well being left alone in the car. Alone in the house. Perfectly fine. Someone in the car with him. No problem. But the minute I shut the driver's door and walk away, he sets to howling. I'm not sure I've heard a more pathetic sound. Passersby always think he's wounded or one step away from dying. But no. He's just dramatic. Thank you. I smile at the woman as I open the door wider and pull my overgrown puppy in after me. He trundles into the store, sniffing the tiles with mild curiosity. If I had planned on visiting the hardware store today, I would have left Bruce at home. This was just supposed to be a get out of the house outing, where we could wander around the town and see what there was to see. Map out places where I could utilize WI, find it back to work for my website design clients. But then I saw the sign for sawdust and supplies, and I couldn't resist its siren call. That's a big boy you have there. The store owner hooks her thumbs in her pockets, grinning at the two of us. I'm sure I would have remembered seeing him around town. You two knew. I nod. We've been here just over a week. I pat Bruce's head, which is conveniently as high as my waist. Then I rummage in my bag for the list of supplies I wrote up a couple of days ago. I'm not done cleaning out all the odds and ends in the cabin, but I've already got ideas for refurbishing some of the furniture. I'm looking for a few things, if you wouldn't mind helping me out. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She accepts the list, her eyes scanning the items. So where are you all staying? But a place. We're in a cabin about 20 minutes north of town. Off Birch Road. Birch Road. You mean the Gunner place? Up until this moment, the woman's questions all had a tone of mild curiosity, but these carry a sharp note of interest. Is Grandma Minnie's cabin really that fascinating? That's the one. The woman's golden gaze traces over me rather than my list. You rent it? No, my family owns it. I'm Zoe Gunner. The woman who lived there was my grandmother. The shop owner's eyes go wide, and I get the feeling I'm missing something. Selena's your mother. Oh, sometimes I forget that despite never visiting Pine Falls before, these people still have a shared history with my family. Do you know her? Knew her? The woman's mouth goes tight at the corners. Lost touch after she left. Well, isn't that great? Apparently, Mom left some people behind when she moved to Denver and never looked back. My mother is a vibrant personality. She can make someone fall in love with her in a minute. Losing that love probably doesn't feel too good. I'd be happy to tell her I ran into you next time I get her on the phone. Just I'm sorry. I don't know your name. She gives me a small smile as the tension in her body fades away. I'm Rebecca Jameson. But don't worry about it. We weren't that close. Let's go find you these bits. She turns and heads down the nearest aisle. I try not to look surprised at the discovery of her last name. Jameson. No doubt related to Warner Jameson. Maybe his mother. Or older sister. And not completely out of the realm of possibility, his wife. I gauged Warner at late 20s. But it wouldn't be the first time an older woman and younger man got together. My bet would still be on blood relation. But because I have no idea, I decide to keep my mouth shut. Sawdust and Supplies is the only hardware store in Pine Falls, and I do not want to piss off the owner by unknowingly reading I rode on the back of her husband's bike. And also just possibly flirted with him. Best to keep my mouth shut. 15 minutes later, I'm at the register racking up a hefty bill on my credit card, but there were just so many lovely tools. I reach out a finger to stroke an electric Dremel that I can't wait to use on a certain rocking chair. Zoe. The familiar voice elicits goosebumps down the back of my neck. Warner Jameson. Part 13's Zoe. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that I've run into Warner here, now that I know he's somehow connected to the owner of the shop. When I turn, he stands framed by the doorway, midday, the light making his edges glow. Kai Warner, you two know each other. Rebecca's eyes flick between us. Please don't be his wife. Please don't be his wife. Hey, Mom. Oh, thank the universe. Yeah. We met at Sip and Sew. Sip and Stitch. I correct? To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My bad. Warner saunters into the store, and I can't help noticing the difference in his appearance. At the biker bar he'd been in a black t-shirt, jeans, and his leathers. Today, he is on jeans again, but pairs them with a torn tank top that shows off his arms, and a neon safety vest. The bright color should look garish, but it only helps to enhance the tan shade of his skin. His hair is slicked back from his face, sitting flat against his head in a funny way. My guess is the result of wearing a hard hat. Do you work on a construction crew? Warner grins down at his vest and ruffles a hand in his hair. What gave me away? Why were you at Sip and Stitch? Rebecca is clearly still stuck on how her son met the new girl in town. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He aims a charming grin at his mother, which she answers with a grimace. You're sassing me. Never, he responds, still smiling before turning back to me. What did you buy? Please tell me power tools. There is nothing sexier than a woman wielding power tools. He's teasing me, a wicked glimmer in his eyes, and I get the urge to give it back to him. That's good to know. I would hate to have spent so much money on props for my porno only to find out power tools aren't sexy. I keep a straight face through the delivery. Warner's mouth drops open, then morphs into a delighted grin. You're not helping. He's already hell to deal with on a normal day. Rebecca mutters as she sets my bags on the counter. Apologies. Damn. I was so focused on flirting with Warner, I forgot I was standing in front of his mother. Besides, I shouldn't be flirting. He might think I'm interested in something more than friendship, which I am definitely not. Ruining my fun. Warner murmurs, still wearing a happy smile. So, how does our small town hardware store compare to the retail giants in Denver? This place has everything I need, and more than I can afford. I glance back at the aisles, trying to stifle my longing. I may be back for that table saw after I sell a few organs. Rebecca smirks as she prints my receipt. The McGiver. You can borrow mine. Warner moved closer, his gaze tracing over me, leaving a disconcerting tingle in its wake. I might have a few more tools you can use if you want. Was that supposed to have a double meaning? Either way, now my mind is focused on one particular tool Warner carries with him at all times, and all the ways I could use it. You trying to take my business from me? Rebecca scowls at her son, but there's a smile in her eyes. Of course not. Just being neighborly. He walks around the counter to press a kiss to her cheek, before hefting one of my bags off the counter. I'm on my lunch break. Wanna grab a sandwich? Mystery woman. He circles back around to crouch down in front of Bruce, scratching behind his floppy ears. Or should I ask your man for permission? Loading my arms up with the rest of my new materials. Bruce knows I'm done with domineering men. He's happy to follow my lead as long as I'm handing out treats along the way. When I tilt under the weight of one of my bags, Warner stands and goes to grab it. I turn, holding the bag just out of his reach. How am I going to get strong enough to carry it if you take it from me? Warner pauses, staring down at me as if fascinated with what he sees. Then his grin comes back, wide and welcoming, and handsome for any man. You're right. Sorry about that. His reaction is refreshing as my dad's homemade lemonade. Nothing like what my brothers would have done. Abraham would have told me to stop being stupid and used his longer arms to reach around me and grab the bag. Byron would give me puppy dog eyes and what's on about how he just wants to help me out, and how he never sees me anymore, and how he feels so useless sometimes, until I'm guilted into giving up my burden. Carver would make a joke about my spaghetti arms, then tickled me until I physically couldn't hold the bag anymore. Donovan wouldn't say anything. He's all about the sneak attack. The second I let my guard down, he'd creep up behind me and snatch the bag from my hand. But Warner doesn't do any of that. He listens to me, and for some reason that seems dangerous. Mainly because I like it so much. Cart for Teen Warner. It seems you're a fan of large dogs. A snide voice comes from just ahead of us on the sidewalk, forcing me to take my eyes off of Zoe's smiling face. Hello, Mrs. Applewood. I keep my voice cordial, even as the sneering woman makes that hard to do. Her animosity toward me is only slightly understandable. I'm a wolf. She hates wolves, mainly because her daughter is dating one of the pack members. As Zoe adjusts Bruce's leash in her hands, she glances between the two of us, clearly picking up on the tension but having no idea where it's coming from. And it's not like I can explain, as much as I'd like to. I'm a werewolf, but a friendly one. Can I please bury my face in your neck to smell more of your delicious earthy scent that I pick up with my supernatural nose? And after that, can I carry you back to my place and show you just how friendly I can be? But I don't say any of that yet. After a conversation with Roderick, I have a good idea what Zoe's alluring scent means for me. I keep my tone cordial. You met Mrs. Applewood at Sip and Stitch. Recognition dawns in my companion's eyes, and she turns back to the frowning woman with a genuine smile. Yes, you were making quilting squares, weren't you? I haven't tried quilting yet, but I want to. Do you have any tips? Is there a good fabric store in town? With her curious questions, Zoe takes a step toward Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who looks stunned at the enthusiastic greeting. She opens her mouth, then glances down to see Bruce, sniffing her immaculate heels. The stodgy woman shuffles back a step with a huff, glaring at the both of us. I don't associate with dogs. Zoe's smile fades, and the loss of it chips away at my normally unshakable good humor. The bigots in this town can insult me all they want, but Zoe doesn't deserve any of their animosity. He's friendly. Her fingers fiddling with one of Bruce's ears. The woman sniffs, her scowl focusing on me. Oh, I'm sure they seem that way. Finally done with her not subtle barbs, Mrs. Applewood clutches her purse tight to her shoulder and crosses the street before continuing on her way. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Zoe's lips slowly circle the word, and I'm torn between my simmering fury and my fascination with watching her mouth move. Her chin tilts up, brown eyes catching mine. Do you think she needs medical help removing that stick from her ass? For a moment, I can do nothing but stare. Then laughter explodes through me, and I lean back against the nearest building to keep my balance as I lose it. Zoe offers an almost secretive smile. She crouches beside Bruce, muttering nonsense baby talk and giving his chest a scratch while he pants, his massive tongue lolling and his tail wagging. I suck in air through my nose, trying to stifle my unrelenting chuckles, but the deep breaths only pull in more of her maple scent, and saliva collects in my mouth. This woman is making me both horny and hungry, as if reading my mind. Zoe straightens and waves for me to continue walking. We're wasting your lunch break. I shrug but can't get rid of my grin. Any time I spend with you can't be considered a waste. A lot of girls blush and giggle when I flirt with them. It's a fun reaction. I love to hear people laugh. But Zoe doesn't get embarrassed. She offers me a sullen nod. That's true. Damn. She's perfect. Getting her to crack will be all the sweeter because she doesn't give her laughter away for free. She's making me work. I accept the challenge. Sandwiches. I shove off the wall and take a chance by reaching down to twine our fingers together. Sandwiches. She agrees. She glances at our clasped palms but doesn't pull away. I have to give her hand up when we reach the cafe and go inside to place our lunch orders. Once we're sitting down at an outside table, I lose interest in my food. There's maybe 30 minutes before I need to get back to the build site, and I want to spend them all getting to know the woman across from me. So you're in your grandma's old cabin, and you're buying up a shop's worth of power tools. Is there a remodel on the docket? Zoe offers Bruce a potato chip while answering. I wouldn't say a remodel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. More like a revamp and a clean-out. I'm just here to sort through Minnie's stuff and make the cabin prettier for sale. I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but didn't your grandmother pass close to a year back? Not my real questions. More like, why did you stay away for so long? Why haven't you been here my whole life? She did. Someone should have come down here sooner. But my mom is really busy. She has a popular morning show on the radio up in Denver. Kinda hard to take vacation. Still, Zoe hesitates, fiddling with the pickle on her plate from the little she said about it. I think living here was a not-so great childhood. I guess Minnie was kind of reclusive. She meets my eyes after that last bit. Her honeyed eyebrows raising. I nod. Didn't see her around town much. Zoe sighs as she scratches Bruce's giant block head. When I realized Mom might never come here, I decided to volunteer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just like that, Zoe grimaces. To be honest, I was also looking for a reason to get away from Denver. After the incident. I forced myself not to lean forward, instead picking up my sandwich. One huge bite keeps my mouth full and too busy to pester for more details. Zoe chomps down on a chip and stares off into space. I wonder if I've lost her attention, or if she didn't mean to let that slip. Still, I want to push her. I want to know all there is to learn about Zoe Gunner. To distract myself, I reach under the table to slip Bruce a piece of roast beef from my sandwich. A fed dog is a good ally. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Zoe returns her attention to me. I've decided. The embarrassment is dimmed enough that I'm willing to tell you what happened. I'm at a local hangout, and suddenly, I'm hit with the most intoxicating scent, like he was crafted just for me. But just as I'm about to make my move, poof. Like a ghost. Cart 15 Warner. Anything called The Incident is bound to be a good story, and Zoe just agreed to share it with me. Stifling my cheer, I recline back in my chair and giving her a nod to continue. I have 4 brothers. She starts. They're all big brutes, but they love me, and I love them. Sibling love is something I can relate to. I'm the youngest, the baby of the family. I say they need to get their heads out of the Regency era. Just because I'm younger and a girl doesn't mean I need for bodyguards poking their noses into every aspect of my life. Zoe huffs, emotion coloring her cheeks. Makes sense. Right. She munches on another chip before continuing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought I was used to their overbearing version of love. My whole life they've done their best to be good brothers, but I feel like the fact that there's so many of them tips their helpful acts into bonkers town. My body shifts forward in anticipation. Like, there was one day before school I realized I was Ampons, and I needed them, obviously, but my parents were already at work. Plus, I was 13, so I couldn't drive myself to the store. The noises of Main Street fade away as Zoe's voice pulls me into the story of her past. Abraham is the most responsible. I feel like he was born to be a dad. Or a drill sergeant. Maybe both. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I figured it at 18. He'd be the one least likely to laugh. She shrugs, and eats another chip, drawing out the drama of the tale. I was right. He told me to finish my breakfast, and that he'd take care of it. But next thing I know, I'm alone in the house. She waves her hands as if we're sitting in her kitchen. Empty, silent house around us. All 4 of my brothers disappeared. A bus was going to show up in like 10 minutes, and I was sure I'd have to stay home sick. My lips pinch in a grimace, not finding the story amusing anymore. Did all of Zoe's brothers really abandon her just because they were squeamish about buying feminine products? Then I hear the screech of tires on the driveway, and when I look out the window, I spot all 4 of the Gunner boys climbing out of Abram's car, each one weighed down with shopping bags. Humor returns fast. Now I know guys can be clueless about menstruation. If Abraham had come back with a few extra boxes or the wrong brand, no big deal. But no, he recruited the rest of my brothers. They drove to the closest drugstore and bought as many products as they could carry. They didn't. I whisper in horrified wonder. They did. And enthusiasm, an entire aisle. You would have thought I was hemorrhaging, Good thing tampons don't expire. Zoe shakes her head, but I catch the hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. That's the way it tends to be with loving families. In the moment you want to murder them, but later everything just becomes a funny memory. And that happens a lot with them, taking things way too far. Oh yeah, my parents and I refer to them as occurrences with a capital O. I've had many Gunner Brother occurrences. There was the time in high school they convinced the front office to let them all sing me happy birthday over the intercom system. Don't get me wrong, they're fantastic singers. But my anxiety went through the roof having everyone in the school staring at me for the rest of the day. And, hell, don't even get me started on prom. I want to get her started and never have her stop. Please. I need to know. Zoe smirks. You'd think 3 college guys and a guy working on his MBA would have something better to do on a Saturday night than chauffeur their sister. And her date. To a school dance. Timmy was terrified to hold my hand after that car ride. It's all I can do to shove the laughter down. Not that they threatened him. She gives me a placating gesture, though I have to wonder if maybe Zoe doesn't know the whole story of that evening. I don't even know if that was the point of them driving us. Sometimes, I think they just want to make sure all 5 of us are experiencing important life moments together. And that's the thing about occurrences. Each one was kind of embarrassing, but it was hard to get mad at them because they're my brothers. And they're trying. After a day, or maybe a week, I'd forgive them, and we'd move on. But something happened. I guess. Sun shines off the streaks of gold in Zoe's hair as she tucks the mass of it behind her fingers. I want to reach out and run my fingers through the strands to learn the texture. She huffs out a breath and crumples her empty chip bag. The incident happened. Part 16's Zoe. I was dating someone. Something about Warner's attention shifts. Not that it increases or decreases. It just changes. It had been close to a year. We were getting serious. At least, I thought we were. Warner's sandwich lays forgotten, and I reach across the table to nudge it toward him. This story is easier to tell if I don't have someone's undivided attention. His lips twitch before he raises the food to his mouth. Apparently, he and I had different ideas of commitment. Mainly, monogamy. He cheated on you. I don't know if I should be flattered by the disbelief in Warner's voice. I decide to have no opinion about his tone at all and simply nod. Made the mistake of taking the girl to a restaurant where my friend works. She let me know, and when I confronted him, he confessed and asked me to forgive him. I didn't. I broke up with him. Sounds like the end to the story. Right. Warner continues to watch me as he was a deep frown. He's still handsome, but the expression does not suit his face. Warner is meant to grin and laugh. Maybe he'll find the next part of the story funny, even if I still can't. What happened? Aside from my soul leaks out. Heavy and resigned. I made the mistake of telling my brothers exactly why we broke up. They had a more intense reaction than I expected. Why wouldn't they? I'd be furious if someone cheated on one of my siblings. Taking a moment, I bite my own sandwich, only answering after I swallow. Being angry is fine. Taking revenge when it wasn't their problem to deal with. Even now, I wonder if there was a way I could have stopped them. Did they beat the guy up? Warner asks. No, thank the universe. That would have been a different level of horribleness. I hope I never have to bail any of them out of jail. Let alone all for at one time. I take a fortifying sip of my iced tea. What did they do then? Instead of answering right away, I stare at his sandwich until he gets the hint and takes an obliging bite. They rented a billboard. A billboard. Why, oh no. Oh yes. My brothers decided that the best way to get back at the guy was to rent a billboard across from his apartment building and to have a massive sign put up proclaiming, Billy Arnold is a lying cheater who, and I feel the mortified blush creep over my cheeks, lost the best thing he ever had. Well, at least it was accurate. Warner office. It was humiliating. I moan, choosing to ignore the flutters his words set off in my stomach. The whole thing was over. I broke it off with him and that should have been the end of it. No one needed to know that he screwed me over. That I was stupid enough to date a guy who cheated on me. Whoa. No way. That does not make you stupid. I finish my sandwich, staring off into the distance. I know, logically, that it's not my fault. But still, I can't help another sigh. All alone and lonely. It was so disheartening. You loved him. My food gone, and needing something to do with my hands. I reach into my bag to pull out my almost finished hat. I was going to. What does that mean? Warner stares at me, eyes intense with an emotion I can't interpret. Probably curiosity. I know sometimes I can be odd, and that people might find my reasoning weird. I rack my brain, trying to figure out a way to explain. I don't seek people out. I tend to keep to myself. When I do make a friend, or start dating someone, it's inevitable that they mean a lot to me. Casual relationships aren't really my bag. It's all or nothing. So, if he hadn't betrayed me, I definitely would have loved him. Just a matter of time. Are you saying that if I keep showing up in your life, you'll love me? Warner smiles in a way that makes my heart clench and my lungs struggle for breath. Yes. That's the answer. No question. I might already be halfway there. I'm not looking to add to my love roster. I warn him. He doesn't respond, but I get a sense he was hoping for another answer. Warner chews another bite of his sandwich, and I admire the way his jaw muscles tense with each movement. My fingers stay busy, hooking yarn, but I don't need to watch my hands, which gives me continued permission to stare. After a swallow of his drink, he speaks again. The billboard drove you out of Denver. That, and the singing telegram they sent to his office. Warner chokes on something, and I feel bad that I keep almost killing him with my poorly timed comments. As he coughs, I continue the humiliating story. My brothers are pretty talented when it comes to music. They play in a band together and everything. They composed an entire song about how Billy was a piece of shit cheater. Then they paid a barbershop quartet to visit his office and serenade it to him. That's masterfully brutal. Objectively, it's a good song, and the internet agreed. Someone in his office recorded it and posted it online. It went viral. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if you've seen it. Now I'm descending into petulant muttering, and I don't like being in this frame of mind, especially when thinking about my brothers. Normally, I love them to distraction, but hell, they screwed up this time. I agree that you should have seen it. No, although I'm tempted to look it up. You can. I won't hold it against you. The whole world has seen it at this point. What's one more person? Warner watches me, his head tilted in a way that almost reminds me of Bruce. So what do you agree with? That does sound like an incident. Silence falls between us. Then I let out a reluctant chuckle. I guess I can admit the incident is funny as long as my brothers aren't around to hear. Warner props his elbows on the table, giving me every ounce of his amber. I'd stare. I like it when you laugh. Oh no. That's it. Time to go. I stand up from my chair, wrapping Bruce's leash around my hand. Luckily, we already dropped my bags off in my truck, so I'm free and clear to make an escape. Thank you for having lunch with me. This was not a date. I am not going to fall in love with you. Warner Jameson. Have a good day at work. Bruce and I are halfway down the block when I give in to the urge to glance back. Warner watches us and offers a wave when our eyes meet. My only response is a nod before I refocus on the sidewalk in front of me, and I decide that I'll be better off if I avoid him from now on. Part 17's OE. Grandma Minnie's closet is an organized mess. At first glance, everything seems orderly, arranged in neat boxes and tucked onto shelves. But then, once my eyes finish enjoying the beauty of a well-put-together space, I'm overwhelmed with the massive amount of stuff. When I start taking out boxes, I realize at one point this was a walk-in closet. Now it's a storage locker of random things Minnie felt the need to hold on to. Hopefully, I'm not about to find 30-year-old newspapers in these shoeboxes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, That would make the decision about whether to throw it out keep it easy. The size of this task intimidates me, so much so that I feel the need to sit on the bed and stare at a closet and mentally prepare myself. Other people might think my ideas for the furniture refurbishment are the daunting ones. All that sanding and staining and reupholstering. And sure, those projects will take up a good chunk of time. But time isn't what scares me. Time is the whole reason I came to Grandma Minnie's cabin. This closet has me pausing because of the emotional strength I'm worried I might need to get through this. Dragging out all these items seems akin to poking at a woman's inner self. This closet is all that's left of Minnie's treasured possessions, like a fragment of her soul she left behind. Am I the right person to sort these things? To make decisions about them? Is this closet the reason months went by without Mom making any mention of coming here to deal with the house? Sitting on the bed isn't getting anything done. I scold myself. Too much sentimentality. Minnie is gone. And this closet is just tough. With a fortifying breath, I shove up from the old squeaky mattress and zero in on the first box. Opening it seems almost anticlimactic. Boots. The box reads Carver's Shoes, a shop I drove by on Main Street the other day. No surprise that Minnie shopped local. The boots are nice. Barely worn. On a whim, I slip one on. Pretty good fit, which is surprising seeing as how Minnie was a half of taller than me if Mom told it right. Guess I have big feet. I set the box to the side of the room I designate as the keep side. The next box in the stack is bigger and can contain some worn flannel shirts and thick knitted cardigans. Weirdly, my grandmother's frumpy mountain woman clothes are exactly what's in style, despite them being a few sizes larger than my normal. I place the box next to the boots. Last box in the first stack is ratty old sheets, which make for good drop clothes. I keep them too. Maybe I'm not so good at this clear out the house business, I muttered to myself while reaching for the next container. This one is different. A wooden box about the size of a toaster oven. It's on the top of a middle stack. Easily accessible. Curiosity peaked and worries set at ease after dealing with relatively impersonal materials so far. I place the wooden box on the floor and plop down in front of it. There's a brass latch, but no lock, so I don't expect any kind of valuables when I open the lid. Still, the contents surprise me. Cassette tapes, neatly arranged in rows, as if this box was built for the exact purpose of housing them. I count them, coming up with just over 40. I slide one from the box and pop open its little plastic case. The old tech makes me smile. I'm just the right age to have used cassette tapes for a handful of years before CDs took over. The Walkman I used to have was one of my first prized possessions. I played my Saint Sync tapes so often the ribbon broke. The curious thing about Minnie's collection is that every tape is blank. Not blank of recording. They probably have some type of audio on them. What they're all missing is labeling. The spines of the containers have blank white space where someone could make a note of the contents of the tapes. But everyone is void of any title or description. I should put the box to the side and return to the closet. But I'm a cat ready to die for the sake of curiosity. I go on a hunt. What I'm looking for isn't in the bedroom, so I move to the main living area. Finally, after opening almost every closet and cupboard, I spot it sitting on top of the refrigerator. A boombox. The thing might be in easy reach for a woman approaching 6 feet tall, but I have to pull out the steps too. I return to the bedroom with the boombox clutched to my chest. My grandparents invested in wiring the cabin for electricity, but they didn't opt for many outlets. I have to push the bedside table out of the way and unplug the amp to set everything up. Any worries about the music player not working disappear when the analog numbers flash to life. I settle with the box of tapes in my lap and select the one from the top left corner. Nostalgia gives me a warm phantom hug at the practice of inserting the tape. After turning up the volume, I wait, knowing the tape is playing from the crackle the speakers emit. Then hello Enver. Are you ready to rock and roll? You better be because you're listening to me, holy shit. Is that silly Selena? The hottest DJ in the biz. And I've got all the grooviest tunes on the radio. Oh no, this is too much. Right now, I want to play one for anyone who's ever had a crush. Sing along if you know it. Behind the last few words, a song begins to play, and suddenly I'm listening to Rick Springfield's Jessie's Girl, brought to me by my adolescent mother's first attempt at acting the DJ. As the song goes on, I lay back on the bedroom floor, clutching my stomach as my uncontrollable laughter threatens to give me a hernia. Tears eke out of the corners of my eyes, but I'm too lost in my hysterics to bother wiping them away. The song comes to an end, and Mom's young voice pipes up with more enthusiastic radio host cliches, and my giggles ramp up all over again. Halfway through the tape, I finally exhaust myself to the point where I simply lie on the floor, panting and grinning. Some of the joy at finding this jewel from my mother's childhood trickles away when I turn my head enough to examine the boombox. Despite the fact that it can play cassette tapes, it's not some ancient machine. My guess would put it at most 10 years old, which means Minnie bought it long after my mom moved out. A picture forms in my mind of my stern grandmother in her kitchen, messing around with some of her mason jars. And at her elbow is this boombox, playing the voice of the daughter who left and never looked back. How lonely must she have been? And I wonder if it was anything like when I lived on my own for the first time. My first semester of college. The memories don't come to me as individual days. They all flow together. When I first left for my East Coast college, I was excited to strike out on my own, to show that I could do just fine without my family. The first few weeks were okay, but at some point, everything shifted. Living started to feel like a long cold stream that dragged me along, keeping me on the edge of drowning, floating always in the middle where I couldn't grasp anything to stop a forward progression to nowhere. In the beginning, I made it out of my room, attended classes, wrote words that resembled notes. But near the end, I couldn't leave my bed, and I couldn't figure out why. In my mind, I would tell myself to get up, to function, but my limbs were heavy, waterlogged with depression. I didn't have that word then. The only word I had was drowning. Someone had to jump in after me. Summons. My brothers drove hundreds of miles when I stopped returning their calls. They found me in the cold river of my misery, dragged me out, bundled me up, and brought me home. I didn't save myself. That's something I'm working on. Can I survive here? Can I survive anywhere that's not right next to my lifeline? Or will my head slip under the surface again? I glance over at the bottle of pills on the nightstand. They help. I can take my medication without my brothers. I can talk to my therapist without my brothers. But can I build a life? Make friends? Fall in love? Tell that the current will drag me under again has me wanting to get in my truck and drive back to Denver. This experiment could be cataclysmic. And that's all this is. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anything I build here, I need to be ready to leave behind, like a temporary structure in a flood zone. Part 18 Warner. The rusted bolt comes loose easily for me. You keep helping me out like this, I'm gonna have to put you on payroll. Harvey glares at me, but that's normal for the man, so I'm not concerned. Plus, he spent the last 20 minutes cursing at this bolt, trying to get it off without damaging anything. Don't worry about it. You let me work on my bikes here. We're square. The grey-haired human huffs and holds out his hand. I drop the lock nut into his palm and move on to the next one on the wheel. I got the rest. He grumbles, but I wave him off. I'm almost done. Least I can do. He stalks off, toward the set of new tires, muttering under his breath about overly helpful werewolves. His complaining always makes me grin. When I'm not on one of Uncle Mason's build sites, I'm usually working on a bike refurbishing project. Since I live in an apartment, I needed a workspace. Harvey agreed to let me house my projects in his garage and use his tools for a completely reasonable rent, plus lending a hand ever so often. But that's hard to do when the man loathes asking for help. Normally, I have to force my help on him, or take a sneak-attack approach. Kind of reminds me of Zoe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's much more enjoyable to be around than the grey-haired mechanic, but she also seems bent on doing everything herself if she can. The few times I've been able to help her little victories, thoughts of Pine Fall's newest arrival fill my mind as I finish the tires on Mrs. Applewood's BMW, and I'm still thinking about Zoe Gunner when I'm perched on the low box I use as a seat next to my current Furby project, a 1980 Ducati Panther 500. A few weeks in, and the machine is starting to look presentable. When it's done, the thing'll be beautiful, lighter and sleeker than what I prefer to ride, but it'll make me a nice chunk of change when I resell it. Or I could give it as a gift. Tanya and Isaac's 18th birthday is coming up in a few months. Tanya loves vintage things, and I could see my little sister riding this. Well, if she gets her license back soon, maybe I should avoid gifts with motors. Plus, I'd have to figure out a present just as huge for Isaac. I know he wants a bike, but he's been working at a local farm to earn enough to buy his own. I wouldn't want to take away the excitement and pride of that first big purchase from him. Selling the Ducati it is. While I work on replacing the worn brake pads, an image drifts into my mind of another woman driving the bike. Zoe would look gorgeous straddling this classic ride. Honey brown hair streaming out behind her from underneath her helmet, of course, cruising down an empty lane beside me. Only problem is, I'd have to forgo the glory that is having her on the back of my own bike. Still, it's something to think about. To my agent extraordinaire, Wylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Slow down. You can't show up at her place with a bike. She'll get spooked. But damn, the urge to claim her is a steady thrum in the back of my mind. Like a constant growl from my wolf, she has the mating scent. I talked to Roderick about the law, figuring our alpha would know best. He confirmed multiple pack members experience the phenomenon. All werewolves know, in theoretical sense, about the mating scent. The idea that optimal partners will smell particularly to our wolves, but there's nothing binding about the special pheromone. The fragrance is different for all of us, and a wolf could have more than one person with mating potential. We can also take a mate without the alluring scent, and someone who smells like the perfect mate is plenty capable of rejecting us. I clench my jaw and try to shrug off the discomfort of the idea that Zoe might not be okay with mating a small-town werewolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm doubting my chances after breaking down and watching the video of her ex getting mocked by a barbershop quartet. But then I took a closer look at the asshole. The guy's hair was styled with gel, his button-up shirt free of wrinkles and neatly tucked into slacks. There was a sparkle of a thick watch on his wrist, and the humiliating serenade was taking place inside of an office with huge windows overlooking Denver. I glanced down at my grease-smeared jeans and t-shirt. My work boots are scuffed, and I've never done more than comb my hair after I get out of a shower. Zoe's ex is on the opposite end of the spectrum from me, and I can't help comparing myself to him. Is that what she goes for? The well-dressed corporate type. I barely stopped myself from swiping a grimy hand across my forehead, grimacing at the black marks on my fingers I'd never noticed before. I'll never be like that. Not in a million years. But I can at least make sure to clean myself up before I track her down again. Maybe swing by the store to get some more shirts without holes in them. Anything to get her to give me a chance as a man. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We can deal with the wolf. This was not a date. I am not going to fall in love with you, Warner Jameson. She didn't tell me to stay away from her. She didn't say she didn't want to know me. Her statements almost seemed like she was trying to convince herself of them. Not me. Zoe Gunner is a challenge. She's long-term. She's already crawling under my skin, melding herself into my thoughts of the future. What would it be like to have Zoe as my mate? A partner. My own person who I can rely on and take care of and laugh with and hold. I'm suddenly tipsy from wanting. The idea brings into stark relief the emptiness in my chest I try to ignore. But with Zoe in my mind, I can't help thinking about how much I long to be needed. All my life I've been the extra. When my dad died, Mom stood on her own, never looking for comfort from her children, only trying to be a constant rock for us. Where the fatherly duties were left open, Uncle Mason stepped in. There was no space for me there. In other families it might have fallen to me to care for the younger siblings, but Roderick took the reins on that along with the needs of the entire pack. Plus, Tonya and Isaac have always had each other. People around town like me. They think I'm charming and good for a laugh or a friendly favor. But no one has ever needed me. Could Zoe? Part 19's OE. The Pine Falls Public Library has officially made it into my list of top 5 places to work remotely. I'm not sure anything will beat McConnell's pub, where they make sure to give me a table in the corner near the outlet. And they always have a new beer on tap for me to sample. At least, they did until I realized how drinking affected my medication. Now the staff is just as quick with a drive. Pepper and a basket of cheese fries. Maybe a library is a better choice than a pub. Plus, there's a cute coffee shop just down the block that makes those frothy drinks with delicious syrups added. The only way I can consume coffee is if it's halfway to becoming a milkshake. One more way I'm the black sheep in my family. Or more like their herd of black sheep drinking black coffee. And I'm the super fluffy white sheep that's insisting on wearing a pink bow while it sips on a foamy almond joy latte. I finish off my delicious drink as I put the final touches on a style sheet for my new client. After saving and sending it to the Denver brewery that hired me to design their website, I lean back in my chair, enjoying the sun on my face. This small town library has a patio that overlooks a river. The water meanders by at an easily pace, splashing against rocks to create the perfect background white noise. My bet is that the crashing of waves was louder during the summer, when the banks were swollen with snow melt. But as the temperature drops, so does the water level. Satisfied with my work for the day, I take one last wistful look at the full WI by signal before shutting my laptop and sliding it into my bag. Time to head back to the cellular service wasteland that is my grandmother's cabin. At least there's electricity and a water heater. Have to be thankful for the small things. Before I leave, I take the opportunity to pick out some reading material for the evening. Normally, I gravitate toward historical rants, loving the brief trip I get to take into ornate ballrooms from centuries ago. But a particular style of font on one book's spine captures my attention, similar to what I've seen stitched on the back of a leather jacket. Minutes later, I'm heading to the checkout with a motorcycle club romance novel and trying hard not to think about my motivations. I've read this one. It's really good. The white woman with vibrant red hair who scans the barcode gives me an approving nod. Good to know. I'd never read her work before. I hand over my temporary library card. Luckily, I was able to get a card in with being an out-of-towner. $5, and unlimited books. I didn't hesitate. Still, I miss using my nice, sturdy Denver Public Library card. Plastic is so much more official. You new to town? Fingering the flimsy card, stock before waving it under the scanner. Kind of. I'm just here to clean out my grandmother's house. She passed away in March. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know her that well. I didn't know her at all. Guilt pricks at my gut to accompany the thought. Maybe you did. Her name was Minnie Gunner. The librarian shakes her head. I just moved here at the beginning of the summer, so our paths wouldn't have crossed. You moved here, why? The questions flash through my brain, but I'm able to cut them off before they tumble out of my mouth. I'm Juliet. The woman offers her name as she hands my book back to me. I'm Zoe. Well, Zoe, I hope you enjoy your book. I read it years ago but devoured it in one night. Couldn't put it down. Something about a man on a bike. Juliet trails off, her face turning as red as her hair. Never mind. I did not mean to say that. Glancing down at the cover of the book, where we see a muscular guy dressed in a leather vest, I can't help a grin. Plus, I get the sudden urge to put the librarian at ease. No judgment here. I met a member of the Dark Moon Riders the other day, so I might be in a biker kind of mood. Do you know anyone in the club? Juliet shrugs. but a flush starts to fade, her mouth tilting into a frown. Seen them around town. Maybe said a few words to one or two. The tight tone she uses has my interest bells ringing. Is there something wrong with them? Not exactly. It's just. The librarian glances around the empty lobby. From what I can tell, there's no real consensus on the club. What do you mean? I lean on the counter, sensing that Juliet would rather keep her voice low. Some people seem to think they're separate from the town, like I shouldn't have to follow the same laws we do. And there are others who basically ignore them. But I get the feeling a lot of people are scared of them. Scared of them, why? She raises a crimson brow at me. Loud bikes. Mean faces. Dressed head to toe in leather. Bikers aren't really the happy cuddle type. I wonder if Juliet has ever met Warner. No way would I ever call his face mean. And he might not be so bad to cuddle with. He certainly was warm when I had my arms wrapped around him on his bike. I push the teasing thoughts away and focus on the conversation. My dad is in a biker club. Up in Denver. They go riding on weekends. And they hold fundraisers for veterans suffering from PTSD. My shoulders shrug. I guess bikers don't really scare me. Juliet sits back in her chair, eyes running over me as if I'm something to be studied. Almost sounding relieved. Me either. Then she smiles with a soft curve of her lip. Enthusiasm. In that moment, I can't help noticing how beautiful she is. Not in a walk down the runway kind of way. Juliet has the type of face that tricks you into thinking it's ordinary. That every bit it is just fine and nothing more. But the moment she smiles, it's as if the light takes notice, chiding itself for not giving her the proper attention moments ago. She's all red and gold, like a phoenix. My mind starts cycling through color palettes that would pair well with her complexion. I want to crochet her a forest green scarf and hat set, with matching mittens. I want to invite my brothers out here, herd them into the library, point to Juliet, and demand one of them with her so she can be a member of our family. That way I can enjoy her smile for the rest of our days. But knowing the Gunner boys, they'd never leave, and then I'd be stuck in the same mess I just escaped from. Still, I realize something very important. Juliet is going to be one of my few cherished friends. Now I just need to figure out the best course of action to make that happen. If I tell her outright, I might scare her off. Would you like to be friends? My abrupt mouth spits in caution's face. At least I framed it as a question, rather than a demand. Her smile flickers, and I'm worried it might go out. But then a grin flashes wide, and her gorgeous face threatens to burn my retinas. Reflexively, I reach for my sunglasses, but just keep myself from putting them on. Yes, fantastic. I smooth my hands over the front of my t-shirt. When are you free for our first friend date? The fact that Juliet laughs rather than cringes from me is the last bit of proof I need. She's my kind of person. Part 20 Zoe, there's no harm in using a man for his tool. His electric jigsaw. That is, some pieces of furniture I'm refurbishing require more than a simple sand and stain. I need to make precise cuts, which means I need a jigsaw. Briefly, I considered buying one, but I already have one back in Denver, and I simply forgot to pack it. Way too much of my truck space was allotted to crafting supplies. Why did I think I needed a gallon of glitter? To keep my wallet happy, I opt for borrowing from Warner, and that's the only reason I called Sawdust Supplies asking after him. My visit to his place is definitely not inspired by the steamy sex scenes in the romance novel I checked out earlier this week. Not at all. Am I the name of Mason answered the phone when I called last evening. A minute later, he passed the receiver off to Warner, who immediately agreed to help me out. I park in front of the hardware store. Turns out Warner lives in the apartment above his family shop. Small town life. It's kind of sweet. Walking around to the side alley, I spot the door he told me to knock on. Just as I'm raising my fist, a voice sounds from behind me. Who are you? I turn, meeting the amber eyes of a beautiful, young woman. She wears torn jeans and a general air that asks, why should I give a fuck about you? Her tangle of dark hair frames a pale face that could belong to a 16, year old or just as easily a 26-year-old. I'm Zoe Gunner. I hold out my hand. And you? The girl glances from my hand to my face back to my hand, before finally accepting it in a surprisingly firm grip. Then she steps in closer, her nostrils flaring slightly as her head cocks. You're not from around here. Not a question, but I answer anyway. My grandmother was May Gunner. I'm fixing up her cabin to sell. Tanya finally lets go of my hand, but continues to watch me with a certain amount of intensity. No one was invited to your grandma's funeral. There wasn't one. The woman was cremated, and Dad drove down to collect the ashes. I have zero knowledge of what my mom did with them. Did you want to be invited? The little I know of my grandmother indicated she didn't have many friends. The girl shoves her hands in her pockets. Nope. Didn't know her. But the gossips could not get enough of being affronted about her lack of invite. Why? No one was invited. There wasn't even something to be invited to. Tanya rolls her eyes and steps around me, reaching for the doorknob. That's just as bad. You denied them the chance to gossip about old Lady Gunner. Plus, they've been dying for a peek at your mom after all these years. You're here to see Warner. Yes, I murmur, following her up a set of stairs. My thoughts on her words. Is my family really that interesting to these people? I kinda thought my mom would have been forgotten after being gone over 3 decades, and my grandmother acting the hermit. But maybe that just made the mystery grow. I refocus on the young woman in front of me, finding my own curiosity piqued. Are you Warner's girlfriend? Are you kidding me? She glares over her shoulder. Gross. Give me a second while I locate the nearest bucket to puke in. So no. Hell no. I'm his sister. His favorite sister. You're my only sister. The man in question appears at the top of the steps, smiling down at us. Which means you're my least favorite. To hi. Zoe, hi. Tanya jets her hip to the side, blocking me from view. Yeah, well I have 3 brothers to choose from, so you better be nicer to me or you'll make the bottom of my list. I continue up the stairs until I can see him over her shoulder. Warner clutches his chest as if wounded. Words hurt, baby sis. Now move your ass. You're blocking. You know what? Maybe I should be blocking Zoe. I think she might be my new best friend, which means I need to guard her from cruel men. My arm is snagged in an unforgiving lie-friendly embrace. The exchange is fascinating. Like Tanya, I'm also the only girl in my family. I wonder if this is how dramatic I sound when bickering with my brothers. I offer her a placating smile. No guarding needed. I'm just here for his tool. The girl's face goes slack. Then she mans gagging. Tia my power tool. I hurry to clarify. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now I'm thinking about his other tool. Wondering about the size of it. The feel of it. Imagining all the things I tell him to do with it. I don't need to know what you call it. Tanya covers her ears and sprints up the steps, leaving me with Warner, who seems to be strangling as his eyes glitter with amusement. Did I just scar your sister? The guy leans back against the wall, letting loud guffaws of laughter spill out. A reluctant grin plucks at my mouth as I finish climbing the steps, chuckles trailing off. Warner leads me through another door into an apartment that could be cozy if it had a little more personality. A coat rack holds both a leather vest and leather jacket with the dark Moonriders patch stitched on the back of both. The only wall decoration is a large, mounted TV. Two mismatched couches face the screen, and one holds a young man that looks strikingly similar to Tanya, who now leans on a kitchen island, eyes focused on her phone. This is my younger brother, Isaac. Warner gestures to the guy who nods silently before his eyes flick back to whatever game is playing on the TV. Nice to meet you both, I announce. Tanya waves a distracted hand at me. This way. Warner gestures I should follow him into another room where I find myself in a small workshop. Well, not the normal setup you'd expect in an apartment. I run my fingers along the high top of his workbench and admire the wide array of tools hanging in organized patterns on the walls. Warner shrugs. Some people need an office. I wanted a workshop. Besides, it's not like I have downstairs neighbors who'd be bothered by the sound of a power saw. Do you make things? He nods. Sometimes. More often I'm repairing things. Broken chair leg here. Cracked floorboard there. That's your job. His grin is rueful as he scratches the back of his neck now. I earn a paycheck at my uncle's construction company. This is like a hobby. People bring me their small projects. That's sweet. Are you sure you're part of a badass motorcycle gang? Warner seems more like the guy to help an old woman cross the street rather than roar down it on his insanely loud hog. He grimaces. It's not that kind of gang. We're not running drugs or anything. So everyone in town loves the Dark Moon Riders. Thinking back on Juliet's words, a few different emotions flick across his face until he pulls a casual give, nothing away mask into place. Feelings are mixed. Part 21's OE. I'm tempted to ask more, but I don't want to keep Warner from what looks like a family gathering. Well, so far I have nothing bad to say about you all, especially since you're helping me out with this jigsaw. That earns me a genuine smile. And he pulls open a metal cabinet drawer to come out holding the beautiful, versatile saw. The fact that it's a lime green color only delights me more. You're a lifesaver. I owe you. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What exactly do you owe me? What's this so worth to you? Warner holds the tool just out of reach, tempting me to step closer to him. This is flirting. I know it is. And I should run the other direction. But I can't help moving in closer. You're doing me a favor, so I owe you a favor. What that entails is up to you. I hold my hands out and he relinquishes the saw. But honestly, I think me holding this in your presence should be payment enough. What with women and power tools being the sexiest thing you can imagine. His eyes get darker while I taunt him with his previous claims. He starts, but I don't get to hear the end of his thought. We're out of here. Tonya yells. Warner frowns and strides out of the room. What do you mean me? Tonya tucks a phone in her back pocket and tosses a jacket at the younger man. Isaac and I are heading out. Where are you taking him? Warner glares. We were going to watch football. Too bad. Mom said she'd lend Isaac the car and he promised to drive me to Cheyenne's party. Why would you promise that? Warner faces his brother. You hate parties. Isaac shrugs. But his sister answers for him. Because there's a girl. Tonya explains. A girl. Shut up. Isaac mutters. That's right. Shut up and get your own win. Tonya reaches up to pat her older brother on the head before strolling out the door. Nice to meet you. Zoe, she calls, once she's out of sight. You too, I call out then turn to Isaac. And you. The guy gives me a half smile and nod, then turns to Warner. Sorry, but I did promise. Just forgot what night it was. Rain check. Yeah. Go keep her out of trouble. Without the two younger siblings, his apartment suddenly seems very quiet. I stand awkwardly, cradling the saw against my chest. And for the first time, Warner's smile appears forced. Well, he clears his throat. I guess you've got places to be. That's it. No way can I leave this man to watch football alone. Abandoned by his brother. Are the Broncos playing? Something sparks in his eyes. Are you a fan? I shrug. Hard to live in Denver to not be, but the cabin doesn't have cable, so I can't really keep up. Mind if I stay to watch? Warner's mouth bobs open. Then he practically carries me to the couch, ushering with his long arms that I should take a seat. Do you want something to eat? I've got snacks. He offers a bowl of pretzels. After setting the saw down, I scoop up a handful. Do you want a beer? He's already in front of the fridge. As if I leave if he doesn't give me libations fast enough. Alcohol is a special occasion thing for me. It doesn't always react well with my medication. Do you have soda or something? Dr. Pepper okay? Warner holds up one of the red cans, and I reach over the back of the couch to accept it. Enthusiasm, Look at you. Biker boy. How'd you know that's my favorite? Amber eyes flick between me and the can in his hand, and a satisfied smile pulls at the corners of his mouth as he passes the drink over. Not sure. Mystery woman. Maybe it's fate. Getting comfy on the surprisingly soft couch. Soda is not fate. The refreshing crack and sigh of me popping open that can almost drowns out his next words. At least, I tell myself it does. Because I'm not sure I want to acknowledge what heard. Something that sounded an awful lot like we might be. Part 20 to Warner. Roderick has a bloody rabbit in his mouth. Show off. I think at him. He huffs out all F around his catch. Lying down in the damp place to feast. My brother can't actually read my mind in wolf form. At least that's what he claims. But, as pack leader, one of the extra enhancements is to get impressions from pack members. He might not hear exact words, but he can pick up intent. While he eats, I take another few minutes to sprint through the underbrush, stretching muscles that will shift into different shapes when I change back. Tonight, despite it still being weeks from the full moon, I'm overflowing with energy, likely left over from the afternoon spent watching football with Zoe. Days may have passed since she lounged on my couch, cheering touchdowns and chugging drive. Peppers, but I can still smell hints of her in my apartment. That's made for some erotic dreams. My wolf impulses keep pushing me to make a move, but my human brain knows I can't to her and say be mine. I need to woo her, and in order to do that without appearing obsessed, I need to work off my excessive energy and lust. Luckily, Roderick was available and willing to go on a run with me tonight. When I circle back to him, we head for our bikes, pulling on the thread in my mind that ties me to my human self. Shadows shift around me as my bones flex and reform. Joints crack, muscles stretch, and I shake off the small aches and pains of the change. When I stand as a man again, I feel more centered. My thoughts are clearer, and I'm able to plot how to approach my crocheting temptress. Heading back to town, Roderick and I rev our engines and let our choppers devour the blacktop. My mind is so focused on how to pursue Zoe, I almost missed the familiar truck parked in a gravel lot on the side of the highway. If it had been any darker, I might have ridden straight past without giving it a second thought. But the faded rust color and particular shaped dent in the bumper catch my attention. Zoe is out in the middle of nowhere, and the sun is about to set. Roderick is ahead of me, taking point like he always does. Doesn't matter if it's the whole club riding, or just the two of us like tonight. We haven't gotten to ride together, just us brothers. I hate to cut it short. Still, there's no way I can head back to town with this rising curiosity threatening to drown out all other thoughts. I accelerate, coming level with my brother and catching his eye. Using hand signals, I let him know what I intend to do before slowing to pulley you, turn and heading back to the truck. A lot of people would probably be surprised to discover a biker gang where every member has a basic knowledge of American Sign Language. But that's just another one of Roderick's protective instincts showing. Or his paranoia. He doesn't want to rely on radios while we're riding, and so insisted everyone learn. Worked out in our favor though, seeing as how we were able to add a werewolf to our pack that has struggled in other places because he lost his hearing before aging into his powers. We're deaf-friendly, and it got us a tech genius. When I shut my engine off, Roderick is just pulling in beside me. I wait for him to cut his too. The silence of the night is shocking without the roar of our bikes. It's only after the ringing in my ears fades that the chorus of the forest filters and in the surroundings don't seem so quiet. You can keep going. That's Zoe Gunner's truck. I want to see why she's out here. Roderick has his stoic statue face on. Why? I climb off my bike. She's a city girl. Want to make sure she hasn't gotten lost in the woods. Plus, I've been craving the sight of her since the moment she left my apartment. I didn't know who to thank for my luck when she asked to stay and watch the game with me. During commercial breaks, I got her talking, picking up small facts about her life. Now I know she works remotely as a website designer, which means she can stick around Pine Falls as long as she has internet access. I paid close attention to every fact she let drop about her brothers. When I meet her family, I want them to like me, so the more I know the better. Yeah, that's presumptuous, but my wolf and I are in full agreement. Zoe Gunnar is something special, and missing out on a chance with her would haunt me. Unfortunately, she only stayed until the end of the game. The past couple of days have been longer than usual at work, meaning I couldn't figure out a way to casually run into her around town. But this, it's more than just trying to set up an accidental meeting. I'm legitimately worried about Zoe getting turned around in the unfamiliar area. Pine Falls is different than Enver. I would know. I'm one of the monsters that lurks in these woods. Part 23 Warner. Roderick continues to study me, and I let him. Suddenly, his head tilts, his nose to the wind, and he breathes in deep. I follow his lead, scenting the air. Almost immediately, I catch the familiar hint of sweet earthiness. But there's another scent. Another person. Someone who smells like paper and lemons. Could she be out here with a man? The thought has my wolf growling, but I stifle the urge before it reaches my throat. Juliet is here, Roderick says, climbing off of his bike. Juliet. The name sounds kind of familiar, but it takes me a second of going through my mental tally of Pine Fall residents to remember. The librarian. A silent nod from Roderick as he stares at the woods. Interesting. My first instinct is to tease Roderick about his first name basis situation with the cute woman who is also a recent transplant to our small town. But I keep my big mouth shut with some effort, wary of him ordering me to get back on my bike and continue on to Pine Falls. Being pack leader is more than a title. There's magic in the designation. I'd have a hard time circumventing his direct order. I track the maple trail into the woods and stifle a smile at the sound of my brother following me. He wants to come, but doesn't want to take point. Even more interesting, the trail would be hard for a human to see, but my eyes easily pick out the slimmed-out path that winds through the trees. I really hope Zoe came this way during daylight. There are a lot of roots looking to twist unaware angles. Having grown up in Pine Falls and having spent at least one night a month running wild in these woods, I know exactly where this trail leads. Yellow Pine Lake. Soon, the humid scent of water intertwines with Zoe's trail. When I break through the trees, my feet crunch on the rocky shore. There's a calming sap of waves against stone, and the squeak of bats feasting on nighttime bugs. Down the way, I spot the glow of a fire. Feminine laughter drifts toward us, traveling easily over the calm water. Guess they're not in trouble. Glancing over my shoulder, expecting Roderick to be just a few feet away. But he isn't left either. I make out his shadowy form. Back in the wood, he stands still, looming like a ghostly presence. You're being fucking weird. He doesn't respond, which only proves my point. I choose to ignore him, making my way down along the beach toward the sound of laughter. When I may be 20 feet away, a warning bark cuts off whatever conversation was happening. Then a massive body trots toward me. Hey buddy. Just me, I murmur, holding out my hand for Bruce to sniff. He does, offering a brief tail wag, then lumbers back to the warm glow of the fire where the women stand, clutching beers and squinting into the darkness. Who's there? Show your face. Zoe steps away from the campfire, approaching the edge of the light, as if I'm enticing her into the darkness. Not liking that thought, I move forward instead. Just Warner Jameson, your friendly neighborhood biker. I put on my most charming smile as I step into the glow of their fire. Neither woman seems particularly bothered by my sudden appearance. That might have some relation to the unmistakable scent of alcohol. The red-headed woman, Juliet, lets out a snort at my description. Friendly. Sure. I mean, he's kinda friendly. Facing her companion, there's a thickness to her words. The hint of a slur. That makes me think these two women had been drinking for a little while, and I'm suddenly fascinated to discover exactly what a drunk's OE means. Ori. Juliet leans back in her camping chair, giving me a thorough once-over. How's he been friendly? Zoe holds up her hand, ticking favors off on fingers. He gave me a ride, fixed my car, helped carry some shopping, invited me to lunch. The admissal. She wiggles her 5 digits. Is he trying to get in your pants? Juliet's words come out clearer than Zoe's. She throws her can into a paper bag that clanks with the sound of multiple empties, before diving into a large cooler and coming out with another. Either the librarian holds her booze better than Zoe, or she's just a more articulate drunk. Can you come here? Zoe waves her hand in an overly vigorous motion, enticing me forward. The closer I get, the more of her beautiful, flushed cheeks I see. Her eyes shine in the firelight as they trace over my face, seemingly unable to stay still. Are you trying to get in my pants? Part 20 for Warner. Zoe is wearing a pair of jeans and hiking boots with a large fleece that falls halfway down her thighs. Her crocheted hat covers her head, and she grips her beer with gloved hands. She's dressed for warmth, and I'm tempted to tell her just how I could heat her up. Hell yeah, I want to get in her pants, but not in the way Juliet is implying. Not some quick, impersonal bang. And right now, with Juliet and my brother nearby, I can honestly say, not at this moment. No one answer, Juliet proclaims, before the librarian can call me out again. I change the subject. You two having a party. We're celebrating our new friendship. With beer. Zoe goes to take a sip from her can, but comes away frowning, apparently finding it empty. Aren't you worried about animals? Yellow Pine Lake is a common campsite, but it's still wild. Zoe juts her jaw out as if she's trying to make her face look heavier, like a Neanderthal. The effect is emphasized, and made all the more hilarious, when she speaks in a deep voice. Women make fire. She waves at said fire. Fire scare animals. Plus, we've got this big guy. Juliet heaves out of her chair to crouch beside Bruce, patting the giant dog on his belly. And Juliet gave me bear mace. Zoe shouts like it's the best gift she's ever received. Probably not an item I'd offer up to someone when they're drunk. How late were you three planning on celebrating? Damn, I sound like an overprotective parent. The women seem to agree, sharing a look between them before breaking into laughter. The sound has me grinning. Zoe looks so carefree, clutching her stomach as she leans back, letting her chuckles drift up into the starry night sky. When she catches her breath, and treated to a beautiful grin. We're camping. Look, she points past the edge of the firelight, and I spot a small tent. Juliet is teaching me some outdoorsy stuff. We are strong, independent women, the librarian declares before taking a deep swallow of her beer. Damn right we are. Zoe turns to face the lake as she shouts her words. As they tumble into the night, she lets out a happy sigh. Why are you lurking? Roderick. Juliet calls to the shadows behind me. You're being creepy. She doesn't get an answer, but Zoe whirls around clearly searching for Roderick in the darkness. Roots creep over the beach, and she loses her footing. My arms are out to catch her a second before she regains her balance on her own. Nailed it. She crows before glancing back at me and noticing my reach. Still there, she becomes unsteady again. A delighted smile cracks across Zoe's face. Trustful. And then she's toppling over once more, this time on purpose, and I lunge forward to make sure she ends up in my arms rather than sprawled on the ground. She lands with a gasp, then chuckles. Guess I have to trust you now, like a boy. She's soft against me and smells like every delicious dessert I've ever consumed. I want to curl my arms around her, hold her to my chest. I make a joke. Can't I at least be by command? The www she reaches up to pat my cheek. Not when you're so cute. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Juliet takes another swig from her can before continuing in a mock whisper. All that QC talk might scare these big, tough dark moon riders. Roderick won't even come out of the woods. She snorts out a giggle. Zoe trains her curious gaze on me. Who's Roderick? I affect a rueful grimace. My older brother. He's a little anti-social. That's okay. I am Zoe gives me a sweet smile. Then she boops me on my nose with her forefinger. Not tonight. Juliet climbs up on top of a large rock, holding her beer up to the sky as if toasting the world. Tonight, we christen our friendship to outsiders, taking over Pine Falls. To hell with the bikers. This town will be run by women. You're right. In the way that drunk people do. Zoe's response to me flips on a switch. She springs from my arms, shoving at my chest. This is a friend date. No boys allowed. No boys allowed. Juliet joins in the chant, and soon the trees are ringing with the sound. Each exclamation point emphasized with another push. Another guy might be annoyed by the manhandling, but I'm having trouble stifling my laughter. She's so fucking adorable with her cheeks ruddy from the alcohol. The heat spills down to her neck and supercages her scent. I wish I could bury my nose there, breath in the sweet earthiness, then lick her. I stumble backward as if I don't have the strength to battle her assault. All right, no boys allowed. I'll leave you two to your camping, and your conquering, to conquering. Zoe climbs up on her own rock, arms held high, to conquering. Juliet thrusts her beer up, then chugs the whole of it down in an impressive display. I let the shadows of the trees envelop me, shaking my head and chuckling all the while. They're ridiculous. It's the first thing Roderick has said since we followed the women's trail. They're drunk. I shrug. It's not safe. Well, that's why I'm not actually leaving. Imagine this, you're deep in the woods, feeling the thrill of adventure, when suddenly, the peace is shattered by a growl. You're not alone. But here's the twist, the thing that's stalking you isn't just any wild animal. It's something more. Something unexpected. Part 25 Warner. Roderick raises one eyebrow at me, but then lets me lead the way again. I moved deeper into the woods. When the sound of the girl's laughter has almost faded, I pause by a tree with low thick limbs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I strip off my clothes, folding them neatly before setting them up in the tree. I hope no curious critters decide to claim them. I'd have a hard time explaining to Highway Patrol why I'm riding my bike home without clothes. Make for a good story there. Once I'm completely bare, I coax my wolf forward, letting the form envelope my body. The change is slower. If my wolf sensed danger or responded to the call of the full moon, then I'd be able to switch to full legs in a matter of seconds. But pulling the change out without the aid of adrenaline or no magic means I'm struggling for a minute or two, grimacing at the pain of my bones snapping and rays shaping. Eventually, I'm in my wolf form, panting and shaking off the last lingering bit of discomfort. When I turn back toward the campsite, I see Roderick's wolf sitting calmly, waiting for me. Another perk of being the pack leader. More magic means a faster change. I huff at him as I trot by. Soon, I'm staring out at the crackling fire and cackling women, my grey coat camouflaging me. Roderick settles at my side, his black coat just as good for spying. Protecting. I correct myself. I think it's time. Zoe announces. Time for what? I wonder. I knew it. That fourth beer was the turning point. Juliet says. Roderick shifts beside me, probably also wondering what this is a preamble to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is happening. Zoe strolls toward the woods, and my protective nature stirs. Good luck, the librarian offers. Zoe raises a fist in the air before declaring, I'm going to pee outside. This is a special event. Yeah, I'll mark it down in history books. Juliet calls after her, chuckling as she sinks back into her camping chair. Zoe passes by our hiding spot, not even 10 feet separating us. But we're hunters. We know how to hide well. I'm going to pee. Pee on a tree. Zoe sings to herself. Even in wolf form, Roderick knows how to roll his eyes, which he does now as I stand to trot after her. I, on the other hand, have my jaws open in a wolfish grin. Zoe keeps up her funny chant until she's a decent distance from her little campsite. Coming to a stop, she turns in a circle, her movements hinting at a lack of balance. Now which one of you naughty boys is looking for a golden shower? If I were in human form, there's no way I'd be able to stifle my laughter. But I keep my jaws clenched shut and turn my back to give her privacy. And I start making plans for how to convince this old woman to be mine Zoe. When my pouts are around my ankles, I get the sense I'm being watched. Super convenient. I've got my back pressed against a tree, my thigh muscles put to use as I brace myself in a sitting position. Up until the creepy watching feeling, I was proud of myself for figuring out this whole pea in the woods thing. Whenever someone hears I'm from Denver, they automatically assume I spend my weekends climbing mountains and hiking mile-long trails in the wilderness. Yeah, no. I love looking at the gorgeous mountainous landscape. Maybe taking a drive on the twisty mountain roads. But get out and explore them. I've never really been brave enough. But here I am, camping with my new friend, using nature as my toilet. And I'm pretty sure there's something lurking in the nearby shadows. This is why people be surrounded by four walls. Such a vulnerable time requires shelter. Julia, did you follow me? I call out. That's one way to get close fast. Kind of like going to the bathroom together at a club. Would have preferred we discussed it first. But hey, I'll take a surprise Juliet over a surprise bear. There's no answer. Part 26. Oe Warner's comment about wild animals has me paranoid. Then a twig snaps, and I'm scrambling to pull up my jeans. Shit. I don't bother zipping before lunging toward my flashlight. When I have it in my hand, I shine the beam in a broad circle, needing to know what kind of creature I'm about to face. It lumbers out of the trees, huge head focused on me. Fucking hell. I collapse back against an on-pea tree, clutching my chest. Goddamn-it. Bruce. I almost peed all over myself. My dog seems thoroughly unconcerned, sniffing the air as he wanders around. You're lucky I was done, I mutter, taking a moment to zip my fly and calm my clamoring heart. Come on, you big OF. I need another beer. You scared me sober, and I'm missing my happy buzz, part of it caused by the alcohol, but the other bit by a certain biker who made a surprise appearance. Despite this being the first for Ain to bonding with my new librarian friend, I have to admit I was slightly bummed to send Warner away. He's just so nice to be around. He gives me a warm giggly feeling that I haven't had in a while, maybe ever. And when I have beer running through my veins, I don't have to think about how I'm not planning on staying in Pine Falls. I can enjoy the sensation of having a crush. I can laugh at his jokes, fall into his arms, pretend that I have an idea of where my life is headed, and maybe it's not impossible to pursue a small town biker. She's back. Juliet cheers me as I approach the campfire. She's moved to stand near the edge of the lake. How'd you do? This big dope scared me half to death. But I'll survive. I throw a thumb at Bruce, who reclaims his spot on a worn blanket. And my bladder is empty. So mission accomplished. Success. Juliet grins, then turns back to the water and locks a rock out of her hand. The pebble skips until it's swallowed by darkness. After grabbing myself another beer, I join her by the water's edge. The whole afternoon we've talked about light-hearted things like our favorite books and foods and hobbies. I now know that Juliet isn't only good at camping, but she's also a rock climber. She makes sense in a Colorado town more than I do. Still, Pine Falls is kind of removed. I'm curious how she ended up here, and my town is just loose enough that I'm ready to ask. Do you have family in town? Nope. She skips another rock that goes even farther than the first. How'd you hear about Pine Falls then? The job posting was online, and I was looking. She hesitates, and my curiosity is thoroughly piqued. I wanted to get away, and Pine Falls fit the bill. This is prying, isn't it? I'm being pushy. Better than most. This comes out softer, lacking her enthusiasm from a moment ago. I glance at the side of her head for a moment, but Juliet stares fixedly out at the water. Eventually, I turned to stare into the darkness with her. "We're friends, right?" Juliet visibly tenses. Yeah, the word doesn't come out solid. It's as if she's only loaned it to me and is bracing to take it back at any moment. "Then I want to establish a very important rule of our friendship." "What's that?" Wariness fills her tone. Juliet probably expects me to say something like we have to be 100% honest with each other, or that she's required to divulge all her deepest, darkest secrets to me. But building a friendship isn't the same as making a deal with the devil. Rule number 1, feel free to tell me to shut up whenever you feel it's necessary. Silence stretches between us, and I look over again to find Juliet now staring at me, a glimmer of hope in her sweet dark eyes. "Zoe, would you mind shutting up?" "Not in the slightest." We spend the next half hour drinking beer and throwing rocks. The only sounds are the tiny splashes in the water, crickets chirping, branches rustling in the wind, and my big lazy dog snoring. And I ignore the sensation of eyes watching me. Part 27. Zoe. Around noon, I finally stopped sobbing. There wasn't just one thing that set me off. A bunch of little things did. Stubbing my toe on a rock, missing my family, thoughts of Minnie, dropping Juliet off because our friend date was done. But the real culprit was beer. I knew, even as I was cracking open my 5th can of Coors, that I was making an unhealthy choice. When I first started on my antidepressants, I was lucky enough to discover that one drink had no noticeable effect on my mental health. But there's a threshold, and when I pass it, I rolled ice with misery. Now, after spending a night getting to know Juliet, I know she wouldn't have judged me or made me feel bad about needing to stay sober. But at a little camping trip, she'd shown up with a cooler full of beer, proudly declaring we were going to get wasted in the wilderness. The idea sounded so fun. I convinced myself the repercussions weren't as bad as I remembered. I barely made it halfway home when the wretchedness crashed over me. Not the true darkness that arrives slowly and drags me under the surface. This is a malfunction with my meds and hopefully short-lived. Parked on the side of the road, the tears fell in rivers. Eventually, I calmed long enough to drive again, but only made it as far as the front porch before I collapsed on a rocking chair and wallowed in my unexplainable sadness. Well, there is an explanation, just not a satisfying one. My brain sometimes decides to be unhappy without cause. When the misery subsides, I'm left with itchy eyes, a sore throat, and an aching head. All of these lend a sharp edge to my voice as I search for my dog. Bruce. The screen door opens with a creak as I move to the back porch, calling out for the furry brute. "Bruce." Dinner time. The sun hasn't set, but the day seems almost done as charcoal clouds gather in the sky. A rumble of thunder warns of a coming storm. If I had fired this goddamn cabin, then I would have been able to check the weather. And if I had checked the weather, I never would have let Bruce out to wander freely when there's about to be rain. Trying to dry off a dog that weighs almost twice as much as I do is not a tango I want to dance today. Only solution, get him back inside before the rain comes. "Bruce, don't make me come looking for you." I let him out when I stumbled inside a while back, still in the midst of my sobbing haze. Honestly, I'm surprised he didn't scratch at the door hours ago. As another minute or so passes with no sign of the mastiff, I accept that I can't just linger on the porch, grumbling about poorly trained dogs that don't listen to commands. I pull on my sneakers and grab his leash. I start my search by circling the yard, looking to see if he just fell asleep and was passed out to hear me calling. No sign of a giant mound of fur, and Bruce is not an easy target to hide. Apparently, he decided to go on an adventure in the woods. The woods mean dirt and twigs and leaves. So many random things I'll have to scrub him clean if he gets wet on his jaunt. There's still time. A slim chance I can find him before the downpour. Problem is, the forest stretches out in all directions, and I'm not sure what way he went. I circle around to the backyard again, calling his name as I go, just in case. As I scan the line of trees, I notice a break in the branches. Not a trail exactly, but the grass seems to have been flattened as if it was stepped on. While I waffle between trying the knot, trail or staying at the cabin, another crack of thunder sounds out like a warning. or the start of a countdown timer. 15 minutes. Straight in. And straight out. I muttered to myself. If I don't find him, then I'll just pile an arsenal of towels by the back door. The scent of pine and damp air surrounds me the moment I step into the forest. I focus on my annoyance because the minute I let it go, worry will set in. Bruce might seem like an unbreakable mammoth, but he's not immortal. What if he got lost? What if he hurt himself? No, stop it. He's just being an ass. As I push through undergrowth and duck low, hanging branches, the not trail becomes a no. Way in, hell, could anyone call this a trail? Bruce. The air takes on a humid, sticky texture, and the sky grows ominously dark above the canopy. Rain is coming, and I don't think it's going to be a little sprinkle. Bruce. A root trips me up, and I stumble, barely catching myself before I face plant. A snarl of frustration seeps from my chest. If you don't show up in the next 5 seconds, then you do not get to lick my ice cream bowl tonight. Do you hear me? No dessert. The woods are silent. All the chirping birds and chattering squirrels having gone to ground in anticipation of the coming storm. They're probably watching me from their nice, warm nest, laughing at the silly human wandering aimlessly through the trees. You have 5 seconds. Bruce. The thick air muffles my shout. No, dog. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I call out, a growl in my voice. No, dog. More growling. Only, this time it's not mine. Part 28. Zoe immediately. My frustration vanishes. No room for it left in my body. Every inch of me has gone still, frozen in place by wary fear. The forest is quiet. I was sure, but maybe it was thunder. Or maybe it was Bruce. This time I don't shout, keeping my voice just above a whisper. Silence. No dog and no growling. I take another step. My movements noisy with the crack of twigs and the crumbling of dead leaves. And then, even over my self-made racket, I catch the sound again. A low, threatening growl. There's an animal nearby, and it's not my easygoing mastiff. Shit, 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 chanting the curses aloud. I slowly turn in place, searching for the owner of the noise. But the storm clouds have blocked out the sun, and the woods now sit in a perpetual twilight. I'm surrounded by looming trees and thick, shadowy brush. Plenty of places for an animal to hide. Anything could be stalking me, and I won't know what it is until their teeth tear into my throat. A wolf. Maybe. Or a bear. Do bears growl? Whatever it is, I'm screwed. What weapons do I have? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yeah. Great. I'll just hook it to the wolf, bear's collar, and take it for a soothing walk. That'll definitely circumvent any possible death by morning. Stop being sarcastic and think. I muttered to myself, trying my best to push away the rising tide of panic. People go hiking in Colorado all the time. This isn't the first instance of someone stumbling across a wild animal. There are ways to survive. I just need my brain to focus enough to remember them. With frantic thoughts, I try to scroll through my mental Rolodex and come up with what little wilderness knowledge I have. Bears are supposed to leave people alone in the fetal position, so my best bet is to curl into a ball on the ground and hope it does nothing more than sniff me. That is, if the animal is a bear. What if it's a wolf? Lying on the ground will make it easier to tear me to shreds. I should climb a tree to get away from a wolf. But bears can climb trees. Another growl is overwhelmed by a thunderclap, and for a moment I think my heart gives up in fear. When it restarts, the pounding has adrenaline coursing through my veins, demanding I make a decision. I choose the only logical solution I can fathom in the heat of my fear. I need to climb a tree, and once I'm up high enough, I'll get in the fetal position. Is that even possible? Will it work? Time to find out. This time when I scan the shadowy forest around me, I look for a tree that will serve my purpose. The wind picks up just as I choose one. I grasped the rough bark of a low branch, pressing the soles of my sneakers against the trunk as I heaved myself upward. Hooking my heel on the limb, I'm able to mount the thing with the grace of a hippopotamus using a balance beam. But I'm up. Time to get up farther. Pulling myself branch by branch. I'm about halfway to a height I judge as safe from wolves when the clouds dump their load. As my fingers slip trying to find a grip, I pray to the universe that Bruce is far away from here, and that the creature growling at me doesn't like getting wet. When I judge myself a good 15 feet off the ground, I perch on the thick branch, hugging the tree trunk and trying my best to curl into a ball. The rain pounds down, soaking my sweatshirt and yoga pants. The steady thrumming of it against every surface drowns out all other sounds. I have no way of knowing if the creature has left, or if it's at the foot of the tree, circling me even now. Lightning cracks across the sky, illuminating the twisting branches in an eerie disjointed display. As I shiver in my soggy clothing, I try to think of a way out of this mess. Staying here is no good. While Colorado fall days are pleasantly crisp, the nights drop close to freezing. Pair that with my wet clothing, and I'm rolling the dice with pneumonia. But if I leave my perch, I'll probably be met with a pair of hungry jaws. If I can't stay here, but I can't climb down, what other solution is there? The sky splits with another angry flash, and I flinch at the noise. With the spotlight, like flash illuminating my surroundings, I realize just how close the neighboring trees are. Their branches overlap, beckoning me like a flimsy rope bridge over a deep crevasse. The limbs sway in the wind, but I can't help considering their escape. If I'm careful, take my time, lay my feet right and grab what I need to grab, I could theoretically traverse the treetops all the way back to Grandma Millie's yard. The whole time I would be out of reach of wolves. And even if a bear climbs this tree to follow me, would they try hopping from branch to branch? Surely, they weigh too much to pull off the same maneuver I'm planning. Sheets of rain crash down harder, causing shivers to rack my body. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wet weather isn't going to help with my grip, but if I don't leave this tree soon, I'm not sure I'll be able to move my quickly cramping fingers. Slowly, I release my death grip on the tree trunk, moving my grasp to an overhead limb. Then I inch forward. Leveled creaks under my weight, but I can already brush the smallest twigs on the neighboring tree. I've just about worked up the courage to make a grab for the first step in a long journey, when I hear a noise over the torrential downpour. Part 29's Oe's Oe. Where the hell are you? I don't know if I'm more elated at the sound of another human being looking for me, or terrified that they might come face to face with the very creature I'm hiding from. My shout comes out high-pitched and desperate, turning it into more of a screech. Zoe. A few seconds later, Warner crashes through the bushes. He's so determined in his searching. He's about to pass right under my hiding spot. Wait, I'm up here. He whirls around, blinking rain out of his eyes as he gazes up at me. Thank fuck. I couldn't convince myself to climb down before, when it was only my safety at risk. But for Warner, I accept the danger. My descent is just as ungainly as the initial climb, plus a few uncoordinated slips because of the wet surfaces. Finally, I'm standing on solid ground, but that lasts only a second before I'm swept up into a pair of strong arms. What the hell? Do you always climb trees in thunderstorms? N. My answer rakes out through chattering teeth. Damn it. You're soaked. His one arm goes tighter around my waist as the other hand lifts to push wet strands of hair off my face. The warmth of his body seeps through my drenched clothes, and I'm powerless against a happy groan. Hugging Warner after sitting cold and wet in a tree is equivalent to slipping into a sulphurous hot spring. You can't make those kinds of noises around me, he grumbles even as his lips threaten a smile. But it drops away again. What were you doing? Trying to stay safe. The chattering of my teeth begins to slow as more of Warner's body heat seeps into my chilly limbs. I worry that I'm steering it all, but my concern is enough to detach from him. I was being stalked by a wolf bear. What's a wolf bear? A demonstration of my inability to distinguish animal noises. Zoe. At the tone of his voice, I glance up at Warner, noting that he seems to be battling amusement and frustration. Normally, I would find your roundabout answers adorable. But right now, you need to be very clear. Why were you up in that tree? That's as clear as I can be. I heard something growling. It might have been a bear. It might have been a wolf. I didn't want to hang around to find out. So I climbed the tea tree. You think it could have been a wolf? Did you see any of it? Do you know what color it was? Color? If I saw it, I wouldn't be referring to it as a wolf bear. Would I? He nods. But his attention isn't focused on me like it was a moment ago. Right now, he's more concerned with scanning the trees, as if my animal stalker might still be lurking in the shadows even now. I really hope not. Despite the warmth of him, another shiver wrecks my body, approaching a 10 on the Richter scale. The rattling is enough to regain Warner's attention. Let's get you home and warm. No argument here. He shelters me under his arm, and we dive back into the underbrush. Time drags on longer with rain pouring down. Every footstep a squelching mess. The cold numbs all the edges of me. My fingers, the tip of my nose, the tops of my cheeks, and my toes. Hell in a handbasket. My toes. They ache terribly before all sensation disappears. This is how trenchfoot starts. When we break through another cluster of trees, Grandma Minnie's cabin finally comes into view. A few tears might leak out at the sight, but there's no way Warner will notice with my face already drenched with rain. Once we're on the porch, the overhang blocks most of the rain. Do you see me, Bruce? My big dopey dog isn't waiting by the back door like I hoped, and as I stare out into the yard, I can barely make out anything as sheets of rain tear down. Is that why you were out there? Warner's arms come back around my shoulders, guiding me toward the door. Why, you don't think the wolf bear G got him? Do you? My chattering teeth are back and won't let me get out a full sentence without stumbling over my words. But I don't care, no matter how cold I am. Bruce will be equally as bad, still stuck in the storm. I pull away from Warner's arms, needing to make another round of the yard. Did I check under the car? Damn it. Zoe. Bruce is inside the house. Warner wraps his warm hands around my chilled ones. How is he not morphing into an icicle like me? His clothes are equally as soaked as mine. What? Come inside. Bruce is inside. Despite not fully believing him, I still allow myself to be led out of the cold, wet evening into the warm cabin. But even as the door shuts behind us, I don't see my dog. He's not, he is. Come on. Warner heads to the guest bedroom, and I follow, stumbling on my numb feet. Still no Bruce. That is, until Warner gestures I should circle to the other side of the bed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sticking out from under the frame is a big, beautiful dog, but I fall to my soggy knees to peer under the bed. And as I do, I hear a comically loud snore. You fucking asshole. I almost got eaten for you. The words should come out angry, but I'm too relieved that he's here, and safe, to be mad. At the sound of my voice, Bruce snorts himself awake. He does a funny roll, shimmy to get out from under the bed, before sniffing at my drenched clothes. Shivers rack my body as I scratch behind his ears. You went searching for him? Warner asks as he leans on the doorframe, dripping on the hardwood. I guess I forgot to let him back in, and when he didn't come when I called, I shrug and push myself up from the floor. My shoes squelch with every movement, and my log clothes cling to my chilled skin. I imagine Warner feels the same discomfort I do. I'm going to change. He nods and makes to move back. Do you want to stay? I mean, you should. It can't be safe to drive in that. Raynus ults the windows and more thunder rumbles. I would. Warner gives me a rueful smile, before glancing down at his own soggy countenance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't think Minnie has anything that'll fit you. I bite my lip as I brainstorm, coming up with a solution that I might like a little too much. I can stick your clothes in the dryer. You can work some toga magic with a couple of towels till then. Maneuvering past him, I open the hallway in closet to pull out an armful of towels. Are you trying to get me to strip? Zoe Gunner. I hide my smile by pushing him toward the bathroom. Technically, yes, but with fully innocent intentions. Liar. Warner chuckles and goes where he's directed. When the door closes, I head to the master bedroom to peel off my damp layers. Painful pricks jab into the soles of my feet and pads of my fingers as I regain feeling. I towel off the cold droplets still clinging to my skin before putting on a set of flannel pajamas. I'm hugging the soft material close, loving the warm feel of it fighting off the chill. When I hear the bathroom door creak open, the second before I turn around, I realize I isn't some of the most shapeless, least sexy garments I own. Then I do turn, and the regret of my choice doubles. Multiplies by 1,000,000, because I get a gorgeous view of Warner. Damp hair, chest bare, towel hanging low on trim hips, grinning wickedly at me, and I am not dressed for seduction. It's hard to remind myself that I decided against getting flirty with this biker when he's one tug of a towel away from being without clothes. So deliciously, without clothes. And all the things I could do with a without clothes Warner. Like spread him on my bed and lick his see something you like, he asks with sin in his voice. I shove my lust away, the task akin to Sisyphus struggling against his boulder. Yes, I mutter, ignoring how Warner's grin grows wider. Grandma Minnie has very nice towels. Part 30 Warner's always slips around me, into the bathroom and shuts the door, while she takes a moment to herself. I move to the main room, pulling back a curtain to check on the storm. Still raging away. Fine by me. I'll take any excuse to hole up in a cabin with Zoe. Maybe the rain will go on all night, and she'll invite me for a sleepover. Agike and Reem. Even with my hair wet and my body only covered by a towel. I'm not uncomfortable, but I notice the thick flannels Zoe cloaked herself in. I head to the fireplace and spend the next few minutes arranging wood and working to get my lit match to catch the tinder. By time I hear the bathroom door open, there's a decent blaze going. Oh, fire. That's a good idea. Zoe walks up beside me, holding her hands out to the flames, humming happily as the heat plays over her skin. She's beautiful, standing above me, firelight bringing out the gold in her chestnut hair. I'm going to feed Bruce. Are you hungry? I'm on the verge of making a joke about werewolves and dog food when I catch myself, choking on the words and coughing as I do. Can't believe I almost let my secret slip. Just because I'm comfortable around Zoe does not mean she's ready for that. For all of me, as I clear my throat, she pats my back, firmly at first. All business. But then she slows. Her hand lingers on the bearskin between my shoulder blades, as if she likes how I feel. I stifle a groan and stop myself from leaning over to bury my face in her stomach. Her scent, which only teases my nose at the moment, would be strong there. One of her warm spots. Zoe snatches her hand away and retreats to the kitchen. A second later, the clatter of kibble hitting and metal bowl sounds, followed quickly by the heavy padding of Bruce's feet on the hardwood. I'm going to make myself a grilled cheese. Do you want one? I straighten from my crouch, making sure to clutch my towel as I do. Yes, please. My heart pounds faster, but I command it to calm down. It's just a grilled cheese. She has no idea what other meanings I might find in her offer. Zoe wields a large cast iron skillet, arranging it on the stove top. What is your preferred cheese? My brain stutters over the question. My preferred cheese, yes. Your preferred cheese. The cheese that you prefer. She opens the fridge, bending at the waist in a distracting display of her round bottom. I don't know. You mean, like my favorite cheese? If you want to play around with synonyms. Sure. What's your favorite cheese? Shit. I don't think that I have a favorite cheese either. Then she stands, turning to stare at me like this question means something. I panic. Yellow. Zoe's eyebrows pull down, disbelief staining her face. Yellow. Her bare feet are silent on the wood floor as she steps toward me. Did you just tell me your favorite cheese is yellow cheese? Yes. I offer my most hopeful smile and pray that she moves on to a topic I'm more familiar with. Want to know my favorite meat? Pulled pork. Favorite beer? Dogfish Head 60-minute IPA. Favorite dessert? Roderick's rhubarb pie. Favorite smell? Wet Zoe. Wet Zoe. As my mind threatens to go dirty places, the sexy human can't get past my mental block on dairy products. Warner, can you name 5 different types of cheeses? Sure. I'm a liar who likes to dig himself into deep holes to impress a woman. Okay, go. Said woman waits, arms crossed over her chest. Delicious, sweet scent amplified by her damp hair. Right now? Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, there's the obvious I speak with false confidence yellow cheese. She pinches her bottom lip as if in deep thought. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And, you know white cheese? Sure. She responds. Deadpan. Plus I flounder nacho cheese. Zoe presses her fingers to her mouth, as if concerned. And can't forget I talk slowly as my brain scrambles to fill in the blank string. Who would forget that? Her voice is tight with some kind of emotion. Not me. And there you go. 5 cheeses. My relief is short-lived because she shakes her head. Nope. That was 4. Yellow cheese, white cheese, nacho cheese, and string cheese. Her slim fingers tick each off. What's one more type of cheese? Any type. Any at all. My eyes search the room, as if Zoe will have put up a poster listing all the different kinds of cheeses she expects me to know. I have to know the name of some kind of cheese. Right. But my mind is a mess. And finally I mumble the only other cheese-related thing I'm able to pull out of my panicked ass. Sorry. What was that? I didn't catch it. Her eyes sparkling. I clear my throat and commit to my answer. Goldfish crackers. Silence descends over the cabin, and I try to look confident even as I worry that I failed a test. After long seconds tick by, Zoe crosses the few feet separating us, and suddenly her arms are around my waist, her forehead pressed into my bare chest, and she's shaking, while I want to bask in the touch of her against my skin. The shaking worries me. Is she cold again? Goldfish, she chokes on the word, finally tilting her head up to look at me, tears streaming down her cheeks, her mouth hanging open in a disbelieving grin. She's laughing. I don't care that it's at my expense, because Oi's laughter has recently become my favorite sound in the world. I affect my most earnest expression. Aren't they made of cheese? Zoe gasps in delight, then hugs me tight as the hilarity rolls through her. She doesn't bother to stifle it, and I love that. The wild abandon. She's glorious and adorable. Eventually she pulls away, using a flat hand on my chest to push me toward the couch. I like where this is going. But then she backs away. Stop looking at me like that. Zoe scolds, even as her lips fight a smile. Like what? Now I'm grinning. Like that. Zoe waves at me. All of me, like my entire body is taking part in the expression she claims she wants me to stop. I am shirtless, so maybe she's not wrong. All right. I move my hands, bringing them up to cover my exposed nipples. Better no. But she's giggling again. You're terrible. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you want to punish me? My voice goes low, a touch suggestive. Flirting with Zoe is as easy as breathing. Yes, she says. The conviction in her voice has my witching, and I consider if I need to move my hands lower. Your punishment is that you have to eat whatever I make you even if you don't know what it is. She turns back to the stove, as if that'll keep me from hearing her chuckles. My stomach has no objections. As she preps the mystery food, I return to the fire, after a few minutes of comfortable silence, during which delicious smells begin to waft from the kitchen. Zoe asks another question. How do you keep finding me in the middle of the woods? Part 31 Warner. I pause while shifting a log on the fire, considering how best to answer. My guess, she won't appreciate it if I say I followed her smell. Human woman would rather you didn't mention you can sniff them out. Plus, I doubt she'd believe me unless I revealed my little hairy secret. Still, I stick as close to the truth as I can. The idea of lying to Zoe makes my gut twist uncomfortably. When you were camping, I recognized your truck. I was worried about you out in the woods at night. So, I followed the trail to the lake and saw your campsite. Only, the trail I followed wasn't one humans could pick up. When I glance over, Zoe is focused on her cooking, but she nods in acknowledgement. And today, I came by to say hi, to apologize for crashing your friend date, and to discover if this attraction is mutual. My wolf has locked onto her mating scent, and I can't seem to stop pining after her. I saw you ducking into the woods when I was parking. Wasn't sure where you were headed, but figured you didn't plan to go far. I had settled on the steps of the back porch, looking forward to surprising her. But Zoe never came back. When you were gone for a half hour, more like panicked. At the first few drops of rain, I knew it wouldn't be long before her trail was gone, and I'd have no way of finding her. I went the direction you did, hoping I'd stumble onto you. By the end of my rescue mission, that's exactly how it was. Once the rain came, all trace of Zoe washed away. I couldn't find her. A shadow of that panic ray emerges now with the memory of her soaked through, clutching that tree as if it might somehow keep her alive. But I'm pulled out of the fear of what could have been by the approach of her, safe and whole and carrying to plates with steaming sandwiches. Well, I don't want to condone stalking, but I'm glad you showed up. Not that you're any more equipped to fight a wolf there than I am. Little does she know. What if it had been a mountain lion? Zoe scowls, setting the plates down on the coffee table in front of the fire and pushing Bruce's head away where he goes to sniff at them. That is ridiculous. Seriously, it's unacceptable. How are there that many large predators in one place? She collapses on the couch with a disgruntled huff. Nature should set clear boundaries. I chuckle, settling next to her. Close, but not touching. I'm sure nature will take your complaint into consideration. The plate is warm as I rest it in my lap. This whole situation feels practically domestic, and I crave more of it. Stop stalling. Zoe pokes my shoulder, playfulness in her smirk. Take your punishment. Yes, ma'am. Not that I need any convincing to eat the mouth, watering creation. The smell alone has my stomach demanding its fair share. One bite and I'm drowning in savory, melted goodness. Fucking hell. I mumble around a mouthful. After I swallow, I gaze at Zoe, sure my obsession with her is shining from my eyes. What kind of grilled cheese is this? The kind made with my preferred cheese. She teases before taking her own bite and humming appreciation at her work. Unfortunately, my sandwich only lasts 3 more bites. I could have eaten half a dozen and still wanted more. After collecting our dishes and washing them, I returned to the couch in front of the fire, thankful for the continuous loud pounding of the rain outside. Perfect excuse to stick around longer. Your clothes should be dry soon. Zoe sits on her side of the couch, legs pulled into her chest, chin resting on her knees as she watches me move around. Don't worry about me. I'm perfectly comfortable. Showing off. Just a bit. I stretch my arms along the back of the couch, lounging in my terry cloth skirt. I don't know how. Even in this flannel 10 times still chilly, she clutches the collar of her pajama top closed, and I notice the occasional quiver run through her body. Shiver aftershocks. There's a blanket folded over the back of the couch. Leaning forward, I pull it off and drape the quilt over her shoulders. But as I begin to move back to my spot, I notice how Zoe sways toward me, like she wants to follow where I lead. Can I help warm you up? My voice comes out deeper, with more suggestiveness than I meant. The offer should be selfless, and part of my brain is full of concern for Zoe, but there's still the animalistic section that can think of nothing other than touching her again. How do you plan on doing that? Her eyes trace over me in the way I wish her fingers would. I clear my throat and try to keep my tone light-hearted. We could cuddle. I'm an expert cuddler. Zoe purses her lips, but there's something in her gaze, a mixture of heat and humor, that gives me hope. I do love a good cuddle, she admits. Then, by all means, use me as your body pillow. I recline on the couch's armrest, determined that if there's any more contact between us this evening, it'll be because Zoe wanted it. Zoe only hesitates for a second before crawling toward me. I try not to smirk in triumph. You're too muscly to be considered a pillow. Zoe crosses her arms on my pecs and rests her chin on them, maintaining eye contact. Ever considered developing a bit of a belly? We press together now, and I've never been more comfortable. That's the next part of the plan. I use my sexy, muscly body to draw you in. Then I eat as many grilled cheeses as you're willing to make me until I get to your desired level of see you shines S. So it's my job to turn you into a pillow. She raises one eyebrow. I nod solemnly. I'm here for your pleasure. Do whatever makes you happy. Zoe's face shifts from humor to curiosity, her attention dropping to my lips. I keep still, holding on to my decision to let her make all the first moves. But I should have known. Zoe doesn't move without asking questions first. Are you this flirty with everyone? No, I shrug. I'm friendly with everyone. Breaking my rule, I reach out to finger a lock of her damp hair, twining the strands around my finger. I only flirt with you. Zoe Gunner. Will admitting that I'm flirting scare her off? She's not running even though I followed her into the woods multiple times. She's got to know. I'm obsessed. Do you want to have sex with me? Hartford Tito Warner. I jerk. Her words electric. My wolf shifts, restless for me to take this woman as mine, to claim her. She continues to stare at me, giving nothing away, while my body heats up, blood pumping thick and fast. And south. That depends. My voice rasps like sandpaper on rough wood. On what? If you want to sleep with me, how is that a determining factor? I shift, keeping my hardness away from her and attempting a light tone, because I don't make a practice of sleeping with women who don't want to sleep with me. Good point. Zoe levers her torso up, moving forward so she can loom over me. The flannel of her pajamas drags against my overly sensitive skin. Okay then. My answer is, I haven't decided. Hope crawls through my chest. I have a chance. Tell me what I need to do. The words are hoarse, aching with need. Well, now that sounds like a man whose mind is made up. Zoe smirks, and I grin in response. Once more, her gaze trips down to my mouth. Can I kiss you? Warner Jameson. For a moment, my body freezes, but then the raging heat is back, and my inner beast is howling. I nod, head bobbing more times than needed and with more vigor than normal. Zoe reaches up, brushing away a curl that teases my forehead. Just kissing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Just kissing. I agree, willing her to cross the last few inches separating us. Maybe she sees the desperation in my eyes because she finally dips her head, bringing a wave of her sugar and earth scent with her. Zoe approaches kissing as if she's researching. Each brush of her mouth against mine is a question, an exploration. She teases her lips over mine slowly, learning the shape, turning my brain to mush. I don't detect hesitation in her movements. The sedate pace isn't because she's unsure. This approach speaks of a certain type of skill. Zoe knows not every kiss is the same, and she's determined to discover the right way to fit our mouths together. I, the animal that I am, fight the urge to plunder and suck and bite. I mirror her gentle movements, showing I can follow her lead. My restraint is rewarded when she settles her chest on mine and pushes her fingers into my hair. She nips at my lower lip before lavaging the spot with her tongue, as if I might need to be soothed after any rough treatment. A groan spills out of my throat. Zoe captures it with a naughty kiss, delving her tongue into my mouth. We twine together in multiple ways. I find my way past her lush lips, seeking out the cool metal of her piercing. The jewelry has been tormenting me since the first moment I saw Zoe, the glint of gold making it impossible to look anywhere other than her sexy mouth. The attention I pay to it is a tribute, letting Zoe know I worship every bit of her. She gasps, tightening her fingers until I feel the scrape of nails against my scalp. My hands want to participate, till they beg to cup and fondle and undo buttons. Just kissing, whispers through my head. I would never break my promise to her, never do anything to make Zoe feel unsafe. So I simply wrap my arms around her lower back, hugging her, clutching her close. At some point we roll to the side. Zoe's back to the fire, her head resting on a throw pillow. The questioning quality fades from her caresses. Now there's a relaxed element, a playful one as she sneaks in an occasional teasing bite, snickering at the way I groan whenever she does. Time doesn't mean much when I'm kissing Zoe. The most attention I give to anything outside our little cocoon of happiness is to appreciate the steady pounding of rain that hasn't let up. At some point, in a natural progression, my lips wander away from hers, pressing against the curve of her cheekbones, then trailing up to her forehead where I bury my nose in her loose, damp hair. Breathing her in relaxes me more than any drug ever could. This is more than attraction, which is why I had to fight off a wave of angry fear when I found her hiding in that tree. When Zoe said the growling might have come from a wolf, I was instantly alert. There aren't any wolf packs near Pine Falls. The pure wolves sent us. They know this is our territory, which means the only wolf that could have been nipping at her heels would have been a werewolf. And I don't know what that means. The mystery agitates my inner beast. There's no reason for any of our pack to harass a human. Sure, we maintain an air of intimidation in town, but we don't come after people in our animal forms. That's just begging for wary acceptance to morph into a mortal versus supernatural civil war. Roderick would be furious. I remind myself it may not have been a wolf. Zoe said the animal could have been a bear, and there are plenty of those in the woods around here. Wolves and bears don't really discuss property lines. Normally, I'd be able to figure out the culprit with little effort. That's the beauty of heightened senses. But the rain washed away any scent trail or tracks, and I couldn't even hear Zoe's panicked panting when I found her hiding up in that tree. I almost missed her completely. What would have happened if I hadn't come along? She's strong and resourceful, but that doesn't mean she can fight off a bear. Zoe settles deeper into my arms, and I realize she's dozed off. She buries her face into my neck as if she's seeking warmth from me. I'll give it to her, every ounce that she needs. The memory of her lips, trembling and turning blue with cold, has my heart pounding heavy and panicked. I tighten my hold and adjust the blanket thrown over us, so it's just beneath her chin, and I take comfort in the fact that her lips are flushed red now, warmed to life by lazy kisses. Part 33 Zoe. I slip one of the cassette tapes into the stereo, hit play, and gaze around the cabin as my mom's voice fills the room. The glimpse into her past paired with her superior music taste makes each new tape an enjoyable surprise. I savor them, only putting one on when I'm doing something productive. Now I just need to figure out exactly what my productive activity will be. The rocking chairs I've been working on are out in the front yard, their new coat of stain needing some time to dry. Minnie's closet is only half cleared, so there's that option, but that task sets off an ache in my chest, and I shy away from the potential emotions paired with touching her personal items. When I decided to come to Pine Falls, I thought cleaning up the cabin would be a mind-numbing task. I figured as my hands kept busy, I could ponder my relationship with my family and what future I see for myself, hoping I could discover the balance between what I want, what I need, and what I'm capable of. But Minnie's presence is everywhere, and I'm having trouble separating myself from thoughts of her. After yesterday's interaction with Warner, I'm hoping for less emotion, not more. After we stopped kissing, I drifted off to sleep. He may have, too, but by the time I woke back up, Warner was staring down at me with a secret smile. Also, the rain had stopped. In the moment, I had had multiple routes. I could have drawn his face down to mine and started up another round of making out. Or I could have taken advantage of his almost, without clothes state to move the interaction to the next level. I declared that his clothes were probably dry and asked if he wanted me to get them. Warner had smirked down at me and said, whether I want them or not. It's probably better if I put them on. When he was dressed, we stood quietly in the kitchen for some time. He watched me, and I tried to think straight with his entire focus trained my way. Are you looking for a hookup? Maybe I could be the type of woman who allows herself pleasure without diving into deep emotions. His eyes widened. I'm not judging you. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I might be open to it. You might be. Well, I'm not about to stroke your ego by begging you for it. Warner's lips pinched together, but a snort still escaped. Annoyance spiked through my chest. Are you laughing at the idea of hooking up with me? No, Zoe. I'm laughing at the idea that you'd have to beg me for anything when I'm following you around like a lovesick puppy. The statement caused a strange tangle of emotions. I wanted to laugh at the image while I also fought the urge to cringe away at any mention of the word love. It was just a joke. I remind myself. Warner moved to stand in front of me. Let's start off simple. Did you like kissing me? His voice a low rumble. I nodded. Do you want to do it again in the future? I would. A grin split his face. Then we were on the same page. He kissed me. Another slow, sweet press of his lips against mine. Then he snagged my phone, typed his number into it, and left. And here I am, a day later, wondering if we actually are on the same page. Probably not. That would require me to know exactly what page I'm on. I'm not even sure I know what book I'm in. I tick off facts as they stand. I like Warner. Warner lives in Pine Falls. Pine Falls is temporary for me. When I leave, I have no idea where I'm going. I don't even know when I'm leaving. These are all facts purely based on me. Warner has his own list, and it might include things like he's not looking for anything serious. He's looking for something super serious. He wouldn't mind leaving Pine Falls. He's set down roots and wants to stay here forever. And all end on the mysterious knowledge goes. If I felt in the right headspace, I'd have no trouble asking him to figure out the answers. Questions are my comfort space, but I tend to stick to ones I want the answers to, and I haven't figured out what I want Warner to feel toward me. I like him. That's fine. I decide. It's perfectly fine to like someone. The problems pile on when heavier feelings come into play. I won't fall in love with him. I say this to Bruce, as if my dog will hold me accountable. He raises his giant head from his plush bed for a moment, before settling down again with a sigh. Huge help. Thinking about Warner isn't productive. Time to get back to work. The only task I can come up with that will keep me busy while avoiding deeper, potentially dark, emotions, involves cleaning out Grandma Minnie's pantry. A tower of preserves awaits me. The glass jars are cool in my hands as I begin to pull them out. I focus on that feeling, using the chill to drive away the memories of warm, soft skin under my palms. There's even the temptation to press their cold surface to my lips in an attempt to make me forget the heat of his kiss. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to give that memory up. Cut the tie for Warner. Are you preparing for the apocalypse? Zoe doesn't give me the eye, of my own, bunker in, the basement vibe, but I'm looking at a lot of jars of food on her kitchen table. I drove over here after showering off the grind from my workday, wondering what Zoe had gotten into since I left her the night before. Apparently, it's got something to do with jars. Not me. I wouldn't put it past Grandma Me, though. She didn't really trust people. That could easily include the human population as a whole. Zoe clutches a stack of sticky notes with a pen poised above them as she leans in close to examine one of the jars. She writes something, sticks it to the top, and moves on to the next. I step in closer to read the blue post-it. What's with the question mark? Zoe picks up a jar, staring at the contents with a frown. Minnie didn't label any of these. I guess she knew just by looking. I'm trying to figure out what each one is. Why don't you just open them? She wrinkles her nose, still glaring at the container in her hand. People jar meat sometimes, don't they? If I'm going to open a jar of raw meat, I need to brace myself, because you're worried it'll have spoiled. Oh gosh. Her eyes flick to my face, wide in horror. I hadn't even considered that. I will vomit if that happens. Seriously, I will spew. Zoe sighs, her shoulders drooping as she sets down her jar and sticks it with a note that simply has one big question mark. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll probably puke even if it hasn't spoiled. You hate raw meat that much. I'm a vegetarian. So yeah. She reaches for the next mason jar. A vegetarian. The wolf in me lets out a silent, disbelieving huff. How can you be a vegetarian? Well, Zoe talks as she holds another jar up to the lamp. I wake up in the morning, and I don't eat meat. Then I go through the day, and I don't eat meat. And I get ready for bed, and I don't eat meat. Then I find another day has gone by, and I'm still a vegetarian. Smart ass? I mutter even as I grin. She smirks over at me, then offers up the jar. Any guesses? Little does she know I don't have to guess. With my supernatural nose I can catch traces even through the unopened lid. I take it from her and breathe deep. Apples and spices. Probably pie filling. Seriously, you can tell that. I shrug, making as if it's no big deal. People jar stuff around here. Guess I just know my preserves. What about this one? She hands me another, and soon I'm the one picking up each jar, making as if I'm examining the contents with my eyes when really, I'm using my nose. Zoe follows behind with her pen poised to write down whatever I say. By the end, every jar is labeled, and I'm hungry. I'm assuming by your previous shocked reaction that you are not a vegetarian. Zoe doesn't look at me as she organizes the jars, so she misses my grimace. A life without meat. My wolf would stage a revolt. Kill carnivore. Or omnivore. I guess. Hope we can still be friends. The answer starts off as a joke, but then a tinge of panic pricks at the back of my brain. What if Zoe is looking for a partner that shares her eating habits? My wolf shifts restlessly under my skin. Zoe doesn't seem to notice my unease as she gathers about 10 jars together and pushes them toward me. On the contrary, an omnivore is exactly what I need. Please accept these jars of meat as a token of my affection. Zoe grins up at me. She has no idea what she just did. You're gifting me food. Well, I'm not about to eat it. And I don't like the idea of an animal having died. And me just throwing them away. You should take them and eat them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll get you a bag. Zoe leaves the room, which gives me a minute to compose myself. She doesn't know. I remind myself and my wolf. Zoe has no idea that the offering of food is one of the main parts of a mating ritual. That it's the go-to method for wooing a werewolf doesn't change the fact that my wolf pre-ens under the offering of an edible gift, meanwhile begging me to take her. Make her my mate. Werewolves aren't known for subtlety in the world of romance. Once we figure out what we want, we go for it. I'm trying to strike a balance that won't push her away. Zoe returns to the kitchen area with a cloth bag and carefully places the jars into the sack, pausing halfway through. Can you carry this while riding your bike? The image pops into my head. Me cruising through town, a shopping bag over my shoulder. If any of my pack mates spot me, I'll be teased for years. Still, I shrug. Who gives a damn? It's a gift from Zoe. If she wants to shove the food into a hot pink purse, I'll deal. I don't want you to drop them. Let's go put them in your saddlebags. She finishes packing them and heads for the front door. Bruce follows on her heels, thick tail wagging in anticipation. I mimic the animal, trailing after the beautiful woman. Zoe is kind of a mess today, wearing loose overalls paired with a ragged t-shirt. There are brown splotches all over her outfit that my nose tells me all would stain. She's piled her honey brown hair on top of her head, but random strands tumble free. There's a subtle hint of dust in dust to her scent, probably from putting out all these long, stored preserve jars. Seeing her like this makes me want her more. She's so relaxed, in her element. Zoe never puts on a mask or a show, and every different version of her is just another glimpse at the woman I know I'm falling for. The sun dips below the trees, signaling the quickly approaching night. Normally I like working at my uncle's construction site, but today felt like I was counting minutes until I could ride back out here, until I could talk to Zoe again. Hold your helmet. She's beside my bike, having opened one of the saddlebags and pulled out the head protection I wear every time I ride now. When I accept it from her, our fingers graze, and her eyes flick to mine before returning to her task. It's not long before the 2 leather bags are bulging with the glass jars. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Good to go. Zoe smiles up at me, and I'm done holding back. My arms snake around her waist, pulling her close. Part 35 Warner. I've decided how you can repay me for the jigsaw. Gently, I trace my lips over the lines of her face. I taste her skin, loving the bit of salt mixed with the heat of a rising blush. Oh really? Her voice sounds light, breathless. How would you feel about taking a break tomorrow? Taking a break? As if the idea never occurred to her, yes. As in, give yourself a day off from the cabin and website designing. Let me take you out. She tilts her head up to meet my eyes. Like, on a date. For dinner. More than just dinner. I'm requesting a full day. You and me. Going on an adventure. And yes, a date. I move my hands up her back, admiring the shape of her through her baggy clothes. What's an adventure date? You've never had an adventure date. I grin down at her and she responds with a curious smile. Can't say that I have. Well then you're in for a treat. I officially summited a mountain, for the first time. How have I lived my entire life in Colorado and never done so before? Probably because I spend most of my time bent over a computer, rather than planning adventures. Watch your step. You might not think it, but going up is easier than coming down. Warner calls over his shoulder, navigating the rocky trail as easily as if he's strolling down a sidewalk on Main Street. I keep my eyes on the ground, avoiding any obvious loose rocks. It's not long before the heavy steps start up and ache in the soles of my feet, and despite Grandma Minnie's boots being my size, they still rub blisters on my soles. The band-aids I put on a little while ago only help so much. Still, by the time we reach the trailhead, the sun is just sinking below the trees. The sweat on my skin makes me shiver, and I hurry to unlock my truck. You cold? I brought this. Warner sets his backpack on the bed of the truck and rummages in it until he pulls out a large black sweatshirt. It matches his outfit for the day: black baseball hat, black t-shirt, black athletic shorts, black socks. The only bit of him that's not Noir are his brown hiking boots. I wonder if the gothic color palette is his attempt to maintain his biker persona even as he dresses for hiking. What would it take to get him in a pink shirt? He'd still probably look badass. The sweatshirt is large on me, and I enjoy the soft warmth of it while ignoring the fact that I'm stinking it up with my sweaty body. A shower is going to feel so good. Thank you. I grin up at Warner, and he leans over to press a kiss at the corner of my jaw, his hot breath against my ear making me shiver for an entirely different reason. He's even kind enough to not wrinkle his nose at what I'm sure is a cloud of recovering around me. Once we're on the road, me behind the wheel, Warner hands me a granola bar after hearing the grumbling complaint from my stomach. You had fun, right? He asks between bites of his own snack. I nod. Are there more hikes like that around here? Around is a relative term, seeing as how we drove a good hour to reach the trailhead. But the views were worth it. Every time we broke through the trees, we could gaze for miles at the gorgeous, jagged tops of the Rocky Mountains. Living in Colorado my whole life, I took for granted the beautiful views from my apartment and car window. I never considered how much better they'd be if I got off my butt and climbed a little higher. Warner chuckles, reaching over to give my knee an affectionate squeeze. Plenty. We can climb as many mountains as you want, especially if I get to hike behind you. Why is that? Because I love the view. He draws his hand further up my thigh before giving another squeeze. I snort and bat his hand away. I'm driving. You're going to make us run off the road. He leans back against his door, laughing. Warner is tearing into his third granola bar when things go wrong. The car sputters and shakes, and stalls out. The engine goes quiet. Luckily, the brakes don't fail. I slow us down, coasting to the side of the road until I can bring us to a full stop. Did you run out of gas? Leaning over to study the dashboard now. I still have half a tank. I reach past the steering wheel to tap the display. Only, the second I make contact, the gas needle quivers and drops to land on the E. Fuck. My forehead hits the steering wheel. This truck keeps finding new ways to screw me over. Zoe, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Comforting hand cradles the back of my neck. We may be 45 minutes from town. I'll just call. His trailing off as me turning my head, and I catch Warner frowning at his phone. You don't have any service here, do you? His grimace is all the response I need. I reach for my own phone, and my half hope is quickly dashed. No bars for me either. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. New plan, Warner says. You chill out here, and I'll jog down the road till I get service or find a gas station. We cast at least one on our way out. See, I like that plan. Except for the part where I'm required to sit in a truck alone on the side of the road with no self-service for who knows how long. Plus, look at you. I gesture at his body. Warner glances down at himself, brow wrinkling in confusion. I reach over to pluck at his dark shirt. Walking on the side of the road, dressed like this, you're practically begging to get hit by a car. Meanwhile, my hounds wave that the colourful leggings I chose to wear on our hike could easily act as a traffic cone. We'll both go. But his lips curl into a reluctant smile. We'll both go. Imagine this, you're deep in the woods, the sun dipping below the horizon, when suddenly, you're not alone. A wild mountain lion is stalking you, and your feet are screaming in pain with every step you take. Part 36 Zoe. We may be 5 minutes into the walk when I remember why I was so happy to get back to the truck. My feet protest each step, demanding I elevate and ice them, rather than continue using them to move myself forward. And then my muscles remind me that I spent half the day climbing a motherfucking mountain. I know I'm slowing us down, but I try really hard to not wince every time my boot hits the asphalt. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How you doing? Great. Top notch. Liar. Warner stops me with a hand on my shoulder. Your feet are killing you, aren't they? I try not to groan or sink to the ground. They might be staging a slight protest. Climb on my back. He crouches down, offering me a tempting ride, but I wave him away. No, I'm fine. See, picking my foot up high. I start a dramatic march. but the second my boot sole hits the ground, a variety of pains shoot through my foot, and I gasp at the shock. Totally fine. Warner deadpans. But maybe you could humor me. I'm tempted. I can feel myself giving in. But, before latching myself to him, I announce my insecurity. A full day of hiking means I sweat through my clothes, and now that sweat has dried into a crusty layer on the fabric and my skin, the only barrier between him and the stench is his sweatshirt, which I'm already mortified about dirtying up. Warner straightens, steps into me, and ducks his head to bury his nose against my neck. His arms wrap around my waist, foiling any chance of escape. I'm forced to stand still as he breathes in my stink. Then, shocking the hell out of me, I feel his tongue flick against my skin. I groan, clutching at his shoulders, briefly forgetting all the different ways my body hurts. All I can concentrate on is the ache between my legs. How long until I can convince him to soothe that? I like the way you smell, he whispers, hot lips brushing against my uneven pulso. It's all I can manage, and when he lets me go to offer his back again, I don't hesitate to climb on. A few minutes pass in silence as Warner carries me down the dark road. His back is so warm. I melt against him. Copying his action, I find myself burrowing my nose into his neck to breath in his smell. There's the salty tang of sweat, but that only seems to enhance his natural, delicious manly scent. He walks at a steady clip I never would have been able to maintain. How are you not tired? I mutter. A chuckle rumbles through his back and makes my nipples tighten. I wonder if he can feel them pressing into his skin. My job is manual labor. I'm used to going all day. That's some impressive stamina. I twirl one of his curls around my finger, enjoying another vibration of his deeper laughter. You have no idea. The heat in his voice makes me want to clench my thighs together. Only, my legs are currently wrapped around Warner's trim waist, and all my muscles are slowly transitioning into jelly. Maybe I want to find out. I tease him, pressing a light kiss against his neck. In the middle of the wood, he stops. Mid-sentence and mid-stride, his whole body going tense. The rapid shift takes away my happy melty feeling. What's wrong? Warner doesn't answer at first, turning his head slowly, from side to side, as if searching for something. Then he starts walking again. Keep talking. His voice comes out gruff, and only makes me more anxious. What should I talk about? Was it my flirting that upset him? Does he want me to talk about something less suggestive? Anything. Just keep talking. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I rack my brain for any topic, feeling put on the spot. So I blurt out my first thought. I want to make you something. What do you want to make me? Distracted. That's the problem. I want to make you something, but I don't know what. I make a lot of things, but I can't figure out what the right thing for is you. You're this sexy biker dude, so it's not like you're looking for me to crochet you something. You could crochet me something. Even though he's still scanning the dark wood surrounding us, I hear a smile in his voice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You'd wear a scarf? Sure, I would. I grin, happiness glowing in my chest. He'll wear a scarf I make him. All right then. Do you have a preferred color? Or do you trust me to pick for you? Warner doesn't answer. Loosening his grip on my legs so I slide down his back to stand again. I'm proud that I only wobble a little bit, even as my feet pound with pain. Are you okay? Did you pull something in your back? Despite his claims, I can't help thinking his rapid change in demeanor came on because of me. Do you have your bear spray? Warner asks. Why, yes. I slide off my backpack, digging around until I find the bottle. Is there a bear? Warner shakes his head. Not a bear. Mountain lion. 3 cubs nearby. Any other time I might ask Warner how he picked up all those details. But my mind gets distracted when he tosses his baseball hat to the side and strips off his shirt. Do mountain lions not attack without clothes, people? That can't be right. But I have to admit, I only read up on their safety. Warner doesn't address his choice to disrobe. Even when he tears off his boots and shucks off his shorts, the guy stands in only his boxer briefs, and I'm not even able to admire the view because we're being stalked by a deadly animal. I thought she might leave us alone, but with her cubs nearby. Finally, he looks at me, his expression more serious than I've ever seen it. When I say go, you need to run as fast as you can back to the truck. Something about his phrasing throws me off. You mean we'll be running to the truck? Another brief head shake. Mountain lions are hardwired to give chase. You want to use me as bait. I squeak. No, I'm going to distract it while you get away. He steps away from me, as if giving me room to sprint. Even with my aching feet, I know I can still run, especially if my life depends on it. But not if it means leaving Warner behind to deal with a wild animal on his own. I'm not doing that. His voice is so tense I can almost imagine cracks running through it. I know you're scared, but I promise I won't let it get to you. I am scared, but I'm not leaving you. 2 against 1 is better odds. I flick off the safety on the bear spray, trying my best to make out any moving shapes in the darkness. I can take care of myself. Now under one shaking my head. I don't believe you. I need you to go. Now there, an edge of desperation to his command. Since I can't find the animal in the shadows, I turn my attention, and my glare, on Warner. I won't leave you. Agitation radiates off him. As he steps toward me, I watch his amber eyes flit between my face and the surrounding woods. In the fading twilight, his irises look black. When Warner grips my upper arms, I half expect him to give me a shove toward the truck. He backs me up against a thick tree trunk. They attack from behind. Stay here. Keep your spray out. And take this. Faster than I can blink. Warner crouches by his shorts to pull an item from his pocket and is back at my side. He presses a large biquet knife into my hand. When I flip the blade open, I find it's longer than any of my fingers and looks wickedly sharp. Then he steps away, backing into the road. What are you doing? Is this some weird making, yourself, bait thing? Warner drags his desperate gaze over me. Don't be scared. Please, trust me. You don't need to be scared. It's a mountain lion. I can't help it. But Warner isn't looking at me anymore. He stares upward, where the half-full moon peeks through the canopy of the trees. Before I can ask another question, something in the night shifts. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sure it's a breeze, until I realize the darkness itself is moving, like the night has gained corporeal form. The mask sticks to Warner. He lets out a ragged breath. I hear a series of snaps. Then my ears pop. I blink. Then rapidly, as if that'll fix whatever has gone wrong with my eyesight, because there is definitely something wrong. Warner is gone, and in his place stands a large, fearsome grey wolf, Part 37's OE. My first thought is that Warner was mistaken. It wasn't a mountain lion following us. It was a wolf. But then an angry hiss sounds from the other side of the road a moment before a huge feline stalks out of the tree line. Does all the animal kingdom have a vendetta against me? Before I can brainstorm how to fight both the wolf and the mountain lion, the cat leaps through the air. But not at me. The deadly claws swipe at the wolf, who bares its teeth and dodges away, only to circle back and snap at the lion's haunches. The two creatures trade a handful of miss attacks until they finally come together in a horrible collision. Their sounds rip through the night air, loud enough to hear despite the crashing of my pulse in my eardrums. Even though I'm standing still, I find myself panting as I watch the terrifying display of claws and teeth gouging into fur and flesh. After seconds or hours, the mountain lion breaks away. The animal limps slightly, and gives one last, defiant hiss before it slinks back into the shadowy night. The fight was so distracting, I momentarily forgot the danger I was in. But it all floods my mind now as the wolf turns to face me. The creature approaches slowly, stalking me even though I'm in the open. As it reaches the edge of the road, I remember the bear spray I'm clutching. When I raise the bottle, the wolf stops. Then, shocking the hell out of me, it lowers its head and offers an almost apologetic tail wag. But if I thought I knew what surprise was, it is nothing compared to the terrified wonder as I once again watching shadows come to life. This time, the second time, the transformation is undeniable. The form of the wolf ripples, as if we've sunk into the bottom of a pool, and water shifts around us. Then come the rapid cracks, and my ears pop. Warner crouches on the edge of the asphalt, but without clothes, hands held up in surrender. "Please don't spray me," he murmured. "I'm just going to grab my clothes." He stands and walks to the pile he made a moment ago, before the mountain lion came and fought the mysteriously appearing wolf. In the light of the moon, Warner's skin glows pale white, making the claw marks oozing blood even more pronounced. My mind tilts and sways, and I try to clutch at some form of reality before I lose my balance and tumble into insanity. But there's no sense to be made. Zoe, he's in front of me, dressed again, hands reaching. I flinch away, stumbling to the side. "Did you put psychedelic mushrooms in my lunch?" My voice is a desperate rasp. Am I tripping? Warner lets his arms drop and slowly shakes his head. "I know this is a lot, but we need to keep walking. I don't think the lion will come back, but I can't be sure. Walking is such a normal thing. Can I really do something so ordinary?" Numbly, I nod, then push myself to take a few unsteady steps. His hand stretches toward me again, but I move away, into the middle of the road. "Why you walk there?" I gesture to the side of the road he's standing on with my hand that's holding the bear spray. Then I shuffle across the middle line, claiming the opposite side before trudging forward. I ignore him, trying hard to concentrate, all the while too scared of what this new world is. Men turning into wolves. That's fiction, fantasy, something from a strange strain. To my agent extraordinaire, Marion Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That must be it. I fell asleep at some point, and this is a twisted story my mind has made up. In a dream, I don't need bear spray, so I let the canister drop from my slack fingers. I use my free hand to pull up a sleeve and pinch my arm. I don't wake up, no matter how much it stings. Next I try pinching the meaty part of my thigh, digging my nails in along with a bruising grip. But I don't blink and find myself in the bedroom of Grandma Minnie's cabin. I'm still dragging sore feet through dead leaves on the shoulder of an empty back road with a wolf, man's eyes burning into the side of my head. Everything about this dream seems so solid, so real. I'm fully entrenched in it. My reeling mind reasons that a simple pinch won't wake me up. I need something as painfully real as this nightmare to shake me out of it. If I want this confusing world to disappear, I have to shock myself. The handle of Warner's knife has grown warm in my palm. The blade shines clear as a mirror as I raise it, setting the well, sharpened edge against the skin of my exposed forearm. Part 38 Warner. The smell of blood hits my nose the same moment I hear her gasp. Less than a second and I'm at her side, staring in horror at the deep cut on the back of her forearm. My knife drips a delicate, crimson stream, seeming to enjoy what it's told from her. What happened? I press my bare hand against the wound, desperate to keep any more of her from leaking out. Zoe stares up at me with wild, confused eyes. Why can't I wake up? The desperate words are their own kind of blade stabbing deep into my chest. This isn't a dream. Moving slow, so as not to scare her, I ease the knife out of her grip. I toss it into the woods, not able to look at the weapon a moment longer. With careful hands, I extend her arm and examine the wound. The slash is long, but not as deep as I first thought. Quickly, I strip my shirt off again and wind the fabric tightly around the wound, hoping to staunch a further bleeding. "You keep stripping," she mutters, gaze still distracted. A tiny flare of hope streaks through my chest. Maybe she isn't completely terrified of me. Maybe I can save this. But the second I'm done tying off my shirt, Zoe steps away from me, heading farther down the dark road. Guilt tears at my insides. She cut herself because of me. I should have done more to prepare her for the change, or done a better job at convincing her to leave me to deal with the mountain lion. I gave in to my secret desire to shed every part of myself, and now she won't look at me. It's hard for me to fully comprehend how outlandish this is for her. The existence of werewolves has always been a truth in my life. The supernatural is my norm. I glance over and clench my jaw at the sight of her walking with her arms wrapped around herself protectively. Head bowed, a slight limp to her walk. What I wouldn't give to go back in time. Reverse the clock 15 minutes. When I had her body against mine, her laughter in my ear, her lips on my neck. Zoe probably wants to reverse the clock for a whole different reason. She just learned the world she thought she knew has more hidden bits to it. Dangerous, frightening secrets. You can ask me questions. Anything to get her talking again. But she seems uninterested in my olive branch as time and silence stretches between us. Just as I'm contemplating tearing out my hair by the roots, she speaks. How long have you? She waves a hand, taking in a hold of me while keeping her eyes resolutely on the ground. Born this way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't turn for the first time until I was 13. A whole other level of puberty. Instead of engaging, she moves on to the next question. What do you eat? Well, I'm not a vegetarian. She doesn't laugh. Not even at which at the corner of her mouth. I try not to sigh. Nothing out of the ordinary. Although I do hunt small game when I'm in wolf form, and the pack will sometimes take down a deer or two. The pack. Her voice sticks up, a notch, and a new wave of bitter fear mixes with her scent. Probably shouldn't have revealed there's more than just one werewolf roaming Pine Falls. If Roderick knew how easily I let that slip, I'd be in for a major beatdown. There are plenty of humans in town that are in on the secret, but those are locals, people who grew up knowing about us. Roderick is not a faders, as he refers to them. We keep to our own, is one of his favorite mottos. Zoe's breath hitches out faster than a moment before. She's panicking, and it's all because of me. I know this is freaky, but I swear you're not in a horror movie. I try out my most charming smile. More like a paranormal romantic comedy. Zoe's gaze flicks to the deep gashes on my chest, to the dark, ominous woods surrounding us, finally settling on my face with an incredulous stare. I get her point. When Zoe looks away again, we fall back into silence. She trudges forward, and I wince with every limping step she takes, fighting the urge to wrap a supportive arm around her waist. Who else? She whispers. Zoe never whispers. Even still, I can't give her what she wants. I can't name names. Another few minutes of no talking. Then, the dark moon riders. I flinch. It wasn't a question though. Full moon. We get a stronger urge to change those nights. The pack will head a few miles out of town and then go on a hunt. Silver bullets. You looking to kill me? I ask with an almost hopeful laugh. At this point I'd welcome her attack. Anything to bring back the vibrant, confident woman I know, rather than this scared, confused shell of her. Are you looking to kill me? She stares up at me now, her eyes so wide they seem to take over her face, and I lose all ability to joke about the situation. Fuck. No gods, no. I want to grab her arms, pull her into my chest, clutch her close until she understood I am about her, but that would only scare her more. I offer my vulnerabilities, hoping to put us on more even ground. Silver or lead, gets us all the same. We're not immortal. I gesture at the cuts on my chest that throb with a constant sting. Just more durable, and stronger, and warmer, she murmurs. The comment came out so quiet. I doubt she meant for me to hear. But I did, and I hope, as the minutes pass, I watch her from my peripheral, silently begging for more questions. But she's curled in on herself and doesn't pay any attention to me. My body aches in a variety of ways. The bruises and cuts from my fight nag, but I know they'll be half healed by morning. It's the pain underneath my ribcage that's getting to me. The ache spreads, radiating out from the spot where Zoe has taken up residence. If I don't find a way to earn her forgiveness, her acceptance, I'm not sure when Zoe became such an important piece of my life. It could be as early as the moment she started crocheting while surrounded by bikers. All I know now is that the thought of her walking away makes me want to howl in denial. I'll fix this. Somehow, I've opened my mouth to say something, when a set of headlights flashes up ahead. Cart 39. One of the two of us freeze. Then I'm stepping up to the road, waving my arms frantically. Soon, Zoe and I are sitting in the warmth of Mr. Morrison's pick up as he pulls back out onto the road. You kids are real lucky I decided to drive out tonight instead of waiting for the morning. Just think, you'd be walking another 3 miles before the gas station. And shit, Warner, your chest is mangled. A mountain lion, you said. They normally don't go for you big fuckers. Gotta look out for kids and dogs, but not hulking fellows like you. Pretty sure it was a mama with her cubs nearby. I answer when the old man pauses to take a breath and a puff from his cigarette. The window is cracked for him to blow out his smoke, but the whole cab still reeks of it. Not that I'm complaining. I'm just happy that Zoe's off her aching feet and safe from any other wild creatures roaming the woods at night. Except for me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She sits wedged between the two of us on the truck's bench seat, doing her best to sink into the recesses of my sweatshirt. I'd find the sight adorable if it weren't for the fact that she's so quiet and studiously avoiding making eye contact. Well, that'll do it. You better get those cuts seen too. Don't know what that cat had on its claws. Could get infected. We'll be stopping by the doctor first thing after we get Zoe's car up and running. Mr. Morrison nods, flicking on his turn signal as the gas station comes into sight. Once we're parked, he climbs out, heading inside. I try to catch Zoe's eye, but she keeps staring at her lap. You okay to wait here while I grab us some gas? I nod. Do you want anything else? Or a drink? She shakes her head, eyes firmly shut. Are you okay? No response. I resist the urge to gather her in my arms, following Mr. Morrison instead. He stands with me in line as I purchase a canister and pay to fill it. Your girl okay? Seems shook up. I clear my throat, thinking of what to say. As far as I know, Mr. Morrison isn't one of the townspeople who knows about the wolves. I give half an answer. The mountain lion was a lot for her to take in. She's from the city. You know. He nods and walks with me back out to the pump. Not long before we're back out on the road, once we pull up alongside Zoe's old Toyota, she finally speaks, offering Mr. Morrison a quiet thank you. No problem, Miss Gunner. I'd owed Warner you a favor anyway. He was the first one up on my roof when it's prone to leak, and in the middle of a rainstorm no less. Glad I'm finally able to pay you back. He claps me on the shoulder as I wave him off. The old man waits around while I fill the tank. Once Zoe starts the engine, it comes to life. No problem. He gives us a salute and continues on his way. And we're alone again. Which way is the doctor? Is the first sentence Zoe speaks to me since we got back in her truck a half-hour ago. The entire drive to town was silent. No talking. No questions. She didn't even flip on the radio. Ignoring my growing apprehension, I tried to let Zoe have her space. Her sense of safety. Hearing her voice now is a soothing balm. At least I still exist a little bit to her. And she hasn't pulled the truck over and run away screaming. You'll want to head down Main Street until you get to the corner the wild rabbit is on. Then make a right. She nods, bringing the car to a stop at a red light. No other questions come, but I'm jittery with the need to fill the void. And my mouth moves on its own. I've met most of the nurses and doctors that work at the emergency clinic. They're all nice. They'll have you stitched up in no time. Zoe blinks over at me, drops her gaze to the arm I clumsily wrapped for her earlier, then flicks her eyes to my chest. I thought we were going for you. The toneless way she speaks ramps up my anxiety, but I cover my worry with over-enthusiasm, grinning wide as I reassure her. Don't worry about me. This is nothing. I wave a dismissive hand at the claw marks. They'll be healed up in a day or two. The light changes, but we don't move forward. Zoe stares at my chest as if it's a puzzle she can't solve. The light's green. I keep my voice gentle, afraid to startle her. She shakes her head, but still wears a dazed expression as she accelerates. We get halfway down Main Street before she parallel parks in front of Sawdust and Supplies. What are you doing? You said you didn't need to go to the doctor. She mumbles, eyes on her hands. I don't, but you do, and I'm not sending you there on your own. Her forehead drops, coming to rest on the steering wheel. The dejected curve of her body screams exhaustion, and I silently curse myself for not insisting on driving. I thought she'd prefer to have the control of being behind the wheel. I climb out of the truck, close the door behind me, and circle around to the driver's side. Zoe barely turns her head when I pull her door open. She stares at me blankly as I unbuckle her seatbelt. Scoot over. Part 40 Warner. She follows my order slowly, as if navigating through quicksand. Once she's situated on the passenger's side, I take over driving the rest of the way. Our time in the emergency room is surprisingly quick, without anything to hide my scratches. The nurse on duty insists on disinfecting and wrapping the wounds before handing over a T-shirt with their logo on it. I let her, especially because getting worked on means I stay close to Zoe as she has her arm stitched up. But, with us being the only two at the clinic, we're treated fast and it's not long before I'm driving us to the gunner's cabin. Only once I've parked do I realize Zoe has dozed off. I'd like to think she fell asleep because she's so comfortable in my presence. But this is pure exhaustion. She doesn't twitch. I walk around to her side of the car, cupping open the door. Her head lolls to the side at an angle that'll give her major neck pain if she stays in that position much longer. Again, I try to rouse her. We're home. You ready to go inside? Gently, I smooth my hand down her arm. She stirs, shifts, then settles again on the old leather seat. Clearly, Zoe is already in bedtime mode. My fingers smooth stray hairs away from her closed eyes. Do you mind if I carry you inside? You can keep sleeping. I'm not sure if I expect a response or not. I don't like the idea of hauling her around when she's likely to wake up terrified that I'm touching her. But she needs to get inside somehow. Just as I've braced myself to give her a firmer shake, she tilts her head up, eyes opening halfway to reveal blurry, unfocused pupils. Don't eat me, she mutters, just before her hand reaches to clutch at my shirt. I don't know whether to laugh or wince. Either way, when her fingers curl in the material at my chest, I take that as acceptance of my offer. With my supernatural strength, Zoe's weight is easy to handle. I support under her knees with one arm and pull the top half of her close to my chest with the other. The shape of her feels exactly right, and I suddenly walk away from the house rather than toward it. I could spend the entire night carrying her around, just to enjoy the feel of her luscious body against mine. But I've pushed my luck way past the acceptable marker tonight. If I have any chance of winning her over, the best thing is to get her into bed where she can sleep off the shock of everything that's happened. As we approach the front door, I hear deep, warning barks. Not even Bruce's call is enough to wake Zoe. She's completely relaxed in my arms as I fumble with the keys in the lock. The minute the door is open, Bruce is there sniffing my leg. Once assured I'm a welcome guest, he passes by, trotting into the front yard. I leave the dog to take care of his business as I head toward the master bedroom, using my superior night vision to navigate without turning on any lights. The old mattress squeaks as I lay Zoe down on top of the quilt. She turns into the soft surface, eyes never opening. Maybe I should leave her now, walk out the front door, but she's still dressed for hiking, smelling of sweat and blood. I don't particularly mind the scent, but I imagine Zoe won't be too comfortable spending the night in her boots. coated in grime. With business-like motions, I untie her shoestrings and tug off her boots, setting them on the floor beside the bed. Taking a trip to the bathroom, I soak a washcloth in warm water, then return to Zoe's side. After wiping her face, neck, and arms, I decide I've gone as far as I should, not wanting to cross more lines than I have. There's an extra quilt at the foot of the bed, which I unfold and drape over Zoe's prone form. I'm just tucking in the edges, with her eyes flutter open to land on my face. Was it a dream? Her voice comes out in a whisper filled with cracks, and the answer I have to give is all the more painful for it. No, it wasn't. She buries her head in the pillow, promptly sliding back into sleep, and I leave her, heading back into the main room of the cabin. A scratch at the door has me letting Bruce in. I fill his food bowl and refresh his water. There's a notepad hanging magnetically to the front of the ancient fridge. I write Zoe a message, letting her know I took care of Bruce. My hand pauses before the next sentence. I want to write call me when you wake up. But if she doesn't call, does that mean we're done? I'm selfish, not wanting to give her such an easy out. We can get through this. It's not the end. I write, feel better, as I step out into the cool night air. I try not to panic at the memory of Zoe's vacant stare. Will she ever see me the way she did before today? Or am I just a monster now? Part 41's Zoe. The dark river pulls at me. The current isn't as strong as it's been in the past, but the pressure is there, dragging me down. My limbs feel heavy as I crawl from my bed to open the back door and let Bruce out. I sit at the dining room table, and an hour passes without my fingers lifting to work on anything. I stare a lot. I sleep a lot, with no immediate deadlines. I don't bother going into town to work, but I take my medication, a small floating log that helps keep my head above water. And over, I remind myself of one thing. I am not crazy. One, as I stare at the teapot I haven't added water to, a thought creeps into my mind. If I don't check in with my brothers soon, they'll think something is wrong. If they think something is wrong, they'll try to save me. Do I need saving? A spark of anger flares to life, inspiring me to light a burner on the stovetop and set water to boil. I am not some damsel in distress. I do not need saving. I just need to process this new world I live in. Warner turned into a wolf. That has to be a fact, or else it means that I'm experiencing a mental break. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If I try to explain the events of that night to anyone, they'd most definitely suggest I talk to a doctor. Probably more like insist. I found out this town is full of werewolves, and that I still have to prove I wasn't in a dream. I mutter while spreading raspberry jam on toast. What of the many jars Warner identified for me? How could the helpful construction worker also be a mythical monster? The two identities clash. Maybe not so much when I add in the fact that he's a member of a biker gang. A werewolf biker gang. This shouldn't be real. But as I wrap myself in a cardigan and take my breakfast out to the front porch, my mind feels clearer than it has in days. Like the cool mountain air is finally permeating my lungs, giving my brain enough oxygen to function. Plus, the itchy stitches in my arm prove the incident with the knife happened. Then there's the short note from Warner about feeding Bruce, which proves he was here that night. I was not dreaming. That werewolf. Seriously. Bruce snuffles in the dewy grass, investigating scents only a dog can't smell. Or a wolf. The warmth from my mug presses into my palms, driving away stiffness in my joints. Slowly, conviction creeps through me, pushing at the dark doubt that threatened to pull me under the surface of that inner river. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Time to prove that the events of that night are exactly as I remember them. The best way I can think to do that, other than storming into Warner's apartment and demand he transform again, is to call my mother. No way could someone as determined and curious as Selena Gunnar spend 18 years of her life in this town and not know about the supernatural creatures living here. Problem is, when I head inside and pick up the old rotary phone, there's no dial tone. You've got to be kidding me. I set it in the cradle harder than I meant to, then snatch it back up to hold against my ear. Nothing. Growling and muttering about shitty old cabins with questionable wiring. I pocket my cell phone and head out the back door. Bruce lumbers along at my heels. When I reach the treehouse ladder, he plops down with a sigh, content to have found a new napping spot in the early morning sun. I climb up, lifting myself through the hole in the floor. After performing a quick sweep for spiders, I settle on the weather, worn boards and pull out my phone. There are 2 whole bars of service. Lucky me. And of course, as soon as those little bars of service appear, my phone starts pinging like it's gone to a rave. Text after text after text. A whole array of phone calls and voicemails. Quickly, I read and listen to them all, discovering I was right. Another day of radio silence and I would have had a family reunion with the Gunner boys. Briefly pausing my mission, I hop on the group text, assuring them that I am in fact alive and not in need of an intervention. For immediate responses, like they don't have lives or jobs. Guess I did worry them. After a few more reassuring messages, I make the call I climbed into this tree for. My mom picks up after the second ring. Sweetheart, I've missed your voice. And you're calling from your cell. You must be in town. How is it there? Found a good place to buy a cup of coffee. When I was a teenager, Mom. Stop talking. That came out with more bite than I meant. But after my discovery, and this nagging worry about my mental health, I'm finding it hard to be happy-go-lucky. Besides, if I didn't cut her off, she'd go on for another 10 minutes with barely a break for breathing. What's wrong? At least she knows I wouldn't snap for no reason. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't mean to yell. It's just, different words play across my tongue, trying to fit themselves into the right question. I'm assuming that having grown up in Pine Falls, Mom would know about the wolves. But wouldn't she have told me if she did? And if she doesn't know, she'll probably think I'm losing it. Down here alone in this cabin. Then she'll tell my brothers, and there'd be no stopping them from migrating down here en masse. Still, my need to solidify the truth overrides the experiment to distance myself from my family. When you lived here, did you ever notice anything strange? You're being vague. Sweetheart, it's making me worry. A frustrated sigh gusts out of me, and I consider a different angle. A few days ago, the truck broke down outside of town. When I was walking, a mountain lion attacked my friend and me. A gasp filters through the phone. Are you all right? I'm fine. The mountain lion didn't touch me. I conveniently leave out the part where I decided to wound myself. It didn't get cons too. That's a relief. How did you get away? I take a deep breath. A wolf saved me. The truth of that statement rings through the small tree, top enclosure. Up until this moment, I hadn't allowed myself to fully examine what happened. The giant mythical creatures are a real block. It kept my mind from remembering that my life had been in danger. And Warner saved me. I might be dead if he hadn't transformed into his other shape. Warner revealed a terrifying, secret part of himself to rescue me. Are you saying one of the werewolves fought off the mountain lion? Part 40 to Zoe. My mom's question might as well be a defibrillator, shocking me back to the present moment. Silent seconds sit between us as my lungs struggle to pull in air. Then I'm gasping. You knew. If this treehouse were any bigger, I'd stand up and pace. But all I can do is pound the floor with an angry fist as disbelief has my words coming out choked. You knew there were werewolves. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did. She could be discussing the weather or a mildly interesting work story from the nonchalant tone she uses to flip the whole fucking world on its side. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What do you mean, of course? Sweetheart, there's no need to worry about them. I clutch my head, trying with all my might to keep my brain from exploding. Werewolves are real. Supernatural creatures are living in Pine Falls. And you didn't think this was something you should share with me. By the last sentence I'm back to shouting, because this is what my family does to me. With the rest of the world. I can keep a cool, logical head, but put me in a room with another gunner. And soon I'll be hollering until my throat is hoarse. I did tell you. No, you sure as hell did not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did. The werewolf stories were your favorites when you were younger. Maybe I am. Losing my tether to reality. Seems like that trait runs in the family. Mother. I speak slowly to keep from yelling, but now my voice comes out tighter than a guitar string. Parents tell their children fairy tales, make-believe stories. Why would you think I, now 27 years old, would accept them as fact? She huffs on her side of the line, as if I'm the one being unreasonable. It's not my fault you didn't want to believe that werewolves existed. I never told you they didn't. If you had asked me, why would I ask you that? I'm shouting again. That is not a normal question. Sweetheart, you know I'm all for dramatics, but I really think you're overreacting. That's the final push. There is a precarious balance between horrified disbelief and manic hilarity. My mom has always been a master at upsetting my scales. I laugh. I laugh as if I'm dying and this is my last chance to find something hysterical. I laugh to the point of tears and gasping. I laugh because I can't contain the unfathomably absurd laugh I have for my outrageous mother. She's too ridiculous to stay at. So I laugh. The phone slips out of my hand at some point, probably when I curl into the fetal position to keep my ab muscles from cramping. The device lies on the treehouse's floor, a foot from my head, and I can hear my mother's voice calling out from the speaker. Zoe, sweetheart, are you still there? I reach for the phone, pressing it to my ear. Yeah, Mom, I'm here, and you swear you're not hurt. Werewolf saved the day, like I said. And now I'm thinking about Warner coming to my rescue, right after he stripped down to his briefs. Guess that last bit of fabric tore off like Hulk's shirt when Warner shifted. The replay of the fight flashes through my mind, and my humor fades as the memory of claws and teeth and blood. I'm not hurt, not really, but he was sporting some major lacerations. And what about infection? Can werewolves get sick? Can they catch rabies? I open my mouth to ask my mom, but then slowly close it. For some reason, getting intel from her almost seems wrong. If I want to learn about werewolves, I should go straight to the source. That is, if you'll forgive me for treating him like a pariah after he saved my life. Well, you were lucky one of the pack was nearby. They tend to only hang around their own kind. That spikes my curiosity, but I've already made my decision about who to bring my questions to. Maybe if Warner refuses to talk to me, I'll reconsider pumping my mom for info. But right now, I have some groveling to do. I know. I was lucky. I'm sorry. But I have to let you go, Mom. I need to meet up with someone. Wait. She pauses for a stretch. How are you feeling? Mom clears her throat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mean, you're okay. Her hesitation speaks to how worried she is for my mental well-being. I don't see a point in rehashing the last few days of my shocked zombie state, so I give her the current truth. I'm fine. This is helpful. Being on my own for a bit. Okay. Well, I miss you. You already said that. I could say it 10 more times and it still wouldn't cover it. You've left me outnumbered. It's all men. Even if I was there, they'd still have the majority. She rattles on a bit longer about my brothers and my father before we finally hang up. As I climb down from the treehouse, my brain is already strategizing. Guilt sits like a heavy muck coating my heart. The way I reacted. Maybe it would be understandable to some, but I've prided myself on how open-minded I can be. That night, I treated Warner like a freak. The need to apologize tugs me toward Pine Falls, but I resist the urge. Instead, returning to the cabin. Words aren't enough to make this right. He needs to know I'm not saying some empty platitude. Plus, there's the whole thank you for saving my life situation. That werewolf better brace himself for a gunner apology. Part 43's I'm wearing a dress, which means I shaved my legs. Do werewolves care about shaved legs? When you're 1 second away from a pelt, does a little stubble really matter? Still, I like the smooth feel of them rubbing together. After working out my apology, I decided to put effort into my appearance. These past few weeks, a good day was when I showered and wore a clean pair of jeans. Most of the time I'd just throw on some leggings and a t-shirt because I knew I'd get dirty. But today, I'm not sorting through my grandmother's dusty belongings. Today I am apologizing to a werewolf. Just as soon as I find him, a little bell jingles as I walk into sawdust and supplies. There was no answer when I knocked on the side door that leads up to Warner's apartment, so I'm hoping to find him helping out behind the counter. But the only Jameson around is Rebecca, who's stocking light bulbs on a front shelf. You need something? Yes, I'm looking for your son. She turns to me with a raised eyebrow. Have you lost him? In a way. I breathe through my guilt. As more and more time passes, and as I walk in the radiant sunshine of the day, the crippling fear from that night seems even more ridiculous. Well, not the terror at being attacked by a mountain lion. That's completely reasonable. But the way I let myself become frightened of Warner, the same guy who gave me a ride to my crochet club the first time I met him. The guy who lent me some of his power tools so I could refurbish an old dining room table. He hiked through torrential rain to find me in the woods. He fought a mountain lion for me, the man who's more likely to smile than scowl. After the way he held me, the way he kissed me, and I treated him like a dangerous animal on the verge of attack. Somehow, I suppress my grimace of self, disgust, and focus back on Rebecca. I wonder if I should explain exactly why I'm looking for him. If Warner was born a werewolf, and my mom knows about them, no doubt Rebecca does, too. Last light bulb put in place, the shop owner gets down from her step ladder, but she doesn't take a few cautious steps down. She jumps. The distance can't be more than 2 feet. But there's something about the graceful way she lands without even a wobble that sets my mind wondering. Is Rebecca a werewolf? To the question almost slips out when I remember Warner's words. I'm not sure I should be naming names. Would Warner get in trouble if the pack found out he revealed himself to me? And where do loyalties lie? Rebecca might not be the best person to tell the events of that night. I think I hurt his feelings, and I just wanted to apologize. Apology gift included. I gesture at my bag, which isn't the gift. I doubt Warner has any use for a tote that reads "Girls Just Want a Pearl." Rebecca shrugs, strolling toward the register. I'm sure you're overreacting. Warner is the most easygoing person you'll ever meet. If you were talking about one of my other boys, maybe I'd believe you. But I doubt Warner is moping somewhere. No need to worry yourself. Her words don't sit right with me. Is that how she sees Warner? Too laid back to ever get hurt by anything. Still, I wonder, am I blowing this out of proportion? I dismiss the thought. No matter his reaction, I know how I acted toward him was wrong, and I need to tell him that. Either way, I'd like to apologize. Rebecca watches me with an unreadable expression before answering. Well, he's not here. Not sure where he's gotten off to. You can leave your she eyes my bag with a baffled expression apology gift with me. I'll give it to him when I see him next. I smile even as I shake my head, thinking of how to explain my reason for turning her down. That's kind of you. But the gift isn't exactly finished yet. At her raised eyebrow, I add, plus, they are the words that I need to say to make it a real apology. Her second eyebrow joins the first, and I conclude that I'm not making much sense. Better escape before I lose Rebecca's goodwill. Getting on her bad side would make my many trips to the hardware store an adventure and discomfort. Those are the worst kinds of adventures. Thanks anyway. I'm sure I'll be in soon. Almost out of stain. Waving over my shoulder, I head back out onto the street. Fingers crossed I try knocking on Warner's door again. Still no answer. I could text him, but selfish me doesn't want to give him a chance to avoid me if he's hurt torment after how I treated him. This is an ambush apology. He will know how sorry I am. Then, to my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He can cut me out of his life if he still hates me. A surprisingly large pit of despair oils in my stomach as I consider the idea. When did Warner fuse himself so thoroughly with my happiness? He's basically a supportive ninja, sneakily helping me until I come to rely on him. Ninja biker werewolf. Was to be reckoned with. The rumble of a bike pulls me out of my whirling thoughts. I stroll up to the curb, anticipation quickening my heart rate. Focusing on the far end of Main Street, I spot a black blur approaching. As the rider gets closer, for a minute, I think I found my wolf. There's the familiar build on top of the dark bike. But then I realize two things. The biker has a shaved head, and I can see this because he's not wearing a helmet. Definitely not Warner. If it was, I'd have more to say to him than sorry. As the rider passes by, I realize it's Warner's older brother, Roderick. We've never officially met, but Warner pointed him out to me. The brothers are shaped similarly with broad shoulders and life forms. Roderick has a couple of inches advantage, and his sheared hair paired with a perpetually stern expression sets him firmly in the intimidating biker category. Good thing I've decided to never let men intimidate me. Plus, there's something about the way he holds himself that's familiar. I realize he reminds me of someone I know, someone I love, and I don't mean Warner. Roderick pulls into the gas station a block down. I head his way, certain he's my next best lead. As I walk toward him, I consider my approach. If I'm right, then Roderick might share a similar personality with my oldest brother. A bland, stoic, stern, unerring sense of responsibility. Best way to get them to do what you want is call on their honor. Strategy solidified, I find myself smiling. Part 40 for Roderick. The woman living in the gunner cabin smells like my brother. Not enough to designate her as his mate. She only has a hint of him on her skin, as if they spent time together recently. Time where he touched her, held her. I find this curious and potentially disconcerting. Warner enjoys the act of the playboy, but he's stopped following through these past few years. He goes home alone, until this woman, the one who keeps her eyes on me as she approaches. She smiles as if I am her friend. There's no fear or hesitation on her face, nor do I smell it on her. Even with the gasoline fumes rising from my tank, I should be able to discern the acrid scent of fright. Nothing. Hello. I'm Zoe Gunner. You're Roderick Jameson, even though she doesn't frame it as a question. The woman waits for me to acknowledge the statement. She stands just on the other side of my bike, watching me expectantly. I nod, but only barely. Do you know where Warner is? After a moment, I offer another silent nod. Nothing more. And I wait, expecting her to get annoyed at my refusal to offer up the information. Her smile tilts in relief. Good. Then she steps closer and adopts an interrogative slant to her brow. Roderick Jameson, do you love your brother? I pride myself on the ability to keep my thoughts from showing. As the leader of the pack, it is important that I act as the unmovable, reliable axle that everything else turns on. But this unexpected question hits my blind spot, and I find myself jerking back in surprise. She wants to know if I love Warner. He is my blood, my pack. He is also the one person in my life who I believe I could say anything to without fear of judgment. Not that I experiment with that, but the knowledge of the freedom provided by that connection still exists. Do I love him? To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I do, intrigued despite myself. I nod, as you should. The satisfied grin gives me the sense I would have gotten chastised if I had answered any other way. Warner deserves your love. And he deserved to be treated with respect, doesn't he? For the first time in my life, I don't feel like a wolf. I sympathize with a rabbit, slowly being led into a trap. Still, I nod to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So when this wonderful man, deserving of respect, who you love dearly, her addition of words has me suppressing a reluctant smile, is wronged by someone, is unequivocally owed an apology. Wouldn't you agree? Something has me hooked, wondering what her conclusion to these questions will be. I'm already caught up in the snare, dangling helpless from a branch. I nod. Good. To review, we've established that you love your brother. If he is wronged, you believe he deserves an apology, and that you know where he is at this very moment. Have I got that all right? The truth would be easy enough to give, but for some reason, I feel like this woman has tricked me into revealing valuable information. Still, I don't lie if I can help it. And, eyes out anyway, another nod would put me at a disadvantage. So, once again, I tilt my chin. Perfect. Now I must admit, with a great deal of chagrin, that I have wronged Warner, and, by a previously established logic, you would be betraying your morals, and the love you have for your brother, by not telling me where he is. Because if I don't know where he is, I cannot apologize, and Warner deserves an apology. I was right. She is trickier than a fox. Zoe Gunner hasn't even bothered to ask me to point her in the direction of my brother. She simply explained why I am going to. If she had asked, I could have said no. But now, that would only make me look like an ass. Plus, I think I can see why Warner is fascinated with this woman. He might have some competition if he doesn't put a more permanent version of his scent on her soon. We stare at each other, the stalemate only breaking with the click of the gas pump to let me know my tank is full. Auto shop. Third Avenue. I give her the answers if it pains me, when really, I'm not all that reluctant. Warner is a grown man. I don't need to protect him from intelligent women. He needs to learn to protect himself. Zoe's face settles into a grateful smile. Thank you. I'll let Warner know what a devoted brother he has. Don't do that, I respond too quickly, already hearing the relentless teasing Warner would subject me to if he found out the circles this woman talked around me. She shakes her head with a smirk. Brothers. All right, I'll keep your secret, but only because you were helpful. I watch her peer around until her eyes alight on the street signs. Zoe offers me a nod of her own, which I pick up a slight teasing edge to. Guess I did nod at her a lot. I'm just about to throw my leg over my bike when Modric. She's on the curb now, staring at me with a stern expression. You should be wearing a helmet. Then she turns and strolls off, thankfully focused on tormenting another Jameson. Part 45 Warner. I've been working on this bike for 2 hours. The practice normally meditative, but I can't get Zoe out of my mind. The events of a few nights ago play on a loop in my head. An old black and white monster movie. Jerky and poorly constructed. Like my decision-making. She's gone. I fucked up my chance with the only woman who's ever made my wolf restless as the full moon. For the first time in a long time, the beast and I are in complete agreement. We want Zoe Gunner. Then image stutters across my mind. The brave, enthusiastic woman of my dreams, staring at me with blank eyes. My teeth grind together at the memory of her complete shift in personality. Zoe shut down, as if she needed to protect herself. She thinks I'm a monster. She's not wrong. A portion of the town thinks the wolves are terrifying creatures to be placated so we don't fill the streets with blood. Not that we ever would, but we could. Sometimes, I worry my wolf will wake and demand more control, that the animal in me will overwhelm the logic of my human half. But I'll do something to deserve fear. A vibration fills my ears with a rumbling noise. It takes me a moment to realize I'm growling, just like a monster would. I clear my throat, pushing the impulse down. Luckily, Harvey has the radio blaring hardcore metal, So he didn't hear my slip. The guy knows about wolves. Likes us even. But there still aren't many humans comfortable with being reminded. I was naive to think Zoe would accept my truth as if I were merely showing her an ugly birthmark. A small blessing that she didn't run away screaming her head off. And if I'm being honest with myself, I could have kept it from her. If I had been firmer about her leaving, she might have gone. Or I could have stayed in my human form and fought the lion off that way. Would have taken longer and been bloodier. But I'm strong and heal fast. If I had gone that route, I might be with her now, getting nursed back to health. Zoe would probably be babying me this very moment. Maybe kissing my bruises to make them feel better, while scolding me for being stupidly reckless. I'm sitting here, alone, covered in grief, mourning the loss of her, all because I wanted her to know. In that moment, the decision to reveal my secret had seemed easy. Certain the connection I could almost see between us must mean something, that she wouldn't cringe from me but accept where I am with open arms and her excited smile. Sometimes, I can be completely dense. Also, sometimes, I hallucinate, because there's no way that Zoe just walked into Harvey's shop, especially not looking like that. The woman I know wears sweatpants, maybe jeans, and paint-stained shirts or possibly a soft sweater. Zoe does not wear dresses. Definitely not white ones that hug her waist and have trails of copper buttons down the front. The material sways around her thighs, showing off a set of legs meant to make a man fall to his knees and crawl behind her in the hopes of catching an ounce of her attention. And so I know. This cannot be her. It's impossible she'd come into this shop with her honeyed hair down, curling softly around her shoulders. One small section is pulled away from her face with a glittery clip. This can't be her, because that would just be cruel. But the world is often cruel, which I know for a fact when, over the scent of motor oil, I finally pick up on that lovely tease of earthy maple, Ness. A loud clang reverberates around the shop, and I realize I dropped the wrench I was holding when my hands went slack. The flesh and bone and temptation incarnates always starts at the sound, her eyes finding mine. What the hell is wrong with you, boy? Harvey rolls out from under the car whose oil he's been changing. You throw my tools around, and I'm gonna kick your ass out of my shop. I'm sorry, sir. Zoe steps around the front end of the car, coming into Harvey's view. That's my fault. I think I surprised him. With a customer in the mix, the mechanic changes his scowl to a smile real fast. Well, hello there. I didn't hear you come in. How can I help you? Harvey stands up, all 6'3" of him. He's an intimidating figure, still sporting a good amount of muscle leaving in his early 60s. But Zoe doesn't step back. She just tilts her head and smiles up at him. The sight reminds me of that first night, her sitting in the rabbit hole, surrounded by bikers but not showing even the inclination toward fear. I'm just as fascinated with her now as I was then. If she came here to tell me to leave her alone, she's making the experience good and torturous. Does she know I've been running the perimeter of her property each night? I needed to know she was safe, and that she hadn't packed up to leave. The fuel gauge in my truck is broken. Would you mind taking a look? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's not here for me. Zoe was probably just as shocked to find me in this shop as I was to see her walk into it. Sure, ma'am. You parked out front. Yes, thank you. I expect her to lead him toward the door. She steps farther into the shop, closer to me. But the main reason I came to your garage was to talk to Warner. Would you mind if I took a moment to do so? Harvey's eyes go wide as he glances between the two of us. Luckily, he's not one to pry. Sure. Give me your keys, and I'll see what I can find while you talk. That would be perfect. Zoe rummages in the bag hanging on her shoulder until a clinking of metal sounds out. She hands the keys over then strolls across the shop toward me. Harvey gives me a final incredulous stare before heading outside. Then we were alone, and I experience one of the rare moments in my life where words don't come easy. I should apologize. But before I can figure out what words to say, Zoe takes over. Imagine this: a girl walks into a garage, not knowing she's about to confront a werewolf. But not just any werewolf, this one's got a heart as warm as his engine. Join me as we dive into a world where grease meets fur, and love blooms in the most unexpected places. This is the tale of Zoe and Warner, and trust me, it's a ride you won't want to miss. Part 46. Warner, how are the cuts? Zoe waves her hand toward my chest. Because I'm still reeling. My brain decides the best way to answer is to pull up my shirt to show the already completely healed gouges. Zoe leans in close, her eyes tracing over the pink scar tissue where the mountain lion gotten a few good hits. Fascinating, she murmurs. My skin grows warm under her close gaze. Her scent seeps into my nose. So strong I taste the sweetness on my tongue. My mind starts to drift into a dreamlike state where I can float happily along and pretend she'll never walk away. When Zoe straightens, she tilts her head to the side, staring down at me. The corner of her lip twitches, and I home in on the movement. The sparkle of her piercing hypnotizing. You like taking your shirt off around me, don't you? Is she flirting? Hope heats my chest as I let my clothing settle back into place. Maybe I'm hoping you'll do something about it one of these days. Now both of the corners of her mouth twitch, but she twists her lips until the movement disappears. Do you mind if Zoe glances around the shop, her eyes resting on a stool off to the side, one that's supporting a box of greasy, used rags, seeing as how she's wearing a dress the same white as the tablecloth of her 5-star restaurant. I expect her to dismiss the option as a seat, but she moves toward it. No, wait. I jump up from my stool, making as if to grab her and keep her away from the mess, only to realize at the last second my hands are covered in motor oil. I hold them up, skipping backwards so I don't ruin the glorious image of Zoe in her pristine outfit. Just here skirting around her. I reach for the box of rags myself, but lifting it only reveals dark smears on the metal seat. That won't work. What's the matter? Zoe's voice next to my shoulder has me jumping away again, clutching the container of dirty rags to my chest. Is that stuff expensive? She moves closer, her head bent to peer into the box. No. This stuff is garbage. Then why are you hugging it? I'm not. Zoe smirks. She's right. I am hugging them. I drop the box and kick it under a workbench. Can we sit now? Or do you have more garbage to embrace? Her eyes twinkle and one of her perfectly clean hands reaches for the stool. No, don't. Again, I lunge in between the offensive seat and the perfect woman, using my body as a shield and trying to hurt her back. Zoe stops attempting to get at the stool. She stares resolutely up at me, the glitter's gone from her eyes, leaving behind sadness. I thought this might be how it went. And I understand. You don't want me here. I promise I'll go. Just after not what you hear. Are you fucking with me? She flinches back. And I regret how harsh my words came out. I'm flustered. My wolf is agitated. And the combination is turning me into an ass. Of course not. But you clearly don't want me to sit with you. Her wave takes in me and the stool I'm blocking. No, that is not. I trail off, a frustrated growl clawing at my chest. But letting the animalistic noise out would only make things worse. Just give me a minute to say my piece. I swear I'll leave you alone after I'm done. You'll never have to see me again. She crosses her heart with a finger as if making a solemn vow. Zoe leaving is the worst outcome I can think of. I'd rather have her in this room, shouting at me. I'm dirty. My oil-stained hands come to rest on my hips. This whole shop is dirty. And you're walking in here wearing white like some kind of perfect fever dream. I'm just trying to keep you from ruining your dress. Silence stretches between us as Zoe examines my face. She must pick up the sincerity because the upset fades from her gaze. Can I see? Reaching forward, her fingers wrapping around my wrists, she raises them up, taking a close look at my filthy palms. The nails are crusted with grime. My skin appears dark and uneven under the coat of motor oil. Even now I can see traces of the black rubbing off on her fingers. Any second, Zoe will wrinkle her nose, loosen her grip, and ask where sink with soap is. At least, that's what most people would do. It's my fault for forgetting that Zoe isn't most people. Before I can stop her, she presses both of my palms against her boots. Part 47 Warner. What are you doing? I choke, snatching my hands back even as they beg to stay where she put them. Zoe glances down at her dress, a smile creeping over her lips as she eyes the black prints now marring the pristine white fabric. A snort escapes. Then the next moment, she's doubled over in laughter. The happy sound rings through the shop, bouncing off every surface. I want to laugh with her. I want to moan at the loss of her perfect dress. I want to drag her into my arms and kiss her senseless. I hold myself back because I'm still not sure where we stand. Clearly, Zoe isn't terrified of me, which I take as a good sign, but that doesn't tell me much. It's completely possible she convinced herself that night was a dream or a fear-induced hallucination. If that's the case, I'll have to decide if the best option is to just let her continue living a normal life, oblivious to what my truth is. Zoe calms down, shaking her head at me as she walks back to the bike I was working on. A step behind. Sit, she instructs me, and I drop down on the low crate I was using as a seat. I expect her to grab the greasy stool, but she ignores it to come stand in front of me. I have to look up at her from this angle, and my eyes are level with the destructive handprints. I can't believe your dress. I mourn the loss. Laundry isn't one of my skill sets. Usually just proud of myself when I separate lights and darks, but I still know that grease and white clothing don't mix. No matter how good the shape of my hands look clasping her chest. Don't worry about it. I got it from a thrift shop, and I think it shrunk last time I washed it. Half the buttons are ready to pop off. Now that she mentions it, I do notice how the material strains more where it covers her chest. The sight makes me want to moan for a whole other reason. A cool finger hooks under my chin, tilting my head up until I meet her warm brown eyes. Werewolves. No selective amnesia then. I clear my throat. Yep, werewolves. She grins down at me, the expression sheepish and beautiful enough to make my heart hammer loud in my ears. I'm sorry I went robot on you. Robot. I hesitantly return her grin. I had some misguided autopilot setting to think stabbing myself was a good idea. The reminder of Zoe holding that knife covered in her own blood has the happy emotions in my chest fizzling out. My eyes flick to her arm where the stitches are visible. At least I'm not picking up any scent of infection. Yeah, werewolves can smell that. You were scared. I short-circuited. A robot that lost its batteries. Completely shut down. You were scared. And I'm sorry. Her fingers play with the hair that curls on my forehead. The movement is so searing. I almost lose my train of thought. But I catch hold of it. You're apologizing to me. How could she think there's anything she needs to say sorry for? I'm the one who fucked up. Yes, and I bought you an apology gift. Zoe, stop. You don't. But just like the night I met her, she ignores me as she rummages through her bag. And, once again, she pulls out some kind of crochet creation. It's a scarf. She leans forward, laying the item around my neck. As far as scarves go, it's not the best. The ends barely fall past my shoulders and one side still has a crochet hook stuck in it. Not that I care. I love it. Liar. She smiles and goes to take it back. But I lean away from her, wanting to keep the gift. Zoe slaps my chest lightly, laughing as she does. Stop it. I'm not done with it. I just started this morning when I realized I needed to apologize. But I didn't think my crochet speed should dictate when I tell you I'm sorry. I sit up straight again, letting her remove the scarf. You keep saying you're sorry, but you don't need to. How you reacted, that's reasonable. I should be happy you didn't try drowning me in holy water. Zoe tucks the craft back into her bag before looking at me. You're right. I need to stop saying sorry. Her fingers land on my lips when I go to speak, and I need to start saying thank you. A gentle growl sneaks out before I can stop it, rumbling against her hand. Her mouth opens with a little gasp, but she swallows and pushes on. We were in danger that night, and you protected me. Zoe bends at the waist, bringing her face close to mine and threatening to overwhelm me with her intoxicating scent. Thank you. Fingers drop away, only to be replaced by her sweet lips. She brushes a gentle kiss against my mouth at first. A happy hum spills out of me, which seems to give her permission to lean forward and wrap her arms around my neck, to straddle my lap, to drive me fucking wild. Part 48. Zoe. Making out with Warner was not part of the plan, but I think it's a fantastic addition. I meant to just brush my lips against his. A quick thank you. But once I get a taste, I'm a ravenous shark scenting blood. Okay, not the sexiest metaphor, but seeing as how I want to consume Warner, I still think it's apt. He groans my name against my mouth as I settle on his lap. My thighs spread encircling his hips so I can press closer. My dress rides up, leaving just the thin cotton of my underwear as a barrier between my center and his rough jeans. My name on his lips is like hearing my favorite song on the radio. I want to hit replay, but no, I have no control over when I'll hear it again. So I enjoy it while I can. My fingers tangle in his soft hair. My tongue traces the seam of his mouth. My hips rock, pressing into his groin. He gets hard beneath my onslaught, and a stab of guilt trips through me at the realization, so quick and painful that I tear my lips away from his. Warner flirts and charms, and he's given me a few kisses in the past, but that doesn't mean I have free range to maul him. Hell, I'm attacking you, bracing my hands on his shoulders. I try to rise from his lap, which turns out to be a much harder maneuver than getting there, probably because I don't want to go. An unhappy growl pairs with claspy hands on my ass, holding me in place. When I stop trying to get up, Warner buries his nose in my neck, and I can feel him breathing against me, his hot breath raising goosebumps all over my skin. You're not scared of me. His whisper comes out hoarse, and arousal threatens to choke me at the feel of his mouth moving against my throat. Knowing you, his fingers flex, gaining better purchase on my but want me. Want him. My imagination takes hold, playing out the rest of this scenario. How he'd reach in between us to unzip his jeans. Then, after pulling my underwear to the side, he'd push into me, and I would get to ride him all the way to Orgasm Town. The fantasy makes me lightheaded, and I almost forget to answer. But when he pulls his head back to meet my eyes, my abrupt, crone nature takes hold. I want to have sex with you. When do you get off work? And do you want to have sex? I'm not sure how I handle a rejection, but it's better to get a clear answer up front. Warner blinks, and his hands relax, but they don't push me away. He trails his touch up and down my back, as if to soothe me. Oh no, here comes that clear rejection. I'm not at work. Harvey lets me use his garage to store my projects. He nods over my shoulder at the gutted bike. We can leave whenever you want. So that's a yes. Now. I want to go now. Warner's mouth curls into a breathtaking smile, as if I've just told him he's won the lottery. Not that I'm giving myself airs, but just as fast as it appears, the joy on his face begins to dim. Know what's happening in your head? My fingers press into his cheeks as if I can force that glorious smile back on his face. A chuckle sneaks out of his chest, but his eyes contain a wariness I want to make disappear. The guy stares at me with his mouth slightly agape, which just reminds me of how good he tasted. Not like any food, more like salt and heat, and hell in a hand basket. I am hot, feverish really. When I left the cabin wearing a dress, I dealt with the chill of the fall day by blasting the heat in the truck and trying to stay in the sunnier spots when I was outside. But now that I've twined myself around the living furnace that is Warner, the combined heat of his body and raging force of my lust threatens to melt my brain. Without warning, Warner stands, clutching me to him with his hands on my ass. Once he's upright, he loosens his hold so I slide down his body. My legs wobble as I gain my footing, and I learn that it's possible to get drunk on another human, or a supernatural creature, normally chatty. Warner is giving me nothing back, and his sight starts to pluck at my introverted anxiety. This is one of the reasons I'm prone to turn into a hermit. No one can refuse to talk to you when you're alone. They can't hurt your feelings if you never try to be their friend, or invite them into your bed. My health, melted brain starts plummeting into the realm of self. Dalton formulates an escape plan. I'm so befuddled by Warner's nearness. The only get-out idea that I can think of is run. Just as I take an unsteady step toward the exit, Warner's palm presses into my lower back, and he drops his head to whisper in my ear. Yes, you can be on top. If I minded that, then I wouldn't deserve your time. We'll definitely do doggy style. I'll buy a mirror if I have to. And werewolves have sex like humans, except that I have more stamina. So you'll have to let me know when you need to take a Gatorade break. Oh shit. I may have just come. I can fix it. A gruff voice announces, shocking me out of my lust inferno. The owner of the shop, Harvey I think Warner called him, lets the door swing shut behind him as he enters the garage. Thank goodness I didn't succeed in fucking Warner here. Still, an awkward silence descends over our group when Harvey's eyes land on me, and his face gets a deer in the headlights look. I glance down at myself, remembering the handprints on my boobs. In the last few minutes, I have acquired a variety of stains on my dress. There are streaks on my waist and the skirt where I pressed up against Warner, and I'm betting I have a few more clear handprints on my ass. But who cares? I'm about to fuck the guy. So what if the foreplay got a little dirty? Harvey clears his throat and a frown mars his whiskered face. Your talk go well. It's not Warner starts. But I cut him off. Just look at me. I twirled to show off the variety of oil stains on my once pure white dress. Of course it did. I end my display by letting all my excitement for what's about to happen infuse my grin. Now if you wouldn't mind letting me know the damage, we can get settled up. And then I can take Mr. Hans way home with me. Part 49's Are We Careful? The word is shrieked at me the moment my butt brushes against a hard object. Freezing mid, sit. I glance to the side and find a familiar-looking woman steadying a plastic box that rests precariously close to the edge of the table. Should I sit somewhere else? The Sip and Stitch group has commandeered a large table toward the back of the Wild Rabbit again, and I'd gone for the first free chair. No, don't be ridiculous. I came here for you, so we gonna. Just don't knock over this box unless you want to spend the next hour picking up sequins. The glimpse of sparkle reminds me who I'm in a half crouch next to. As I settle in the chair, I examine the woman I glimpsed the first night I met Warner. She's gorgeous with her strong features and dark eyes. The tanned skin on her cheekbones is colored rosy, like she spends plenty of time in the sun. Today, her black hair wraps around the top of her head in a braid crown, and I admire the little turquoise drops that dangle from her ears. You keep checking me out. I'm gonna tell Warner he has some competition. She gives me a saucy wink, making me smile wide. You're friends with Warner. Best friends. Oh, the embarrassing childhood stories I could tell. She sets down what I realize now is a cowboy boot, and holds out her hand. I'm Courtney Bentley, glad to finally meet you. When I clasp her hand, rough caluses brush my palm. Apparently, vibrant footwear and doubt of season AZ Dukes doesn't preclude a girl from working hard. Good to meet you too. Even as I pull my current project, the apology scarf, I'm almost finished out of my bag. I study Courtney from the side of my eye. My curiosity is fueled by one question: is she a werewolf? Courtney spends time at the rabbit hole, but she doesn't seem to be a member of the Dark Moon Riders. Does every wolf in town have to be a biker too? Could she be one of the townspeople who are in the know? None of these questions are things I can just blurt out, so I search for a way to approach the topic innocently. You said you've known Warner since you were kids. Courtney nods, a big grin on her face. I hung out with him and Roderick when we were little tykes. Their mom's house is down the road from mine. He was as charming then as he is now. Quick to laugh. Amy Spencer offers, smiling across the table as her fingers whirled a needle in a cross-stitch project. Courtney leans close, muttering only to me, quick to tear up. Too sorry to tell you. But you're shacking up with a notorious crybaby. I snort, turning my head to whisper back. Noted. I'll make sure to treat him gently. Her eyes glitter as they meet mine, and I return to my original goal. So, I guess you know a lot about him. All his moods. Hill. I suck at this. Clearly, I was not made for the life of a detective. Still, Courtney's stare loses an ounce of humor, sharpening as her brows dip. I do. Her shoulder bumps mine as she leans in closer. Like how animalistic he can get. She knows. And I never expected to feel such intense relief. But here she is. One more person who knows the truth about the guy I like. A potential friend that I could have an honest conversation with. Keeping my voice low, I hold her eyes, trying to convey that I'm in the know. Two and you. Do you get animalistic sometimes? A wicked smirk curls her lips. Hill. Yes, she is a wolf. Hey Zoe. The sound of my name pulls me out of the delight of discovery. But when I turn to find Juliet hovering just behind my chair, more joy flowers in my chest. You made it. My friend smiles, but her lips pinch at the expression, and her eyes flicker around the busy restaurant. Clearly something is stressing her, but I'm not sure what. Maybe she just has new person too. The group jitters. Well, as this is only my second sip, end stitch. We can be newbies together. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Sit down. Did you bring something to work on? When I climbed up to the treehouse earlier today to text Juliet about tonight's meeting, I hadn't received a response before I grew bored and returned to the reception, this wasteland that is my grandmother's cabin. Unsure of Juliet's crafting interest, I brought some extra yarn and hooks. I did. The librarian settles in the chair to my left and reaches into her bag, coming out with a shoebox. There's a rustle when she sets it on the table and pulls off the lid. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Courtney asks, practically shoving her boobs into my shoulder to stare around me and get a better view of the colourful collection of cardstock. What are you making? Greeting cards. Juliet holds up one that has a beautifully detailed mountain scene rendered from carefully cut and layered paper. I have more than I'd ever need. She blushes, as if admitting a failing. Lovely. You're so talented. This comes from a woman across the way from Courtney. You just moved here not too long ago, do I have that right? The end of May. Juliet murmurs, her focus on a set of scissors in her hands while her shoulders grow tense. That long ago. My goodness. Can't believe we haven't been introduced. I'm Karen Hansen. The rest of the women around the table rattle off their names, but from the familiar tone of few use I can guess they've run into Juliet at the library. I get the sense that Juliet would rather not be the center of conversation, but Ms. Hansen doesn't seem happy with a simple hello. And I believe I heard you were unattached. Have you been out with any of Pinefall's nice young men? I'm so surprised by her question I drop my bowl of yarn, then stifle a curse as I try collect it off the floor before it gets dirty and tangled. Juliet also flinched, tearing the delicate tissue paper she'd been cutting. I'm actively not dating right now, the librarian states, conviction adding an edge to her tone. Miss Hansen opens her mouth. But Courtney's faster, actively not dating. What does that mean? The wolf tries leaning around me again so she can meet Juliet's eyes. Do you chuck books at people who approach you carrying flowers? Of course not. Juliet grumbles. Then she gives the table a smirk. I value books too much. Some of the women chuckle, and most at least crack a smile misses. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who's been throwing me disgruntled looks ever since I sit down. glares at the fabric in her hands. Suddenly, the quilter's comments from the day Warner escorted me to lunch come rushing back. I don't associate with dogs. At the time, I thought she meant my mastiff. Now I bet all the softest flannel in Minnie's closet that she wasn't referring to Bruce. Guess I found another townsperson in the know. Just not an ally. Part 50 Zoe well, Ms. Hanson says, bringing attention back to her. Maybe you just haven't met the right man. My son, for instance. Juliet's lips flatten, and she doesn't respond. Courtney swoops in with a wicked smack. I'm single. Why haven't you ever set me up with your son? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The woman scowls at Courtney. Because you already dated my son and broke his heart. She growls. Did I? Wait, who's your son? Frederick. Her face has turned the same bright red as Courtney's vodka cranberry. Frederick. The wolf seems to mull the name over, as if the memory of him is hard to recall. Oh, Freddie. She settles back in her seat. Well, I wouldn't call what we did dating. Juliet snorts up half her drink. And the promise. Hanson gasps, reaching her hand toward her throat as if expecting to find a string of pearls to clutch. Courtney, Amy, unofficial leader of the Sip and Stitch gathering, uses a warning tone even though I swear I catch a quiver at the corner of her mouth. Let's keep the discussion of other members' offspring PG-rated. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Okay, Amy. But the werewolf immediately leans over to whisper in my ear. Freddie is selfish in the sack. I spent a good 15 minutes explaining the importance of quid pro quo as it relates to C. unalingeth. Better off with a vibrator. Oh, Juliet, dear, are you feeling all right? Some of the women at the table stare at the librarian with concern-etching wrinkles in their brows. My friend seemed distressed, with her hands covering her face, shoulders shaking. A passerby might think she was quietly sobbing. However, sitting next to her, I make out the muffled sound of unsuccessfully stifled giggles. Courtney isn't the best at whispering. I'm fine. Juliet finally chokes out Ms. Hanson's knuckles are white on her knitting needles, and I consider if I need to escort Courtney home so she doesn't end up murdered in an alley with crafting supplies. And you... The tightness in her voice makes the question sound like a threat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hudson nods. Are you dating? I shit. Shit. Dating. One step away from a relationship. Then on the fast track to commitment. This isn't a question I thought I'd have to answer. But, once again, Courtney comes to the rescue. Kind of. She's fucking Courtney. Amy chides. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's holding hands with Warner Jameson. Okay, I guess I can deal with that description for now. I think Juliet is going to pass out if she tries any harder to suppress her laughter. I'm fine with being the butt of a joke if it makes my friend more comfortable. Then Ms. Hanson takes a long sip from her white wine, before putting her full attention on her project. Matchmaking is officially off the table. After a minute or two of awkward silence passes, side conversations start back up, and Courtney seems content to bedazzle her boots. Juliet is more relaxed now that the spotlight is off her and after the fits of hilarity Courtney put her through. And Amy pulls the librarian out further by asking about the latest bestsellers. After another sip of my drink, I relax back in my chair, estimating how many rows I have left. That's a fun pattern. Courtney reaches out to touch the scarf I'm finishing. Her finger traces the raised design repeated along the length of the scarf. The symbol is simple. 2 triangles, each bisect at a single corner, almost like a bow tie. I realize I incorporated it without thought. Crocheting is often like that for me, an activity I can do instinctually as my mind relaxes or focuses on something else. I hope Warner likes it. This is for him. You made it, which means he'll love it. Courtney smirks. Then her expression softens. How are you adjusting? Her quiet question has me meeting her gaze. There's a quick flash of black, and I realize she just gave me a glimpse of her wolf, clarifying the underlying meaning of her question. How are you adjusting to the whole mythical creatures real thing? Getting better. Not great at first. I hook my yarn and debate saying more. After a second, I admit. Normally, I talk about life changes with my therapist. This time I'm the one who tries to convey extra meaning with my gaze. At her slight nod, I know she gets it. Normal therapists aren't equipped to deal with a werewolf discussion. My eyes trace over the table, and I wonder how many of the women here know. An idea forms. Are there any therapists in town? Courtney smiles and tilts her chin toward the leader of the club. Amy has a practice, and I keep my voice low serves all populations. After another subtle nod, the woman leans in close, and I discover Courtney does know how to whisper properly. Her partner is Tack. Something small and happy flares in my chest. A little glow. Something like hope. Part 51 Zoe. I don't spot Warner when I first pull up to the construction site. Based off the man I do see, I can look forward to a sweaty version of the werewolf. Nothing to complain about there. I park next to a line of other trucks and check the time. I'm early. Dust kicks up when I jump down from the cab of my truck. I debate waiting for Warner to come to me, but figure as long as I don't wander into the actual construction zone, there's no harm in me getting a peek. Plus, I want to see where Warner works. We've been holding hands, as Courtney so charmingly put it, for over a week now, and I'm curious about the other aspects of his life. As I get closer to the skeleton of the house, there's the sound of power tools and people calling out to each other. A wall is raised from the ground with ropes and muscle. The whole process is fascinating. I know how to make smaller things and, compared to a lot of people, I'd be considered quite handy. But putting together an entire house, now that's impressive. This lunch date is starting off nicely. So of course, some asshole has to go and ruin it by letting out a wolf whistle. Briefly, I hope I misheard, or that the sound came from Warner. But when I glance toward the perpetrator, I catch a stranger leering at me. Hey, sweetheart. Something you need to help you with. A shudder slides down my spine. The guy assigning me a nickname would be annoying on its own. But there's an extra level of gross because sweetheart is what my mom calls me. I don't need some strange man yelling the image at me, trying to ignore the creep. I scan the different hard hat, wearing men, hating that one creep has ruined my joy at watching something being built. And like all assholes, the guy chooses to double down. Gonna play hard to get. Don't worry. I like a hunt. The skeevy guy approaches me, wearing a smile with an air of malice lingering at the edges. Werewolf. I'm not sure how I know, but I do. There's something similar in the way the man moves to how I've seen Warner walk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Warner has never stalked me like prey before. Fearful fingers clench my gut, encouraging me to retreat to my truck and lock the doors. But then I would be prey. The man is only a few feet away, his eyes slipping between blue and black, a triumphant grin curling Cheshire, like across his stubble, covered cheeks. Despite the facial hair, I can see now that he's young, probably barely old enough to drink. Not that it matters. If anything, young men are more dangerous. What is a pretty thing like you hanging around here for? Looking for some fun. He's about to step into my space, and my mind flips between fight or flight. I won't be prey. Before he can loom over me, I step forward, staring straight into his eyes. Do I know you? What? He stutters steps with hesitation. You look really familiar. I put on my deep thoughtful face, then snap my fingers as if I just remembered something. I know. You're the guy who's bad in bed. He was not expecting that. Horrified shock slackens his face. Exactly what I was hoping for. I came here to meet Warner for lunch, not be accosted by a horny, power-tripping werewolf. What the foo, Ross? A man with thick brown hair, streaked through with grey, strides toward us. Weary, and coated in authority, not visibly, but it spills off him in waves as he walks toward us. My aggressor turns to the man. Red-faced, sir. That's when I see, just behind the man's shoulder. He stares at me with wide eyes and a bobbing mouth as if he can't decide whether to grin or not. Guess he heard my comments to his co-worker. Is something going on here? The older man glances between the two of us before his eyes come to rest on me. There's no accusation in them, just scrutiny, no. Ross is quick to assure the man, who I notice now has a vest with the label of foreman. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I straighten my spine, glaring all three men down. The thing that was supposed to be going on here was me picking up my friend for lunch. I gesture at Warner, but instead, I have to deal with, unable to find a descriptor to apply to Ross. I simply let my disgust infuse the next word. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ross begins. Yeah. Me. I cut him off. I had your pathetic number the second you walked my way. You ever try hunting me again? I'll hit you with a face full of bare mace. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He bares his teeth, stepping forward. There's a growl and a sudden powerful presence at my back. But this is my fight, and I can't back down. Growing up with four brothers made me tough, or stupid. Jury is still out. I call my lips back for my own. Puny, human teeth. Getting up in his space yet again. Try it, Wolf. See what happens. Ross freezes mid, threatening move. His eyes growing wary. Back off. The command cuts through the air between us. Almost a wall. I've never heard Warner's voice so deep and menacing before. His warm arm encircles my shoulders. For a second, I'm furious, thinking his command is directed at me. But when I glance up, his glare is all for the asshole. Good. Glad to know he doesn't automatically side with his packmate. Ross opens his mouth, but a sharp throat clearing from the foreman has the young pup snapping his jaw shut. Back to work, the older man says, aiming the words at Ross. I think the guy might argue with his boss, but after a pause he shrugs and stalks away. Yours we gonna. I meet the man's intense gaze without flinching, giving him a brief nod. And you are Mason Jameson. My eyes flick to Warner, who offers a tight smile. My uncle. You look like your mother. Mason offers. The comment surprises me. In the past, I've only ever thought of how my complexion falls closer to my father's. My mom is blonde-haired, blue-eyed, while Dad and I are brunettes with brown eyes. But I guess the residents of Pine Falls have only ever met one of the people who made me. Did you know her? Warner's uncle shrugs, then walks away, his gait hurried but still containing an air of authority. The tension of the moment lingers. Warner is the first to pierce it. Did you tell Ross he's a bad fuck? I roll my eyes. If you and your uncle hadn't showed up, he probably would have pulled up a list of references. The excitement of the construction site having worn off, I pivot and start back toward my truck. Even though most people would say I won that confrontation, I still feel gross. The leering weight of Ross's eyes left an invisible residue on my skin. I need a shower. Zoe Warner starts, but I whirl on him, unwilling to be scolded for defending myself. He talked at me like I was a thing. My temper rises at the memory, and I glare at Warner, suddenly not feeling too warm and fuzzy toward men in general. So, I gave him a taste of his own medicine, and I hope he chokes on the bitter taste. He deserved it. We stare at each other for a moment before Warner nods. You're right. You agree that he deserved it, yes. Warner scoops up one of my hands and presses a kiss to my palm before offering me a smirk with burning eyes. But I was referring to the first night we met. I try to remember what exactly he might be referencing. Warner doesn't let me struggle for long. You're way more than kinda intimidating. Part 50 to Warner. When Zoe drops me back off at work after lunch, I'm smiling. An hour of eating and getting her to laugh is a good way to spend my break. But my happiness evaporates the second I see Ross's scowl across the worksite. It's aimed at Zoe's bumper. If Ross were a human guy, he'd probably keep his anger to himself. Maybe throw out some insulting comments the next time he crosses paths with Zoe. But Ross isn't human. He's Wolf. And what's more, he's an asshole. From his angry expression, he's still smarting from Zoe's put down. That means next time the two of them are in the same room, things could get a lot worse than some harsh words. Werewolves hold grudges. I've seen it plenty of times over my life. Most often it's something small, like how Onion ever misses a chance to stick a mocking note on the back of Trent, the guy who harassed Isaac in middle school for being scrawny. To this day, half the time I cross paths with Trent in town, he's got a yellow sticky note on his back that says he's dense or wears lacy panties. Annoying, but harmless. Moose, owner of the Rabbit Hole, heard one of the pack members complaining about the selection of beers he had on tap. It's been 6 months and the bartender still won't serve the guy anything other than water. Hilarious, but still harmless. Courtney had a different experience. Twin brothers Jordan and Funny remind me a lot of Ross. Young wolves that see their powers as proof they're badass. One of them, maybe both, was interested in Courtney. I wasn't there when she turned them down, but whatever she said made it clear there was zero chance. Instead of accepting her decision and moving on, the brothers took the rejection as a personal offense. They bad-mouthed her to her face and behind her back. Never within earshot of Roderick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He would have shut them up fast. One night I almost went after them, but Courtney stopped me. She claimed they weren't worth it, laughing with her usual don't give a fuck attitude that only seemed to piss them off more. Then, one night, the pair followed Courtney out of the bar. A hunter herself, she sensed their intentions. She could have called for help, but she later told me that she was tired of their shit and ready to put an end to it. With a few years on the twins, Courtney could shift faster than either. She did, and in Wolf and my friend beat the shit out of the pair. When some of the pack finally picked up on the commotion and went to check on the noise, they found the men out cold and Courtney with a bloody muzzle. No permanent damage was done, but now Jordan and trot their eyes whenever she enters the room. Because violence is the warning certain wolves need. Maybe I should have told Zoe not to speak up like that against other werewolves. But I hate the idea of trying to stifle her fire. And I hate even more that one of my pack members made her uncomfortable. The woman who waltzed into a biker bar with a bag full of crafts is more badass than the piece of shit who hasn't learned what no means. The memory of him stalking toward her, as if she was something to be hunted, has my wolf growing, and the sound spills out of my chest. All the workers on the build site pause. Uncle Mason employs wolves only, so they're all pack members. Every one of them knows me, and barely have seen me get angry about anything. I'm sure the sound of my rage is a shock to all. When they all freeze in their work, Ross finally looks to me, from a smirk on his face. I know he doesn't take me seriously. Why should he? Roderick is the pack leader, exuding strength and discipline. My mom is second strongest in the pack. Our beta. Then there's Uncle Mason. Quiet and dangerous. But I'm the easy-going member of the family. The guy with a smile and a joke. I don't get into it with people, because I've never needed to. But if Ross's actions go unchecked, Zoe will be in danger. He'll think he has a right to an attribution. I could get Roderick to lay down an edict, but I want to handle this. When it comes to Zoe's relationship to the pack, I'm her protector, and Ross threatens what's mine. I approach him, my movements smooth and powerful, imbued as they are with the strength of my wolf that begs to be let free. All to put this piece of shit in his place. That bitch piss you off too. Jameson, Ross throws out when I'm only a few steps away. If you won't keep her on a leash, I will. It's all I can do to stop myself from attacking him immediately. I listen all tear from my throat. When I speak, the word comes out deep, steeped in the magic of the pack. He steps back, shocked. What? I don't need to repeat myself. Everyone here heard. Uncle Mason steps up behind me, lending his authority to the situation. You have been challenged. Name the time and place. This is ridiculous. Ross glances around at everyone nearby, as if searching for support. Someone to laugh with him. No one does. She's just a human. He throws his hands up, pretending exasperation when I can tell I've rattled him. Tonight, in the woods behind the rabbit hole. With that he stalks off to the other end of the worksite. For the rest of my shift, I keep my distance. Not that it does anything to lessen my anger. I'm hefting double the load any human man could handle when a voice cuts through my angry haze. Maybe we should get you mad more often. Never seen you work so hard. My uncle says, appearing behind me without a sound. He's good at that. Has the creeping up unexpectedly on. People skill down perfect. Luckily, I'm used to it, so I don't do more than flinch. If you think insulting Zoe is going to get you a better worker, you'll find yourself a man short in the future. I know my ease at mingling with the human population in the town is not the norm for most members of the pack, but you'd think they could at least be civil. You like her, the gunner girl. I turned to give Mason my full attention. Something in his voice gave away that this might not be a casual conversation. I do. I trail off, but not because I don't have any words to describe her. I have too many. Funny, sweet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading Christ's enthusiasm. Odd, beautiful, brave, sexy. The list goes on. But I think my uncle would wander off after a certain amount of adjectives, before I can figure out how to end the sentence. Mason is already nodding in a distracted way. He stares over my shoulder. I knew her mother. Selena. He waves his hand to indicate all the descriptors I didn't list, but as though he read them in my pause too. It shouldn't surprise me that my family knew Zoe's. Pine Falls isn't big. And apparently Selena Gunner spent 18 years of her life here. But from what Mason just said, I'm not sure knew is a strong enough word to describe whatever relationship they had. Did you to date? Hell, this is weird. My father died when I was young, so Mason took on that role. We don't really talk about women, especially not the mother of the girl I'm falling for. He offers me a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. She left. He shrugs and walks away. I think Selena Gunner broke my uncle's heart. Part 53's Zoe may be a sexy demon lady, I murmur to myself. Pencil poised over my sketchpad. Sunlight spills in from the window above the kitchen sink, bathing the cabin in a warm afternoon glow. Good light for my current project. Different ideas flit through my mind. I'm imagining a pine-up girl from hell, maybe lounging on a bed of fire. Just need to make sure it has a nice curved shape that'll sit evenly on the surface of a motorcycle helmet. I want my design to be perfect. Badass. Something the wearer will be proud to show off. Because the only way to put this art on display will be if the guy actually wears his helmet. Some people might think I'm overly cautious, harping on this helmet thing. But I know I'm right. Mom doesn't talk about her childhood much. She lost her dad at a pretty young age, so I guess there wasn't a lot she could tell me about my grandfather. But there is one thing I know. How he died. My grandfather went on a late night ride on his motorcycle and got into an accident. She never said exactly what part of the crash caused his death. But I know that one of the few rules she insisted my dad follow was to always wear his helmet while riding. The same went for my brothers and me when we took out our bicycles or a set of roller skates. She wasn't mean about it. Mom would walk up to me, cup my face in her hands, and press a kiss to my forehead. Then she'd whisper, I love this head more than anything in the world. I don't want to see anything bad happen to it. Please, Wear a helmet. Who can say no to that? None of us ever did. So here I am, trying to jazz up a boring black helmet. Crafting it into something Warner doesn't just feel obligated to put on. I want him to be excited about it. Who am I kidding? He's not a demon lady kind of guy. I tap my pencil on the paper. Then it hits me. So obvious. I laugh at myself. I know what kind of guy Warner is. He's a wolf. An hour later, the design is sketched, and the outline painted on a helmet I picked up from the motorcycle shop in town. I wasn't about to ask Warner for his and have him ride unprotected while I worked. Plus, this way I can keep it as a surprise. Just as I'm mixing paints to get the perfect shade of amber, Cyndi Lauper's voice fades away, and I can hear the click of the cassette tape coming to a stop. The poppy beat of Girls Just Want to Have Fun was apparently the last on this playlist. When a younger version of my mom introduced it, I wasn't surprised. I can only imagine how that song spoke to her, a girl homeschooled in a small Colorado town by a recluse of a mother. I'd grown out a stretch before standing up to pick my next round of music. The tapes clack as I finger through them. There doesn't seem to be any particular order. I've listened to maybe a third and have heard everything from an adolescent version of my mother introducing 70s ballads, all the way to late teens mom jamming out to the 80s glam rock. Her intros get better with time, but they're nowhere near the smooth delivery she has on her current morning show. Since there's no point in looking, I close my eyes and pick a tape at random from the side of the box I haven't dipped into yet. With the next round of music queued up, I move back to the kitchen table and my paints. Good morning, University of Denver. Well, good morning to those of you who aren't still asleep. Hungover from last night's Sigma Tia U Delta Rega. Smooth, practiced, engaging. This is more like the mom I know today. That, plus the mention of her alma mater, throws me off. Rumor has it that a few members of our illustrious football team were spotted streaking across campus around midnight. So this one goes out to them. Jermaine Stewart's classic We Don't Have to Take Our Clothes Off fills the cabin, but I'm still too befuddled to enjoy the humorous choice. This is not the recording of a pre-teen girl holed up with her boombox in a treehouse, playing at being a radio DJ. This is my mom in an actual studio. The one she had a part-time job at when she was in college. But I know for a fact that the summer after high school, Selena Gunner packed up her truck, left Pine Falls, and never came back. And if what Mom told me is true, Grandma Minnie only came up to Denver on the days each of her grandchildren were born. She stayed long enough to give Mom a crochet blanket before she turned right back around. So how did this recording end up in Minnie's cabin? Could Mom have mailed it? Maybe as a strange kind of olive branch. I stand to pace the main room of the cabin as I think no. Mom definitely said she didn't contact her mother until she was pregnant with a Brown. And that was after she graduated. An idea occurs. The possibility of its ending an uncomfortable shock of denial through me. But I have to know. I pause the tape and flick the settings over to FM. Static. I scan through all the channels. And I get nothing. Same with AM. But that's what I expected. I'd only hope differently. After carrying all my music around in a smartphone for so long, the boombox seems awkward and heavy as I lug it out the back door. Bruce lounges on the porch, soaking up the sun, and barely gives a twitch as I hurry past him. The air smells like damp earth baking in the sun. A chill rides the breeze, raising the hair on my exposed arms. I ignore the beautiful hints of autumn, focusing on my destination and what it might reveal. Climbing into the treehouse while clutching the boombox is awkward, but despite swaying a few times, I managed to get both it and myself through the entry in the floor without damage. Luckily, I had gotten tired of unplugging and plugging it back in and bought some batteries. I sit cross-legged on the old wooden floor, hesitating with my fingers poised on the buttons. The stereo seems to gaze back at me, its speakers like wide bug eyes, tempting me, mocking me, shaming me. I flip the on switch. Static. There's a tremor in my fingers as I press the button to scan for stations. A second goes by, before suddenly, a voice spills out. The best deal in downtown Denver. Come get your new car. The stereo's cans again. Landing on a station playing Ariana Grande's latest hit. It's cans again. Finding a classical music station. It's cans again. And again. At some point, a set of familiar numbers flash on the little digital screen. I attended the University of Denver too. Occasionally, I turned on the school's radio station to see what they were playing. Today, whoever the jockey is, has chosen some classic rock, but I don't bother to focus on the lyrics. My heart cracks, little fissures in the organ spiking like splinters in my chest, because in this moment, I realize my theory as truth. In the same way that I've been making this tedious climb to get service, so did my grandmother more than 30 years ago. A woman too proud to mend fences with her daughter crawled into a treehouse just to hear that daughter's voice. Part 50 F's OEA pressed the off button, needing silence to deal with my realization. The stereo sits quietly, and I stare back at it. This was all that Minnie Gunner had for family in the last years of her life. No one visiting her, no one calling her. She only had the voice of her daughter, broadcasted from miles away. The pain of this knowledge makes my muscles cramp and my head ache. I curl up on the floor of the treehouse, folding under the weight of my sorrow and regret. Whatever I thought of my grandmother in the past, I assumed she didn't want to know any of us, that she was fine on her own, that family didn't mean anything to her. But I know different now. A woman who doesn't care does not keep recordings of her daughter's voice. How many more tapes in that box are from a time after Mom left? How many times did Minnie crawl up into this treehouse to listen to her estranged daughter's broadcasts? Oh God, I'm so sorry. I moan the words into my hands, feeling the tears coming, the sobs rising from deep in my chest. What kept her away? But I think I know. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can imagine her drowning in it, just like I do. The darkness of the water are a barrier between her and the person she loved most in the world. What a horrible joke, for this woman to have been a stranger to me my whole life, and only through her death am I getting to know her. The items at her house reveal glimpses of a strong, capable woman, who stored away love for her family the same way she jarred preserves, with dedication, and so that only she knew what was contained within. I'm not sure how long I let myself cry for her. It's more than the loss of a person that hurts me. It's the loss of the one person in my family who I see myself in. Each piece of Minnie I discover holds a sense of familiarity, as if the same set of tools was used to create us both. And I cry for the loss of love. I could have loved her. I know it. If only I had gotten a chance to know her. If I had taken that chance. But none of us took it. Minnie didn't reach out to us, but we also didn't reach out to her. Mom wasn't a gatekeeper. She never denied us access to our grandmother. Why didn't I know you? I whisper to the boombox, as if it will transport my message to whatever plane of existence my grandmother floats in now. I've never been religious, but I can see the appeal. Wouldn't it be nice to know that I haven't lost my chance to know my grandma, to love her, but all I have is this life, and Minnie is gone from it. Loneliness creeps up on me like a jungle cat, slowly stalking me, then pouncing with a bone, crushing force that leaves me gasping on my breath. My fingers scramble for my pocket, rooting around until I find my phone. I dial each one of their numbers in turn, starting with the oldest. Abraham. No answer. Byron. No answer. Carver. No answer. Panic has started to set in, and my thumb feels heavy as I try Donovan. On the second ring I finally connect. Are you home? My brother's question has me tearing up all over again, but I try not to let on how weepy I am when I respond. Not yet. Still in Pine Falls. Suddenly found myself missing Denver though, and thought I'd give you all a call. How's it been without me? Hell. Seriously. Byron broke up with that girl he was seeing, the one who bartends at McConnell's, and now we were all scared to get a drink after our set. I let out a watery chuckle at the thought of my 4 brothers. Too awkward to ask for a beer because the bartender is glaring at them. They're a talented crew, all taking after our dad who works as a studio musician. The four of them have their own band, aptly called the Gunners. I refer to them as the Jonas Brothers, which annoys them to no end, so I never plan to stop. Tell Byron to stop dating people at our favorite spots. Byron is a serial monogamist. He gets invested super fast. Grand gestures, romantic dates, weekend trips. Girls and guys all in Denver have fooled themselves into believing they're his forever. Unfortunately, the glitter of a new relationship wears off fast, and when Byron realizes they're not the one, he ends it. I know for a fact that he's not trying to be insensitive. He really does want to find his forever person. I just don't think he knows what a forever person looks like. He never listens. Darlin groans. We need you back to keep him in line, and to order our drinks for us. Good to know you miss your beer buffer. I joke. Come on. You know everyone falls to pieces without you. His words make my gut clench in a weird combination of happiness and misery. Hold on a sec. I'll call them over. You're all together. Thursday is rugby night. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My brothers usually play a pick-up rugby game Thursday afternoons. I glance at the time on my phone, realizing it's already after 6. Guess I cried for longer than I thought. It's not long before a chorus of male voices spill through the speaker, all of them talking at once. When are you coming back? What's Spinefalls like? Why don't you call more? I let them shout out their questions, waiting for them to give me a moment to answer. When they finally quiet down, I take my turn at the conversation. We spend the next few minutes catching up, them telling me about all the shenanigans each other have gotten into, me talking about some of my projects and assuring them that I'm not staying in Pine Falls forever. Aware that I interrupted their game, I let them go, even though all 4 of them try to insist I stay on the line. When the phone call ends, I find myself so exhausted, I struggle to sit up. The combination of crying and wrangling my brothers over the phone drained every bit of energy from me, so I stay on the floor of the treehouse, staring up at the patchy shingled roof. Despite their exhausting chatter, there was one underlying message I couldn't help but pick up through that call. They love me. I'm not forgotten out here in this cabin. At least, not yet. Part 55 Warner. Other than some briefs, I'm bare to the chill autumn night. Not that the cold bothers me much. I run hot. We all do. Still, I'd rather be almost all the way to without clothes in Zoe's cabin than out here behind the rabbit hole. But she won't be safe until this is over. Plus, I plan on heading to her place after this. I just need to make sure not to get too bloody or bruised. My goal is to keep this challenge in the pack. No reason for Zoe to know. I think I can pull it off. Especially because for this challenge, we're remaining in human form. Fights in wolf form are usually fights to the death. Those are for serious crimes and would mainly be Roderick's responsibility. But Ross's decision to fuck with Zoe is a different kind of crime. And that's where wolves differ from humans. If a human man approached Zoe the way Ross did, with the same outcome of no one being physically hurt, then the police would do shit about it. Human law doesn't seem to understand how minds work. How intimidation can take away someone's sense of safety. How insults can fester and turn into violence. I won't let Ross retaliate against Zoe. If he wants violence, then I'll be the one to give it to him. I bounce on the balls of my feet and shake out my arms, warming up my muscles. All the while, I watch Ross across the clearing. He's laughing with a couple of the other young pack members. He still isn't taking this seriously. The challenge might have surprised him. They don't happen too often, but I can tell he thinks this is going to be like a normal weekend brawl between 2 wolves that have had too much to drink. A situation he finds himself in almost every other night. Ross thinks because I like to smile and laugh that I'll be easy enough to beat. And I realize how little my pack knows me. I've grown up in Pine Falls, been around these people my whole life, and they still only see what I want them to. Suddenly, Roderick is in front of me. He's vain, Probably go for a roundhouse to show off. But I've seen him land it. My brother's arms are crossed over his chest, and he stares down at me. He is maybe 3 inches on me, but the power pressing off him always seems to add an extra foot. You worried about me? I give him a casual grin that covers the urge to scowl. Try not to mess him up too bad. If Russ can't run tomorrow, he'll be held to have a round for the next month. Roderick knows me. He can see my fury under my joking veneer. He's also my regular sparring partner when both of our wolves are restless. My brother knows how fast I am, how good I am at landing a punch, but even he doesn't understand fully what Zoe means to me. What I'll do for her. We'll see, is all I say. Roderick stares a moment longer before giving the barest hint of a nod into the middle of the clearing. All side conversations halt. The pack leader holds attention without effort. When our father died, the pack was left without a head wolf. The next mantle could have gone to anyone in the pack. There's no inheritance rule. It's all tied up in a magical force. A lot of people expected our mama or Uncle Mason to be the next leader. But almost immediately, a change came over Roderick. Already 6'3". He seemed to grow taller, tower above everyone else. He was 18, barely an adult, but still had people turning to him. The responsibility fell on his shoulders to care for the Pinefall wolves, and I have never seen him falter. But he also changed that day, and I couldn't help feeling like I somehow lost my brother, or at least, the slightly more carefree version I'd grown up with. He belongs to more than just my family now. Challenge has been declared. Offense given and threats made toward a resident of Pine Falls. Roderick's eyes flick over to me, the only warning before he tacks on an et to the charge. At a potential future mate. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ross shouts as I try to keep all shock off my face. The pack leader basically just gave his blessing for me to officially pursue Zoe. I thought I was going to have to put up a hell of an argument to even get him to listen to me. It's not unheard of for a werewolf to take a human mate. We'd probably die out if we didn't. But it's rare, and usually the human has been around wolves for most of their lives. They aren't outsiders. Like Zoe. What could have changed my stubborn brother's mind? This is bullshit. Russ growls. There's wariness in his eyes. He thought this was a fight over him insulting my friend. Not my mate. Even the most easy-going wolf will tear out someone's throat when it comes to protecting their partner. How was I supposed to know? Maybe you should stop being a dick to all women, just to be safe. This comment comes from the spectator. I glance over to see Courtney has backed to pick up to the edge of the woods, dropped the tailgate, and unfolded a lawn chair in the bed of the truck. She raises her beer. Go get him. Rip off a limb. Hey, Ross glares at her. She smirks right back before chanting, less hands, less ass grabbing. Fuck him up. There are snickers from some of those assembled. Mainly the females. Looks like Ross doesn't have many fans among the women of our pack. Challenges are rare occurrences. Too many indicate instability in a pack. I can't help wondering how many women Ross has asked enough to make them feel uncomfortable. But not enough for them to think it worth a formal challenge. I wonder how many here wish they could swap places with me. Even more of a reason not to hold back. In a small town where secrets lurk in every shadow, Zoe's life is about to take a turn for the bizarre. With a family of rugby, playing brothers and a mysterious biker werewolf by her side, she's about to discover the true meaning of pack dynamics. Part 56. Warner Roderick raises an arm, regaining control of the crowd. Ignorance does not excuse your actions, he announces. Let this be a warning, and be thankful you face a challenge, rather than a trial. My brother makes a slow circle, including all gathered in his cautioning. When his gaze sweeps over me, I realize his eyes have gone full black. Their depths seem unfathomable, cosmic, terrifying. Note to self, remember to never piss off a pack leader. The challenge ends on a forfeit or a knockout. Shifting is prohibited. Commence. Roderick steps back, clearing the space between Ross and me. Enthusiasm, in my day-to-day life. I tease people, not in a malicious manner. My goal is always to make others smile, get them to laugh. Most times I'm playful, dancing around important topics, rarely speaking in a fully serious tone, so people don't tend to take me seriously. Even with all the lead up to this challenge, I can tell from the unhurried way Ross raises his arms that he still doesn't believe I can be anything different from the Joker he's always known. I hit fast, wide eyes taking the fist heading for his face. Maybe if Ross had expected me to fight with ruthlessness, he'd have been prepared. He would have been ready to block. Despite having the same supernatural speed as I do, he's half a sec and late. The bone of his eye socket makes impression on my knuckles as a meaty thwack echoes through the clearing. Thing is, werewolves are good at taking hits. While my punch would have laid out a human man, Ross only gives his head a quick shake before lunging at me. He goes low, trying to knock me off my feet, get me on the ground, on my back. But I dig in, bending forward and pushing back, and I use the position to pound on his ribs. As we grapple, the surrounding pack members call out encouragements and jeers and advice. Keep your hold on him. Go for the knees. That's a mean punch. Rip his balls off. Courtney's cheer rises above the rest. Without warning, Ross releases me, shoving my body away from his violently. The sudden shift has me briefly off balance. Just enough time for him to land a blow to my gut first, then my jaw. I stumble back a step. Roderick's warning flashes in my brain, and my arm shoots up in time to block the leaping roundhouse. If the blow had hit my skull, it would have been a knockout for sure. I'm able to grab hold of Ross's cuff and use the man's momentum to fling him over my shoulder. He hits the ground hard, but I don't let him have a moment to recover his breath. Every second counts. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's what he called her. The word pounds in my furious mind as I leap onto my packmate's chest and Dane blows at his head. His arms protect his skull as best they can as frustrated snarls pour from his throat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you don't keep her on a leash, I will. You touch her. I growl the words as I rain down on him with my fists. I'll kill you. I swear it. The threat comes out on my adrenaline-fueled pants. My voice is low, monstrous. Unfortunately, speaking must have slowed me down a split second because Ross is able to snatch my wrist and wrench it to the side. In that opening, he lunges up, delivering a brain-rattling headbutt. Black spots flicker in my vision, messing me up enough for Ross to heave my weight off him. We both end up back on our feet, fists raised, eyes wary. The tang of iron fills the air. Blood seeps out of a gash on Ross's forehead and cheek. I can feel my own spilling from a cut on my brow, threatening to blind me. As we circle each other, I catch sight of Roderick just over my opponent's shoulder. He meets my eyes, his mouth forming to words. Finish it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He knows. I've only been playing with Ross. Each one of my hits has been a few centimeters away from a point that could send the man into unconsciousness. Because I didn't want him to black out. I wanted him to hurt. To know that if he comes for Zoe, this is just a taste of what he'll get. Still, Roderick is right. The fight needs to end. If only so I can go be with her. The grass is cool under my feet as I slide forward, feigning to the right. He leaps, trying for the high ground, but I'm not afraid to go low, dropping to the earth. I roll under his legs and rise up again behind him. Before Ross has time to land and turn, my body is already in motion. Using his move against him, I swing my leg high, the force behind it brutal as a hammer. He turns as if we choreographed the move together, placing his jaw exactly where I planned on it being. My foot hits the perfect spot, and his body crumples. Ragged parts push and pull from my chest, the only sound in the woods with everyone else having gone quiet. Roderick strides up to the fallen wolf, using the toe of his boot to flip the guy over. We can all hear the air trickling in and out of his slack mouth. Knockout. Warner wins the challenge. If Ross commits the same offense again, he will stand trial. Everyone gathered knows what that means. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not even the most powerful of the Jameson brothers took the man down this quickly. No way would he stand a chance against Roderick. A trial would mean the wolf's death. A few of Ross's friends come to collect him. Even though his face still pisses me off, I hope he'll take this loss with grace. Mainly because I want Zoe safe, but also because my brother shouldn't have to deal with idiots with death wishes. But our pack hasn't had a trial in decades. Even Ross wouldn't be arrogant enough to stumble into one. Not after I just handed him his ass. Part 57's Zoe. By time Warner cuts off his bike, I'm already half without clothes. Living a mile away from the nearest neighbor has its perks. It means I can open the front door wearing nothing but a bra and panties without scandalizing the gossip mongers in the small town. I need this. Touch. Comfort. Connection. Maybe combating the darkness with sex isn't the healthiest method, but at least I'm not drinking myself into oblivion. The front lawn is shadowed, but I can still make out Warner's from as he dismounts, and I can see the way he stumbles to a stop when he takes me in. Next thing I know, the werewolf is running toward me, a triumphant howl ringing from him. The sound has me shivering in anticipation. Warner tackles me in the gentlest manner. He scoops me up in his arms and uses his momentum to carry us both into the house. My arms circle his neck, and my legs wrap around his waist, clinging as I laugh at his enthusiasm. Nothing is better than seeing you waiting for me like this. He rumbles the words with his face pressed into my hair and kicks the front door shut with the heel of his boot. Disturbed from his nap, Bruce gives an exasperated huff before trotting back toward the guest bedroom he's claimed as his own. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You like me without clothes on. I never would have guessed. I can feel myself grinning as I move to meet Warner's eye. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't. He keeps his head turned away as he walks around the cabin with me in his arms. And for some reason, he seems bent on shutting off the lights. Don't bother with those. I didn't wear my cutest set of underwear only to hook up with Warner in the dark. Plus, I made sure to use ice packs on my eyes to get rid of the puffiness from my earlier subfest. I'm setting the mood, he murmurs against my ear. I shiver again. Still, there's tension underlying his words. The same bit that has all the muscles in his neck tightening. My first assumption was that it was sexual. But now, I'm not so sure. When the only light in the cabin is the almost full moon peeking through a slit in the curtains, Warner finally turns his head to kiss me. His mouth is ravenous, his tongue eager. The werewolf stands in the middle of the main room, clutching me to him, devouring my mouth as if I'm the reason he can breathe. When we finally break apart, he gasps out one question. Couch or bed? Couch, I declare. But also, it works better with my plan. Just because my mind begs to get lost in the passion of Warner's kiss doesn't mean I'll give in to the urge. Something is wrong, and I'm going to find out what. I assume you want me on bottom. His tone half humorous, half pleading. Glad that you're learning. My voice is all huskiness, and Warner responds to it eagerly. He walks around to the front of the couch, settling us on the old cushions, him laying back while I straddle his waist. I'm tempted to lean down and kiss the hell out of him, but I can't. Before he realizes my intention, I reach for the lamp on the table beside the armrest and flick on the light. His body goes taut under me, and when I blink to adjust my eyes, I see why. Warner's eyebrow has a nasty gash through it, and his face is bruised. He winces and avoids my eyes, but that doesn't stop me from wrenching up his shirt to find even more discoloration on his torso. Where did all of these bruises come from? My words come out ragged with worry. He's riddled with injuries. Did you have an accident at work? It doesn't matter. He'll be healed in a few hours. Warner pries his shirt out of my hands, pulling it down to cover himself. It does matter. What happened? When did it happen? You weren't messed up like this when we went out to lunch. Zoe. He groans my name, sitting up to bury his face in my neck and wrap his arms around my waist. The hold presses us tight together, which normally I would enjoy, but now I can't examine his injuries. He starts kissing my skin, causing goosebumps to prickle all over my body. The sneaky animal is looking to distract me. I'm not having any of it. My fingers comb into his hair, as if I'm giving him a normal gentle caress. Then I fist my hands, grabbing hold of the roots and directing his head back until Warner meets my eyes. He pants, lust clear in his gaze. He likes when I take charge, when I get a little rough. Warner. His name comes out of my throat in a sultry murmur, and his eyelids flicker at the sound. What do I want? I almost smile at the hopeful note in his voice, but I keep the humor off my face, instead giving his hair another tug before leaning down to bite his bottom lip. He groans, deep in his throat, and his erection grows hard under my ass. What do I want? My tone is more demanding as I repeat the question, with his head pulled back. I can see the way he swallows. I can watch the tensing then relaxing of his jaw. After a moment he sighs in defeat. You want to know what happened to me? My grip relaxes, and I use the pads of my fingers to massage his scalp and place to his lip to soothe where I bit him. You don't have to tell me. I watch Warner's eyebrows rise in disbelief before I clarify. But if you don't, I'm going to ask you to leave. His embrace tightens again as wide eyes search my face. Maybe it's unfair that I'd be fine with a friend like Juliet keeping her secrets from me, while I demand that Warner share his or get out. But Juliet wasn't covered in bruises, and the rules of friends change when you're whatever Warner and I are. Part 58 Zoe. I got into a fight with another wolf. Warner admits. Werewolf. Or wolf. Werewolf. Why were you two fighting? Warner grimaces before resting his head on my shoulder. Because he would have hurt you if I hadn't. Cold trails through my veins at his words, and I give an involuntary shiver. Could you elaborate on that? Warner loosens his hold only to rub his hands up and down my back. The move is soothing, but I can't give up all the tension thrumming through me. My eyes flit to the dark window, wondering if I'll see the face of an animal on the other side of the glass. It was Ross, the asshole from my work. You insulted him, made him look stupid. Some of my fear gives way to anger. Good. That was the point. Warner lifts his head to offer me a thin smile. His warm palms cut my cheek, and he trails his thumb over my lips. And I loved watching you talk circles around him. But my kind doesn't take insults lightly, and we hold grudges. When I got back, he made some more comments, and I knew things weren't over. Not in his mind. Warner's hold becomes firm, as if he's desperate to keep me in place. I knew that if Ross ever came across you again, there was the real possibility he might hurt you. So you fought him. Warner nods. Werewolves are territorial. We'll get violent to protect what's ours, especially if it's someone we care about. Is that what I am? I don't voice the question. Not sure I want to hear the answer. But how did you two fighting solve anything? Did you kill him? I hesitate because this is another answer I'm not sure I want. No. I swear. Warner presses a kiss to my forehead, so gentle that I have trouble imagining him getting violent with anyone. Think of it like him and me. I just knocked him out. We weren't even in wolf form. Tu m'as été extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've never been a fan of the sport, but at least I have a mental image. Still, what's to keep Ross from hurting me in the future? It's a dominance thing. And a warning. He knows that if he hurts you, I'll come after him. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If he comes after you, he'll face punishment from the pack. Warner grimaces, obviously realizing he's not explaining the situation well. I think you need to tell me more about werewolves. Do you all have different rules than humans? Do I have to follow those rules when we're together? Warner tilts his head as he ponders my questions. We do have different rules, that is, and we monitor ourselves. The Pine Falls Police Force doesn't have jurisdiction over the pack, and they know it. That's disconcerting. His lips pull tight before he shrugs. In some towns, with other packs, it would be, but our pack leader is Wodrick. You'll never meet a more honorable guy, and if anything, he holds us to a higher standard than any human laws would. I think back on my brief interaction with the stoic werewolf. He was intimidating, but reminded me of my older brother Bran, one of the most honorable men I know. Maybe werewolf law isn't the worst thing in the world. Problem is, it's hard to follow rules I haven't learned. And do I have to meet these standards? Since we're hanging out. Now Warner stares at me with intensity. Hanging out. No changing the subject. Especially to a topic I'm not ready to discuss. Am I going to get challenged to a cage fight? The werewolf relaxes back on the armrest, his gaze tracing over me, finally admiring my lingerie. No, but if you piss off werewolves, I might have to fight a few more on your behalf. Guilt and annoyance swore in me. So your injuries are my fault. Which had gone heavy as he looked at my body, widens and jumps to my face. No, Zoe. This is all Roth. He needed to be put in his place. Even if you hadn't set him down, I still would have called him out just for the way he came onto you. Still, this seems to come back to me, and I don't like the circular way our conversation is going. I take advantage of Warner's willingness to share. To ask another werewolf question. Do you live forever? His smile returns. He smiles so easily, and I enjoy the warm glow of his good humor now. We heal faster, so we live longer, but not by much. Maybe 10 more years to our average life expectancy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And how are werewolves made? Lack of birth control, but surprises a laugh out of me. But I clench my teeth down to stifle anymore. Warner gives me his cheek-iced grin as his callous palms drag up over my exposed snap. When he reaches the lacy cups of my bra, his thumbs tease at the material and I feel the heat of his touch through the fabric. My nipples tighten, and he gives a satisfied hum in the back of his throat. Then I notice 2 things. The first is an obvious hardening under my butt. The second is a blackness that seeps out from his pupils, erasing the lovely brandy color of his irises. The change is fascinating. I find myself leaning forward, cupping his cheeks to hold him in place so I can watch it happen. Why do your eyes do that? Turn black. Warner blinks. Emotion. If a wolf is enraged, or aroused, he leans up to nip at my nose before dropping his head back to the armrest. It shows our animalistic nature is coming out. It also happens right before a change. I jerk back. You're not going to change in the middle of sex, are you? The werewolf laughs at that but stifles the amusement when he spots my frown. No, don't you worry. As long as it's not the full moon, I have complete control over when I change. But also, when I'm in wolf form, I don't deal with sexual urges. That's all on my human form. All the wolf cares about is your safety. Good to know. I smirk down at him. A sudden tug on my wrist pulls me forward until my face is flush with his. When my hair falls around like a brown curtain, I feel safe from the world. Where wolf rules and human rules drift away. Warner gives another tug until I'm close enough for him to bury his head in the crook of my neck. I hear the deep inhale he makes, and the sound piques my curiosity. What's up with you always sniffing my neck? Are you planning on chomping down? That seems like vampire territory. Warner chuckles and licks my quickening pulse. It's one of your warm spots. Warm spots. His nose trails over the skin, teasing me until I carp squirming in his hold. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Your scent is stronger here. Drives me crazy. His teeth pinch me, but so gently that all I can do is gasp. You said spots. Where else? Hopefully he's not about to shove his face in my armpit. Warner unhooks my bra and slides it off my arms before pressing his nose between my breasts. He licks my skin, and a shaking starts deep inside me. Strong hands trail down my spine and over my thighs until his fingers press into the soft flesh at the back of my knees. This is another. You want to sniff my... Despite my rising arousal, I can't help snorting out a giggle. Against my chest I can feel Warner smile. But then his fingers reverse their journey until they find the center of me. This is probably my favorite. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. And he starts to leisurely stroke me, which means I'm back to writhing against him. Memories of our previous encounter flash through my mind. Half of me wants to repeat the experience move for move, just to ensure the same mind-shattering result. But the other half of me wants to come up with new avenues to pleasure. Suddenly, I realize my oversight. Last time, I treated Warner like a human man. I didn't even consider the possibilities that come along with his supernatural status. How strong are you? Part 59's OE. My mind is occupied by a debate over the font choice for a client's website when I pull up to the cabin. The mental back and forth has me so distracted. I don't realize I've parked next to another car until I remove the key from the ignition. What the hell? Enthusiasm, in the weeks I've been in Pine Falls, my only visitor has been Warner. But tonight is the full moon, so he's ridden off with his pack to go howl at the night sky and run around without clothes in the woods. Or whatever they all do. Tonight, I'm on my own. Or at least, I was supposed to be. Any other day, I might have guessed that the visitor is Juliet. Only, I just left the library, and she was halfway through a shift at the reference desk. The mystery is solved the minute I climb out of my truck and get a glimpse of the SUV's bumper. More specifically, the bumper stickers pasted all over it. Rugby, no helmet. No pads. Just balls. Happiness is a good ruck, support your local hooker. Play rugby. And the last one, my favorite. Be kind to animals. Kiss a rugby player. My brothers are here. And if I had any last bit of doubt, it's blown to pieces by a shout from the front porch. Baby sister. You're alive. Carver, the most enthusiastically affectionate of my four brothers, comes barreling down the stairs and across the yard toward me. Soon, I'm wrapped in a bear hug, being swung around like a well-loved rag doll. Don't break her. Abram, the oldest of us all, scolds. When Carver sets me down, Abram gives me a gentle but firm hug, then passes me off to Byron for the same. Donovan is satisfied with ruffling my hair affectionately. What are you all doing here? I stare around at their familiar grinning faces, not realizing until this moment just how much I miss them. Carver drapes his arm over my shoulders and turns me toward the house. You sounded lonely when you called, and we were tired of waiting for you to come back to Denver. We came to help you finish with the cabin. Abram explains. But you all have jobs that, require you to be at them. I'm the only one in the bunch who doesn't have the typical 40-hour work week. Abram is a district manager for a tractor supply company. Carver is a physical therapist. Byron works at a music shop repairing instruments. And Donovan works as a cybersecurity analyst. Bunch of stand-up guys who shouldn't be playing hooky from their well-paying jobs. It's called vacation time. Ever heard of it? Carver knocks on the front door, which sets Bruce to barking. We've been waiting outside forever. Unlock the door. I roll my eyes and fight a smile at his whining. If I had known you were coming, I would have left you a key, but then we wouldn't get to see your dumbass surprised look. Carver offers. I do not look like a dumbass ever. I always look like the smartest of asses. I shove my brother through the now open front door as he laughs. So this is Grandma Minnie's place. Byron is the next in, and he moved to the center of the room, turning slowly to observe every angle. I look at the cabin with new eyes, seeing it how my brothers see it. The space isn't hugely different than when I first arrived. All the furniture is pretty much the same. Other than the upgrades I've made to them, I realize that despite my idea to potentially sell the pieces once they were refurbished, I haven't looked into any options for that task. I simply made everything look better, then arranged the furniture how I preferred. As if this is my place. The thought sends a spike of panic through me. I've been settling in, getting comfortable here, turning this cabin into an introvert's hideaway. What still needs getting done? Have you talked to the local realtor? Abram starts flicking light switches, as if he thinks he's going to find a dud, like I would let myself live in darkness. Unfortunately, that isn't an unreasonable assumption based on how they last found me. No, I haven't. I guess I thought Mom would do that, since she's technically the one who owns it. Donovan silently wanders around the space, eyeing my handiwork. Then we just need to make it ready for sale. Abram says we. For the first time since I realized the car parked outside was Carver's, I resent my brother's surprise visit. I've spent weeks working on this cabin, and now they're here to speed things along, rush me through to the end. This is my project. I wanted to go at my pace, but that's life with the Gunner boys. Say goodbye to my control. Cut 60 Warner. There are no clouds in the night sky, allowing the light from the full moon to spill down and bathe us in her cool glow. My wolf stretches under my skin, as if waking up from a long nap, and waits eagerly for me to take my animal form. I'm eager to once I'm wolf. My thoughts will be less focused. Instinct will take over, and I'll be able to melt into the rhythm of the pack. Thoughts of Zoe will tuck into the back corner of my mind. Worry about leaving her will hopefully dim. There's nothing to be anxious over. She'll be in Pine Falls right where you left her once this night is done. A dark voice in the back of my mind brings out my doubt. Will she there? Things between Zoe and I are good, but they're good in the same way that skydiving is good. All glorious rush and heady feelings, with the hope that once the ripcord is pulled a parachute will deploy and keep me from smashing into a pile of blood, bone, and entrails when I hit the ground. We're falling, and as long as I don't touch the ripcord, I can convince myself there is a parachute. I can tell myself that falling for Zoe won't end in disaster. If you're separated, we meet back here at dawn. Head count is required before we head back to town. Roderick's normally steady voice is broken with a growling quality tonight. The change is gripping him as tightly as the rest of us. A third of the pack is already in their wolf forms. We've gathered in the field behind an abandoned barn. The land is owned by the pack, allowing us to park an entire fleet of bikes and cars here. Not everyone in the pack is a member of the Dark Moon Riders. Roderick said once that he thinks the pack instinct calls to some more than others, and those are the members who join the club. The ones who need that group around them, the one night a month. Prime example of someone who doesn't have any interest in joining, Courtney. She sits on the bed of her truck wearing only a tee, shirt, dress, and probably nothing underneath it. I already have my shirt and pants off, while a good deal of other people are stripping or completely without clothes. Modesty isn't a big thing amongst the pack. How's your lady doing? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My friend would feel the need to talk to me about the one topic I'm trying not to focus on. And at a moment when talking normally isn't encouraged. We're supposed to be connecting to our animal forms, not having a casual chat. Home. Safe. The growling is in my voice. To Courtney, S eyes haven't even turned black yet. Home. You think she's sticking around? Because I can't handle the panic that comes with any other answer. I give the one that will hopefully keep my wolf calm. Yes, shadows caress my skin as attention grows. Courtney grins while she watches. Glad to hear it. I'll have to make more of an effort. I'm past the point where I can ask what she means. A series of painful snaps shudder through my body like dominoes falling. Then my whole view of the world changes. Thoughts blur into a series of feelings and urges while my senses sharpen. I shake off the tingles of left-behind magic, then recognize the call of my pack leader mixed with the tease of Mother Moon. One the simple word infuses my limbs, guiding me to fall and follow. Loose dirt shifts under the heavy weight of my paws as I pick up my pace. We head away from the large machines my human form needs, and let the forest envelope us. Scents flow into me with each of my deep breaths. I want to consume the night, and I can't help the joyful noises that push from my throat and receive responses from those flanking me. Even as the thick branches block out the light of the moon, I can feel her glow on my back. She is glorious, giving off pure energy. My muscles surge with the touch of her magic. My view of myself as an individual blurs until there are only thoughts of us. Thoughts of we. The pack moves as one massive, joyful procession through the night. A scent drifts on the wind, musky and warm. Hunger demands I follow. And I am not the only one. The animal flees from our pursuit, but it does not have the blessing of Mother Moon. Soon I feast on meat, blood dripping and cooling on the forest floor. Zoe would hate this part. The thought is a light caress against my mind that drifts away like a breeze ruffling my coat. My future mate is safe, and I will return to her when this celebration is done. Belly full, I run again, soon mixing in with my pack. We hunt and howl and fulfill a deep need in our souls. The night passes, but I do not count the seconds. Time loses its meaning, and I give myself up to the wolf. Part 61's Oe. The roar of a motorcycle rumbling down Grandma Minnie's drive has me smiling. Is Dad here? Carver turns to the room. The plate he was half done washing dripping water onto the floor. That can't be him. He has a gig in Boulder tonight. Byron moves to the front window, pulling the curtain open and peering out. Donovan at his shoulder. Looks like some pre-boy biker guy. My younger brother announces, and I try to stifle my snort as I start screwing the caps back on my paints. Some of my humor fades when a Bram stands from his chair. His looming rugby, Bill taking up more than his fair share of the cabin's family room. He stares down at me, his face blank, but I know his protective instincts are firing to life. Like a series of gears he always keeps well. Who is he? He's my so many different words bombard me, that I struggle to finish my sentence. Friend. I don't tend to have wild sex with my friends. Boyfriend. We haven't talked about commitment because that would mean me having to think about the future. Like a werewolf protector. Well, I don't want to give my brothers any reason to think I'm hallucinating. Or that I need protection. Warner. I finish with a hopeless shrug. You're Warner. My brother's jaw tenses. Or does he think you're his? What are you talking about? We stopped in to see Mom before heading out here. She had some interesting things to say about the local biker gang. Abram takes a step toward the door. Holy shit. Did she tell them about the werewolves? What interesting things. I forget my paints. Shoving my chair back to follow my brother. Abram glares at me. The expression doesn't intimidate me, but it does make me worry about what is about to go down. She said these guys aren't like Dad's group. Not just casual riders. She said they make their own rules. That more than half this town is scared of them. Not able to refute any of that. Thanks a lot, Mom. Abram clearly thinks the Dark Moon Riders are some outlaw motorcycle club that's smuggling guns and dealing drugs. I want to tell him that they don't follow our rules because they can't. No lawmaker ever took supernatural creatures into account when they were drafting legislation. And yeah, people are scared of them, but not because they terrorize the town. They're scared because the existence of werewolves is disconcerting. If I was sure my mom had told my brothers about werewolves, then I'd make this argument. But it seems like she left them in the dark on that important point, and it's not my secret to share. Zoe. Warner calls from the driveway. I can imagine him staring at the SUV, wondering who my visitors are. Mom also said these guys get possessive when it comes to women, like they think they own you. What the hell? That's not. Heavy boots scrunch on the gravel outside, and Abram turns away from me to pull open the door. I try to follow right after him, but Carver, Byron, and Donovan somehow get there before me. Their massive bodies clog the entryway. I'm not sure if they're keeping me inside intentionally, or if they're just oblivious. Who are you? Even through the wall of gunners, I can hear Warner's voice. Move you OAF. I shove at Byron's back, but he barely shifts his weight, waving me off as if I'm distracting him from an entertaining show. You're the one who showed up here unannounced. Great. He's decided to be Abram the asshole. My older brother has a history of anger issues, but I thought he was dealing with them. Apparently, therapy isn't working. I growl and try to shove Donovan to the side with my shoulder. He smirks down at me before leaning to block even more of the doorway. Where's Owie? A deep warning note twists into Warner's question. Trust my brothers to piss off the most easy-going werewolf in all of Pine Falls. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not that it's any of your business. Abram replies, voice cold. This is quickly turning into an occurrence, and I've had enough. Stupid, overprotective, pig-headed brothers, I muttered to myself as I stomp over to a window. The glass has grown wavy with time, and I still need to clean the panes to see out of it properly. But I'm not looking to wave from a window like a damsel in distress. This requisite is getting out of her backwoods tower. With an angry tug, I swing the window open, then throw my leg over the low sill. Stop trying to start a fight. Abram. All the men scratch that. Boys whip their heads in my direction in time to see my toe catch on the windowsill, causing me to stumble onto the porch. I'm just able to keep from falling on my face, or my ass, and I make sure to come up glowering. Warner seems relieved at the sight of me and even manages a tight smile before turning wary eyes back on my brother. Abram stands on the top step, arms crossed. Block his face wearing a foreboding scowl that he still has turned on Warner. Most people would find the sight intimidating. My brother is huge in Ed Wayne, the Rock Johnson kind of way, but Warner is a werewolf. So yeah, game set, and match. Not that Abram knows he's got nothing on Warner. Get back inside. Zoe, mutters my brother. Get your head out of your arse. Abram, I'm yelling. My family can always get me to yell. This is an irrational response, and you three are enabling him. I throw my glare toward the gunners lingering in the doorway. Zoe Warner speaks in a careful, almost soft voice as he holds out his hand. Why don't you come on over here? And I realize that even while he talks to me, Warner keeps his eyes on Abram, as if he's waiting for my brother to make an aggressive move against me. Werewolves are territorial. We'll get violent to protect what's ours, especially if it's someone we care about. Nerves course through me at the memory, and I rush to stand in front of Abram. This is my brother. They're all my brothers. Part 60 to Zoe. Warner gives me a terse nod but doesn't lose any of the tension in his face or body. They're trying to keep you locked up. He continues to use that overly calm voice. Someone might believe he wasn't upset, but I can see his eyes. The normal enchanting amber color bleeds into black. Not good. Angry werewolf is not good. Problem is, I can't think of a way to defuse the situation. If I step toward Warner, I can guarantee Abram will approach. He may even grab me. Warner wouldn't like that. But if I move back toward my brothers, the wolf will think I don't have a choice, that they're trying to keep me contained. And if I decide to say screw you, and sprint into the woods, leaving them all behind, who knows what kind of chaos would erupt. It's while my mind cycles through all these impossible options that I notice Warner's eyes flicker to the side slightly, as if he hears something. A moment later, the grunt of tires disrupts the tension, and sunshine yellow pickup truck appears, barreling down the driveway. When it comes to an abrupt stop, I swear he risk-walk. The driver's side door flings open, revealing a grinning woman. Courtney has arrived. Looks like I'm crashing a party. Sweet. Today she has on a pair of torn jeans, a simple black sweater, and compared to the beige footwear I've seen her sport, a relatively tame pair of purple cowboy boots. For the most part, she looks like a normal, beautiful woman. That is, if I ignore the chicken she's cradling. What are you doing here? Warner asks. He doesn't sound overjoyed at her appearance, but I'm relieved to hear resignation in his voice rather than the barely restrained anger. I came to give Zoe a housewarming present. She holds up the chicken like we're in the opening scene of The Lion King. The bird writhes in indignation. She doesn't need a housewarming present. Abram's scowl is practically audible. She's not staying. Whatever distraction Courtney's sudden appearance provided evaporates. Warner's eyes seep into black again as he glares over my shoulder. Zoe doesn't need you making decisions for her. This is a side of Warner I haven't seen before. My domineering brother steps around me, practically flexing his muscles in an intimidation move. And I'm supposed to let you do that? Warner scoffs. As if I need you to let me do anything. Courtney bounds up the steps to stand beside me, wearing a delighted smile. If I'd known your place was so interesting, I would have come over weeks ago. I don't have the mental capacity to respond. My brain too focused on how to defuse this situation. Things only get worse when Byron, Carver, and Donovan step forward, leaving behind their spectator roles in order to back Abram up. For against one, Warner will still win. I care about all 5 of them. I don't want anyone getting hurt. The thought pisses me off because they are all being so immature. Abram steps up in Warner's space. You better be happy I'm letting you leave here with your face intact. They're so close, and it's as if the pin on a grenade has been pulled and we're just seconds away from a bloody explosion. There is no doubt in my mind. There will be blood, since my brothers have abandoned the doorway. I'm clear to sprint inside. I search the cabin for some solution to the shitstorm brewing outside. I'm mixing bowl full of soapy water, and the sight of my crafting supplies give me inspiration. I grab the bowl, along with the container I'd set on the kitchen table earlier. Back outside, the men are so wrapped up in making my life decisions for me, they haven't even noticed I stepped away. Zoe's been doing fine making her own choices these past few weeks without you looming over her. Warner snarls, nose to nose with Abram. My brother lets out a hard laugh. Like I'm supposed to believe you and your biker thug friends haven't tried anything. When he lifts his arms ready to shove Warner, I lose my last whinge of hesitation. I step up to the edge of the porch and fling the water from the bowl, taking half a second to admire my accuracy. The wave hits my target their heads beautifully, soaking them both. Hose M down. Girl, I want to see some mud wrestling. Courtney claps me on the back as the 2 men blink in surprise. But I'm not done. Water is too easy to ignore in the heat of anger. Heads up. And they're both dense enough to look my way. They each get a face full of glitter. The sparkles engulf them like a fairy princess bomb went off. Every shimmering bit sticks to their wet skin, clothes, and hair. They've gone from 2 irate, intimidating men to disco balls. They belong in the middle of a pride parade. Carver shoves a fist against his mouth, but it does nothing to suppress his delighted snicker. The noise seems to help Abram recover some of his mental faculties. God damn it. Zoe. He brushes at his arms in disgust. Do you have a lifetime supply of glitter? You know I do. I chuck the empty bowl and container at their feet, still furious despite the hilarious scene in front of me. And I will happily plaster you both in it. Then, if you still feel like fighting, I'll grab my phone and record every ridiculous second. Build a whole website to house that video. Send the link to every person you've ever met. And make sure the entire cosmos knows that you two decided to become glitter gladiators. By the time I'm done my rant, I've reached a righteous volume that practically shakes the trees surrounding the property. Hell, that's some intricate revenge. Courtney whispers to no one in particular. She sounds delighted. Now I snarl at the 2 of them. Are you going to get along? Abram glares at the ground, still trying to rub away the silver sparkles adhered to his upper half. But it's no use. Glitter is the herpes of the craft world. The silence is broken by a choking snort. For a second, I think it's Carver again. But then I realize the noise came from Warner's throat. The werewolf stares at his hands, flipping them palm down, and then up again. Then he throws his head back, laughing, as if he wasn't just seconds away from brawling. He laughs so hard he has to bend over, clutching his knees. Seeing Warner lose it chips away at my fury, and I fight hard against a smile. Then, faster than any of my brothers were likely expecting, Warner bounds up the steps, wrapping his arms around at my thighs and lifting me into the air. He doesn't race away with me as his captive. He twirls us both around, chuckling as he buries his nose against my throat. One of my warm spots. I can feel his breath there, the way he inhales deep. For the moment, I'm able to forget all the worries over decisions I need to make. In Warner's arms, the world seems funnier, not so full of impossible decisions. I clasp his head, tilting his face until eyes of pure amber meet mine. Loving the sight, I press a gentle kiss to the middle of his forehead, sure my lips come away shimmering. All you two are so cute. I could vomit. Courtney skips back down the steps and walks straight up to my oldest brother. Part 63 Zoe. I'm suffocating. The glitter only mildly diffused the tension between Warner and the Gunner boys, so I asked him to give me some time with them. But now, even asleep, my brothers fill the tiny cabin. Carver's snores sneak through the gap between the floor and my door. All four of them must give off a furnace worth of heat because the air around me is heavy and warm. But not a comforting warm. More like the warmth of a blanket being held over my face until I pass out. The thought is me crawling out of my bed, feet quiet on the hardwood floor as I try to catch my breath. Having my own room shouldn't feel this claustrophobic. I need air. Fresh mountain air not made stale by too many bodies exhaling in the same space. Bruce doesn't stir in his dog bed as I cross to the window. I pry it open despite its warped frame. Every inch it rises pairs with the reluctant squeak of old wood against old wood. Still, I keep at the thing until it's close to fully open. Cold air swirls around me, brushing against my exposed arms and making goosebumps prickle in its wake. I pause to listen, both to the soothing sounds of the woods at night, but also to check if my efforts woke my brothers. If even one has stirred, he'll come to check on me. The Gunner boys can't help themselves. They treat me like I'm a baby bird, fallen from its nest. If left alone too long, I'll surely perish, too weak to deal with the cruel world. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My past has given them a reason to worry. I'm not entirely blameless, but that doesn't mean I approve of how close they hover. The thought makes me want to escape. For the past few weeks, this cabin has felt like a refuge. Now it smells like a stale box, one that my brothers want to stick me in after cocooning me securely in bubble wrap. One of my legs is over the low sill before I consider what I'm doing. Splinters catch at my flannel pajama pants, but I don't let that hold me back. Jailbreak. I'm pulling a Shawshank Redemption. Only, as I sneak into the chilly night, I admit my route is much more pleasant than crawling through sewers full of human waste. Still, there's an element of danger. The moon sits high in the star-speckled sky, having lost one sliver that would make it full. The light it casts is enough for me to see the vague outlines of trees and bushes. There are plenty of shadows. Memories of a menacing growl creep from the recesses of my mind. I push the thoughts away. I'm only crossing the yard, not running into the woods. As I reach the bottom rung of the treehouse ladder, I make the connection I can't believe I hadn't before. Could the animal that scared me have been a werewolf? Is that why Warner was asking what it looked like? The idea brings on an uneasy chill that makes my fingers shake as I begin to climb. If I was being stalked by a werewolf that day, then that means I didn't accidentally stumble into the wrong part of the woods. Someone wanted me scared. Someone may have been planning on hurting me, and as I crawl through the entrance to the treehouse, another realization pricks at me. Climbing a tree might keep me safe from a wolf, but not a werewolf. The minute I stand, I know something is wrong. My barefoot on the old is accompanied by an ominous groan. A loud crack sounds. My whole world shifts. The calm night rends open with my terrified scream. Part 60 for Warner. Are you moping? I don't think I'd ever seen you mope before. Courtney plops down on the stool next to me, bumping her shoulder into mine and jostling my beer. I clutch it close to keep the contents from spilling before taking another swig. I'm not moping. I'm brooding. It's a good look for me. Right. I try to offer her my normal charming smile, but from her grimace I bet I didn't get anywhere close. What's wrong? No, wait. Let me guess. You could say that. Always bothers to have me feeling pissy, but it's more than that. I'm angry at myself. My first impression with her family is as a possessive asshole, practically begging to get into a fight. No one in this town, not even the people that know about the wolves and are scared of us, would use those words to describe me. I didn't know I could get that way, but the second I pulled up to her cabin and scented not just one strange man, but full, my heckles were up. Zoe and I haven't talked about mating, but that doesn't change the fact that my wolf is pushing me to lay claim. Then when that Neanderthal and Bram tried to keep her from me, I'm not sure there's ever been a moment when I was angrier. Somehow, I kept from lunging forward and ripping his arms off, but just barely. Does Zoe know how close I came to doing something she'd never forgive me for? A better man than me would take my overreaction as proof that I should leave her alone, find someone of my own kind to be with. But no matter how nice I am, how willing to help my neighbor, when it comes to Zoe, I'm selfish. I want her. I want all of her. And I'll do a lot more than snap my fangs at anyone who tries to keep us apart. Yeah, that older one is a real piece of work. Made me take Queen Omelette back home with me just because Owie doesn't have a chicken coop. I mean, details. Right. Courtney waves for her own beer. So, did she break up with you now? Hell, I'd be in a lot worse shape if that happened. She just asked me to give her some time alone with her brothers, since everything was so tense, and she hasn't seen them in a few weeks. By the end of my explanation, I'm grumbling, like a spoiled kid denied his favorite toy. I can't help it. We've been away on a moon run, and all I wanted to do was curl up with my woman tonight after pleasuring her in all the ways I can think of. But no, I'm stuck at the rabbit hole nursing my second beer as the clock ticks past midnight. I can't even get properly drunk because I have to drive myself home. Sounds like you need to get on their good sides. Me? I growl. What about them getting on my good side? You should have seen the way they were treating her before you got there. Wouldn't even let her out of the house. She had to climb out a fucking window. Courtney answers, not committing to my side. So they're dicks. But clearly Zoe can handle them in her own way. Courtney flicks at something on my shoulder and I catch a glimmer of another glitter piece I must have missed in my shower. The memory of Zoe's method for shutting down a fight has me giving in to a reluctant smile. But Courtney isn't done. Still, they're her brothers, her family. What are you? My smile drops, and I can feel myself frowning. I'm her mate. No, you Ray not. Not yet. Courtney, normally just as carefree as me, examines me with cool eyes. Maybe not ever. The bar door swings open behind us, letting in the cool night air that does nothing to soothe the panic caused by Courtney's words. As I'm trying to formulate a response, a heavy hand claps on my shoulder. Before I turn to look, I recognize Raider's voice. Bearded man grimaces down at me, and I'm on edge. Raider isn't one to seek me out, or anyone really for that matter. He's a seasoned member of the pack that keeps to himself. Tell me, any reason your lady would be with a bunch of guys? Is that it? Please let that be it. Zoe's brothers are in town. There's 4 of them. Big, blonde guys for the most part. Instead of giving me an understanding nod and walking away, my packmate only looks more disturbed. Thought it was her, but them fuckers were crowded so close around her. Didn't get a good look. What are you saying? To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. My wolf paces anxiously in my chest, setting my pulse pounding. We were riding through town and saw them take her into emergency care ward. My stool topples over as I shoot to my feet and sprint. Zoe is hurt. Part 65 Warner. I shift through the front doors to the emergency care, hating the sterile smell of the place and how it dampens Zoe's trail. The minute I pulled into the parking lot, I knew Raider was right. Zoe's here, and she's bleeding. A young nurse sits at the front desk, and her eyes widen at my abrupt arrival. I don't stop to ask her directions. The place is small, and I know exactly which way to go. Not another one, sir. It's already to the swinging doors that led back to the treatment area cut her off. The space full of medical devices sends me back to the night I revealed my true self to Zoe. I whisper a fear that the memory of the dead look in her eyes creeps through me. I thought I might have lost her then. Please tell me I'm not going to lose her now. Despite the place being empty of other patients, I can't seize Zoe right away. There's a human wall between the two of us. Where is she? Again, I'm coming at the Gunner brothers all aggression. The words low and rumbling with a growl I can't keep contained. 3 of them whirl around, clearly shocked by my sudden appearance. But Abram keeps his gaze on his sister, and with their turning I finally catch a glimpse of her. She's sitting up on the bed. That's where the good news ends. At the sight of her pained smile, my frantic anger gets pushed aside by my helpless worry. Before her family can decide if they want to keep acting the human barrier, I'm stepping between them, reaching for her. Only, my hands hover an inch away, worried about causing additional pain. What happened? She's covered in scratches, most just tiny abrasions, but there's a thick one at the base of her neck, and there look to be hastily tied bandages around spots on her arms and her legs. Bandages with growing red stains. The beginnings of bruises shadow her forehead, cheek, elbows and knees. One ankle has started to swell, and she holds one on to her chest, the angle of it off. These aren't the signs of a small stumble. Whatever I missed looks to have barely gotten away without killing the woman I love. I love her, and here she is, broken and bloody from some mystery event. If I don't find out who or what hurt her soon, the violence boiling in my brain might find an unintended target. Could you hold this one? It doesn't hurt as much. Zoe offers her left hand to me, and I accept it, cradling her palm as carefully as I would a baby chick. Did someone attack you? A trembling starts in my chest, the product of barely contained rage. My wolf wants to break free and lay waste to the world. She looks surprised and confused. What? No, I fell. You fell. I finally tear my eyes away from her for a moment, only to give Abram the most disgusted, hate-filled glare I can manage. The excuse for her injures the oldest in the book when it comes to abuse. Brother or not, when I discover which one of these men hurt Zoe, he'll be lucky if I only kill him. The blonde man seems upset, returning my angry scowl with a tense jaw and helpless eyes. She did fall, and who the fuck helped her? Zoe snatches her hand back from mine, and I'm not surprised. I don't recognize myself in this moment. When I turn my head, planning to apologize for scaring her, a palm meets my face, but not in a slap, like I deserve. Zoe smooths her hand over my cheek, patting me. Calm down. I'm okay. Again. She gives me an attempt at a smile, but I can see her pain in the expression. I huff out a humorless laugh. Hell. You look like you got into a brawl with a wild animal. You are not okay. She trails her fingers over my face again, the tips of them tangling in my hair. Well, I'll be okay. It's just some bruises. A cut, too. All right. We've clearly surpassed the acceptable amount of protectors. A doctor whose name I can't remember speaks with a loud, commanding tone as he maneuvers between 2 of Zoe's brothers, rolling a tray in front of him that contains some wicked-looking curved needles. How often did she get stitched up before coming to Pine Falls? Because here it seems to be happening every other day. We have a very comfortable waiting room, and I'm sure Nurse Laura would be happy to brew some tea for you all while you wait. The doctor tilts his head toward the doors I recently burst through, and I spot the curly-haired nurse glaring daggers at me. Funny, before I fell for Zoe, I was much better at getting people to like me. We're not going anywhere, Abram declares, all the brothers nodding in agreement. The doctor, who I see now is wearing a name tag that declares him as Drive, Briggs, doesn't seem intimidated by the blonde giant's glower. Yes, you are. This is my treatment area. And to give your sister proper care, I need you all out of my way. As Abram moves to argue, Drive Briggs holds up a staying hand. I'm not heartless. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gunnar can choose one of you to stay with her if she wants a companion. I'll stay. Her oldest brother says the words faster than I can think them. Just as I'm about to step into his space, Zoe slides her hand back into mine. Abram, she says, gaining his attention immediately. I appreciate the offer, but you're getting too intense. You're making me nervous. Warner is going to stay with me. A prideful warmth fills my chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Abram doesn't simply accept that. Part 66 Warner ran intense. That guy came in here ready to murder. Abram points at me. He's not wrong. Zoe frowns at her brother, then turns back to me. Warner, would you mind sitting in that chair? She tilts her head toward a seat next to the bed. Since it's too far away from her to keep a hold of her hand, I press a kiss to her thankfully cut, free palm before doing as I'm told. Zoe smiles at me, then gives her brother a more rueful version of the expression. I've asked all of you to chill out and sit down since we got here. Thank you for acting the hero. But right now I just need to be the one in charge of me. Abram stares between the two of us before releasing a frustrated, but resigned sigh. We'll be right outside those doors. I know you will. The brothers file out, all of them throwing glances back at their sister. Each one looks secretly concerned, which makes it impossible to tell who might have hurt her. Once it's just the three of us left, the doctor proceeds to disinfect her cuts. Zoe's lips press tight, going white around the edges. She's in pain, and I don't want to add to her discomfort, but not knowing what really happened is making my wolf turn rabid. Helpless anger presses against the edges of my thoughts. I move to the edge of my seat, scooting it closer and offering my hand, which she takes with her uninjured one. Can you please tell me what happened? Saying you fell doesn't explain all of this. I gesture to her skin, riddled with cuts, and her limbs that are possibly broken. Drive. Briggs threads his needle. You can talk. Just try to keep still. This shouldn't hurt with the numbing agent. Zoe gives a nod before refocusing on me. When I said fell, I didn't mean I ripped. The sight of the metal piercing the skin on her neck tries to distract me from her explanation. I remind my wolf that the needle is helping her, just like when she got her arm stitched up. She continues, unaware of how close I am to losing it. My brothers were making the cabin feel crowded, so I went out to the treehouse. Every time I've been up there before, the thing has felt solid, but I guess it is a few decades old. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I climbed up, and the second I stepped onto the floor, my weight must have set it off balance somehow. The whole thing fell, and me along with it. Shit, I mutter. That treehouse is at least 15 feet off the ground. Maybe 20. I was right. She could have died. With my thoughts threatening to descend into a panic spiral, I'm shocked to hear her light chuckle. When I glance up to Drive, Briggs meets my stare with a confused one of his own. As he pauses his stitching, how does your head feel? Zoe, the doctor asks. Are you dizzy? Oh no. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know this isn't a laughing moment. It's only she glances at me, biting her lip. Another giggle slips out, and it's the sweetest sound I've ever heard. Warner, you still have glitter in your hair. That's what I know, without a doubt. Zoe Garnett is my future. Part 67. Zoe, I ache everywhere. But I'm alive. So there's that. To us. I have Warner's warm body beside me as I hobble up the front steps. Really, I'm not that broken. Just a bruised ankle and a broken wrist. All in all, I came out okay. I choose to forget the number of stitches the doctor said he put in me. Are you hungry? Warner holds the door open for me while also keeping an arm outstretched in case I stumble. Bruce wanders out of the guest bedroom and is up to me. I scratch behind his ears, always comforted by the big dog's presence. It's 2 a.m. I just need to sleep. I smile at Warner, softening my rejection of his offer. You heard her. Bedtime. We've got this. Abram comes in right behind me, sliding a hand under my elbow to lend his support. Normally I'd wave him off, but tonight I don't mind having someone to lean on. I'll get you ice for your ankle. Carver heads to the refrigerator. Did you have enough blanket? I know we commandeered a bunch, but I don't need mine. Byron offers. Donovan keeps quiet, but his eyes are locked on each one of my movements as if he's ready to lunge forward if I tip over. Zoe. Warner's voice has me glancing his way. Do you want me to stay? Honestly, I'm surprised he'd even want to with the overbearing presence that is my brother's. She has us. Abram grunts. Stop it. I shush my older brother. I want Warner here. Just because Abram wants to take care of me doesn't give him the right to kick Warner out. I take back my hand, maneuver around the mastiff, and shuffle toward the bedroom. The mattress creaks as I sit down on it and my ankle thanks me for the relief. Carver comes in, holding a towel filled with ice, and Byron approaches holding his blanket. Don't you dare put that on my bed. No way will I be able to sleep knowing you don't have any bedding. I wave a finger at him, but immediately regret how harsh the words came out when I see the lost look on my brother's face. They all share it, and for the first time tonight, I take a moment to imagine if it had been one of them who climbed up in the treehouse instead of me. How would I feel if I had found Abram or Donovan crumbled on the ground? What it would have been like to have to rush Byron or Carver to the emergency room. My brothers are tough, strong men. Plenty of rugby games have ended with them bleeding from some random gouges. But to see any of them truly hurt, my heart would break. I would physically ache for them. I would want to do anything in my power to take their pain away. That's all they're doing now, trying to ease my pain. And I love them so much. I get the urge to cry, just like I'm back in the treehouse, discovering the clues to my grandmother's loneliness. I'm lucky to be so surrounded by love, never having to doubt that there's someone who cares for me. Not when my brothers are near. Despite the pain in my leg, I push back up to a standing position and hold my arms out to Byron. He moves forward with hopeful eyes, offering the blanket again. But I don't grab the material. I wrap him in a hug. I don't need another blanket, but could you make those pancakes I like tomorrow morning? With chocolate chips. His arms encircle me, but stay loose enough to keep from irritating any of my injuries. Those are the ones. When I step back, he looks more centered. He has a direction. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Even if it's something as simple as making me breakfast. I hobble around the group, giving each of my brothers a hug before returning to the bed. Okay, time for some privacy. I need to change. My T-shirt is torn with patches of blood all over it. After final goodnights, 3 of my brothers file out of the room, leaving only Abram, Warner, and me. She said privacy. The eldest gunner repeats, hard eyes never leaving Warner, who hovers beside my bed. Abram. The guy barely glances my way. Despite the swell of love I'm still feeling for my family, I am done with this caveman routine. Warner has seen me without clothes. I feel more satisfaction than I should when my tough older brother flinches and blushes. But I push on. When I said I want Warner here, I meant with me. In my bed. You're injured. You shouldn't be having. He trails off. And if I weren't so exhausted, I'd find this whole exchange hilarious. Don't worry. Banging is not on the menu tonight. Warner lets out a choked noise, and Albram's face gets a funny shade of red. Normally, I would enjoy sparring with a Bram, assured that I could eventually get my way. But tonight, I'm too exhausted. I plop down on the bed with a groan. Then I discover that sitting up is too much work. After collapsing back completely, I stare at the ceiling and try to figure out how to convince my brother to go. Warner is staying. Go away. Bram, I love you, is the best I can come up with. There's a pause. Then I can practically hear my brother glaring. She needs to sleep. No trying anything. His heavy footfalls alert me that he's heading out. I half expect my bedroom door to be slammed shut, but there's only a gentle click of the latch falling in place. Warner's face appears above mine, a worried grimace on his mouth. Don't worry about him. I mutter. He's just being overprotective. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about you. Imagine finding your soulmate, but they're from a completely different world, and they want to leave everything behind just to be with you. Part 68 Zoe. A delicious warmth caresses my face and I realize Warner has laid his palm on my cheek. How are you doing? I take a mental rundown of my situation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Some of the cut sting. I try a shrug, but then I have to bite back a groan. Even though I stifled the sound, I can tell from Warner's furrowed brow that he picked up on the pain that just shot through me. Before he can go into overprotective mode. Too, I add on a last important bit. But I'm happy. Happy. Now his brows are up. And if I had more strength in my jelly arms, I'd reach up to trace them. Instead, I nod. It could have been worse. But I'll heal. Plus, my brothers are here. And you're here. So yeah, I'm happy. Can you help me change? Warner's eyes rove over my face, and I wonder if he's searching for more injuries. He'll probably find some, seeing as how I'm pretty beat up. Then he leans down and brushes a light kiss on the tip of my nose before disappearing out of my eye line. You want the loose flannel ones? There's a sound of drawers being pulled open. Sure, anything to help you keep it in your pants. He snorts, and then is by my side again, helping me sit up so we can pull my tattered shirt off. And I can't stop a pout when he doesn't spare a glance from my bed chest. See, they're not even on and you're already interested in half without clothes me. I grumble. Warner kneels in front of me, working his way up the buttons, but he pauses at my words. When I look down to meet his eyes, I find they are almost entirely black. Never think that I am uninterested in you, Zoe. Never. A shiver sneaks through me that has nothing to do with the fact that my shirt is half open. I reach up to twirl a strand of his black hair around my finger. How do you feel about putting banging back on the menu? That finally gets a grin out of him. But Warner shakes his head and finishes with the buttons. You're evil, he informs me. A wicked temptress. Sounds like a perfect partner for a werewolf. I keep my voice low even though there's a door in between my words and my brother's. Warner chooses not to respond, and he slips off my torn pajama parts with efficient hands then, has me covered again seconds later, under the covers temptress. He pulls the blankets back for me. Are you staying? I try to keep the vulnerability out of my voice as I crawl up the bed. Do you want me to? Yes. I respond almost before he finishes his question. Warner toes off his boots, hangs his jacket over a chair in the corner, then climbs onto the mattress beside me. Only, he keeps his jeans on and lays on top of the covers. Before I can direct him to take his pants off and actually get in bed with me, he curves his body around mine, becoming the perfect big spoon. Can I ask you something? His question brushes against my ear, bringing warmth and the smell of him. With all the questions I'm always throwing at you, I think you do. Warner chuckles, and I love the feel of the vibration against my back. Bram, Byron, Carver, Donovan's Oe. Do you have 19 more siblings wandering around Denver? A goofy smile spreads across my face. Mom liked the ABC idea. But after 5 kids, she said, she was officially done. Skipping to the end of the alphabet was her way of making that point. And getting her tubes tied. I expect Warner to snort. Or maybe start chuckling again. But he stays silent. And the quiet makes me curious enough to turn. When my eyes catch on Warner's face, I read a mixture of amusement, bafflement, and an eerie level of focus. I want to meet your mum. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You want to meet more of my family. Even after them, my fingers flick toward the bedroom door. Warner gazes at me, and again, surprises me when he doesn't immediately offer up a joke. He murmurs a determined yes. The one word leaves me reeling. And I answer with the first thought that comes to my mind. I don't think she'll come to Pine Falls. She's never been back since she left. His mouth struggles against a frown. And eventually he leans in to press a gentle kiss against my forehead. We'll figure it out. Time for you to sleep. I'll ask more questions later. Part 16 in Warner. I wait until she's asleep before sliding away. Before I even leave the bedroom, I know that all of Zoe's brothers are still awake. Discovering their sister broken and bleeding had to be a shock. It takes time for that to wear off. When I walk down the hall into the main room, the sets of eyes focus on me. The Gunner boys are gathered around the kitchen table, each one clutching a hand of cards, and the 2 I think are Byron and Carver have beers beside them. How's she doing? Abram throws out the question, sounding almost angry about having to ask it. More like having to ask me. She's sleeping. I want to be back with her, lying close in that bed, making sure that each one of her precious breaths is still coming. But I have questions. I wish I didn't. The answers probably aren't going to help warm them to the idea of Zoe staying in Pine Falls. Has anyone been by the cabin? Other than Courtney and me. Every brother frowns. And Abram stands from his chair. Why? I shake my head. It's just a thought. Anyone have a flashlight? The youngest brother moves from his seat and pulls open a closet, coming up with a heavy-duty flashlight, and I head for the back door. Byron, Carver, stay here. Donovan with me. Abram hands out the orders like the brothers are their own military unit. I get a sudden sense that Zoe's oldest brother would get along with mine, or Roderick might murder him. It's a fine line when you have 2 personalities so similar. The 2 gunners follow me out into the yard. Damp ground gives slightly under my feet, and I silently curse the evening rains we've been getting. The water washes away helpful scents that might normally have clung. When we come upon the wreckage of the treehouse, I fight the urge to sprint back to the cabin to make sure Zoe is still breathing. What was once a sturdy structure is now a crumpled mess. What's left of the frame lays on its side, but mainly the ground is covered in broken pieces of wood. The little house exploded on impact, and Zoe was trapped inside. Despite the rain, her scent lingers, but not the enticing sweetness of maple. What I pick up transports me back to that night on the back road, when she thought she was dreaming. I shine the light over the boards, settling on a section with red stains. Her blood. I can't fully stifle the growl crawling out of my throat, but I'm at least able to mute it to something more human-sounding. What are you looking for? The youngest brother. Donovan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Coming up beside me, his eyes blank even as his fists clench. I suck in a few deep breaths, pulling on my sanity and moving the light in search of a few particular pieces of wood. When Zoe first told me she was climbing up in the treehouse, I was worried it wasn't stable. Big fucking help. Your worries. Abram scoffs. I round on him. The growl coming again. He flinches but doesn't back away, scowling at me. Seems I need to remind you this happened on your watch. He bares his teeth and opens his mouth, but Donovan cuts him off. Why are we out here now? You thought it was unstable. End of story. No, not the end. I rein in my anger. Because I was worried. I checked it over. The whole structure. Even climbed up in it and tested it myself. The beams were solid. Nothing should have knocked it down without hell of an effort. Definitely not your sister just stepping in it. The two men remain quiet, but I feel their eyes on me as I pick through the wreckage. Finally, I find what I'm looking for. One of the main support beams. The wood is cracked near in half. If that happened just because of weight, there'd be splintering at a fracture. But the brick is clean. Someone cut this. I offer the wood for their examination. Fuck, Donovan mutters. Even in the dim light, I can see the rigid set to Abram's entire face. You think someone tried to hurt Zoe on purpose. My hands clench on air, wanting to tear into something just a thought. I don't know, but I'm not seeing any other reason for someone to take a saw to the treehouse. The three of us search through the rest of the wood pieces, finding another with similar cuts. We bring them back to the house with us and relate the finding to the other gunner boys. So, we talk to the cops. Right. I nod, but the gesture is only meant to placate them. The cops in this town are either useless, or they're wolves. If this was some trouble between humans, then the cops would have to handle it. But Zoe is mine. That makes this wolf business. Roderick is the one who needs to be informed. He's the one who will help me hunt down whoever is out to hurt the woman I love. Let the gunners go to the cops if it makes them feel better. The human police are good for handing out speeding tickets or breaking up a brawl at a bar. There's not a detective amongst them. The wolves on the force are smarter. But I'll soon know this is pack business and keep it off the books. Whoever has been tormenting my mate will answer to a different set of laws. Bran, who's been planning his trip to the station the next morning, cuts off his words abruptly when the bedroom door creaks open. Zoe wanders out, her eyes heavy with sleep, hair an adorable mess around her bruised face. She takes in our gathering, eyebrows curving up when she finds the five of us examining her. The oldest gunner is the first to speak. What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you bleeding? What do you need? She twists her lips in a smirk before answering. I need to pee. Did you all want to help me with that? Bran clears his throat, a red flush spreading over his cheeks. Do you need help? Zoe leans against the wall, staring at her older brother. Then suddenly, like the sunrise has come early, a smile splits across her face, threatening to blind us all. Don't ever change. Damn them. She turns toward the bathroom, calling over her shoulder. Fair warning. Anyone who tries to barge into the bathroom while I'm using it is getting a swirly. She shuts the door with a definitive click. I'm the first one to chuckle. Then Carver breaks into loud, snorting laughter, while Donovan covers a wide grin with his hand. Bran has taken on the color of a strawberry but all seems to be fighting a smile, while Byron rolls his eyes and deals another hand of cards. You want in? Biker boy? The guy asks as he pauses in the process of divine them out. The offer is tempting, possibly an olive branch. A door cracked so I could pull it wider and find a place in the Gunner family. For a second, I consider saying yes. I want Zoe's brothers to like me, to accept me, but the sound of a toilet flushing and water running filters through the walls. In a moment, Zoe will be back in her bed, and there's nothing I want more than to be near her. Rain check. I'm going to stay with Zoe. The 4 sets of eyes all come to me again, but it's only Abraham who speaks. That's the right choice. Part 70 Zoe. I pull into a parking spot beside the picnic area, making sure to give Warner's back a wide berth. Driving a stick shift with a broken wrist and a sore ankle is not the easiest thing in the world. Just as I turn off the engine, Warner is at my door, frowning at me through the window. Should you be driving? I tug on the handle, and he steps back enough to let the rusted door swing open before moving in close again. Not sure. Didn't break any traffic laws on the way here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. While help me down, I extend my good hand, but Warner leans in to scoop me up in a damsel in distress carry. Arguing seems useless. But I do grab onto the armrest before he can walk us away. Wait, there's burritos. Tilting me back into the cab of the truck so I can grab the paper bag. Good to go? He asks. Yep. Warner uses his booty foot to kick the door closed, then walks with me toward a picnic table. Normally, I don't like being babbied, but my ankle hurts even after 2 days of icing and elevation. Plus, this way I get to wrap my arm around Warner's shoulders and fiddle with the strands of hair that curl over his ears. They hang lower today, pressed flat no doubt by the hard head he's had on all morning. A light layer of dirt coats his skin, broken only by trails where sweat traced down his face and neck. You're dirty. I use my pointer finger to draw it well in the dust on his collarbone. He swallows, his normally smiling mouth pulling into a grimace. That's when I remember how sensitive he was about his grime at the mechanic's shop. I didn't mean to insult him. I was only making an observation. Just as we reach the table, I stop him from putting me down by gripping his chin and capturing his mouth with mine. He groans, deep in his chest, his lips parting enough to allow me entry. My affectionate assault continues for a good minute or so before I end with quick kisses to the corners of his mouth and the tip of his nose. Do you know what I think about when I see you covered in dirt? He shakes his head, brow dipped wearily. I let all the heat in my thoughts shine from my eyes. I imagine what you look like later, when you get home, and step in the shower. The image is clear in my mind. The water cascading over his broad shoulders, coursing down his bare skin. How I wouldn't mind an invite when it comes time to get you clean. Duck. Warner moans, sitting down on the bench with me in his lap. He buries his head in my neck, partially muffling his next words. You can't be saying things like that when I have to go back to work. I'm going to be sporting a partial for the rest of the day. Laughter bursts from my chest, and I pat his head as if he needs consoling. Cool werewolf. I promise to pretend like I don't want to soap you up. He makes some adorable grumbling noises before giving me a gentle bite and pulling back. Besides, I'll make for a pool shower companion with my arm wrapped in plastic. I hold up my cast but regret the joke the moment I take in Warner's face. Like my brother's, he seems to think my fall is somehow his fault. Which is ridiculous. I'm the one who kept climbing up in the decades-old treehouse. But I remind myself that if any of them were injured in a freak accident, I'd also be upset, knowing they were in pain. So I forgive their hovering. Burrito time. And don't worry, even though it broke my vegetarian heart, I got you one with beef. He smiles with a playful curve to his lips, joy pouring from his eyes. I guess Warner loves burritos. Sliding off his lap, I place the bag on the table and start pulling out all the sides. You know, Warner trails off, hesitating. How will I be sure if I know unless you finish your sentence? My shoulder bumps his, and he chuckles, nuzzling his nose into my hair in the animalistic way he has. What I was saying is, well, this isn't the first time you've given me food, so. I unwrapped my burrito and take a bite, chewing for a moment as I consider his comment. Then I balk in horror, swallowing dramatically. You're not trying to give me those meat jars back, are you? Because that's a done deal. Moonlit grins, and the sight eases a tight ball in my chest that formed when he hesitated. No. Those meat jars are mine. Don't worry. He bites into his burrito, chewing slowly and amping up my curiosity. He swallows, not looking at me. He finishes his thought. Exchanging food is part of the mating ceremony werewolves perform. So, gifting it indicates that you want to mate. You mean have sex? I'm confused. Like, we wouldn't have done it if I hadn't given you the meat jars. No. Warner chokes on a laugh, but he calms down quickly, gazing down at me. There's a hopeful glint in his eyes, and for some reason the sight has me tensing up. I mate is a partner. Mating is like our version of marriage, but it's stronger. There's an element of magic to it. We're bound to our mate. We stare at each other, him searching, me baffled, mating. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wait, I set down my food and clutch my head in my hands. trying to get my thoughts to stop the swirling. The meat jars were like an engagement ring. Did I propose to you? No, Zoe. No, it's not like that. Especially because you didn't know. Then what are you saying? I'm not. He cuts himself off, then firms his mouth. I am saying something. Warner's focus on me intensifies. I want you to be my mate. I want to be your mate. Part 71. Zoe, oh God. This is a commitment. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Keyshoots enthusiasm. Life choices. Pine Falls is supposed to be temporary. Warner stares at me, face slack as if I slapped him. Guilt rushes through me. That was the worst response that could have popped out of my mouth. But also the truth. He regains control over his expression, entreating me with his amber eyes. That was before you came here. Right. Before we met. Hell. I'm gone for you. I can't be the only one feeling this way. He fists his hand over his heart. And I know exactly what he means. The affection I have for Warner is more than I'd ever experienced towards someone outside of my family. It's hard to believe it came on so fast. That in just a few weeks this man wound himself around my heart. He dug his claws into it, and I'm afraid of the pain that'll accompany prying that grip loose. Hopefully, I won't have to. You're not the only one. I pick at a corner of foil on my forgotten burrito. A minute ago, I was half-starved. Now the idea of food makes me nauseous. Then stay. You already have the cabin, and friends, and me. All you have to do is change your plans. Please. Zoe. Warner cups my elbows and rests his forehead against mine. Don't tend this. From the strain of his voice, a bystander would think I have a knife in his ribs and that I'm twisting it. The feel of him surrounding me is tempting, but I'm not one to lose my head, even if I have lost my heart. And when I think of staying here, with the risk of that darkness crashing over me again while I'm out in the middle of the woods, alone without the safety net of my family, alone like Millie, old round, panic chokes me. Then swallow again, trying my best to stifle tears that press against the back of my eyes. This was an experiment. Turns out it was a failed one. Selling my grandma's cabin doesn't have to mean the end of us. I whisper hoarsely. His fingers briefly dig into my skin, but they relax before he hurts me. What are you saying? Denver isn't a death sentence. Couples do long distance all the time. Warner physically flinches at that suggestion, leaning away from me and shoving up from the table. Then he starts to pace, an anxious energy buzzing off him. No, my kind can't do long distance. Going days, even weeks without seeing you, without touching you. His fingers tangle in his hair as a frustrated growl leaks from the back of his throat. Being separated from my mate would be torture. There's that word again. Mate. Hanging between us. Something he expects from me. Something I don't even understand. I probably never will. Maybe this is why there's a separation between the humans and wolves of Pine Falls. We don't follow the same rules. And with his dismissal of my compromise, the one bit of hope I had withers. I don't want to torture you. I know what mental turmoil is. And the idea I be the catalyst for Warner's brings on a wave of disgust. So even as the words make my stomach churn and my throat tighten, they still find a way out. Maybe you should meet someone else. Warner stops pacing, staring at me like I'm the embodiment of a horror movie. With the first sentence done, I hope the rest won't cut as much. I'm not a local. I'm not a wolf. You're talking about forever, and I haven't even figured out what's happening in my life next week. You deserve better than me. Warner, someone who knows where she belongs. Someone who will be a good mate. Nope. They're all still hurt. I don't want anyone else. Maybe not today. I pray that time really does heal all wounds because I am torn open and bleeding. Stop it. He goes on his knees beside me, and I'm shocked to realize tendrils of black are overtaking the gold of his eyes. Stop telling me how I'll feel. I don't need Sunwolf for a girl that grew up here. I need you. I want to take back everything I just said. Tell him that I need him to. Then a vision of the empty cabin flashes through my mind. The rooms Minnie spent her final years in, with no company but that lonely stereo. Suddenly, I can see into forever. My future, if I stay here, is just me, slowly collapsing into myself. My brothers are overbearing, but they also keep me sane. They're who I need. Without their unswerving love, I'll fade away. And Warner deserves more than a drowning ghost. I stand up from the picnic table, trying not to wobble. He moves with me, hands going to my waist. I don't know if he's steadying me or restraining me. Don't go. Stay here. Choose me. Rough growls color his pleading. I shake my head. I can't. I never planned to stay. Plans can change. Just because they can, doesn't mean they should. Lunch is over. This was supposed to be a casual date. Me spending time with the guy Ike. So Navi, I knew letting myself be around Warner would cause problems. He's too lovable for me not to have fallen for him. And I have. Fallen, that is. My heart will break. I can already feel the cracks splintering through me. I have to trust that with the support of my family I'll survive. Because I will have them. In Denver I'll always have them. Not like here. Stepping over the bench with a messed up ankle makes a smooth exit difficult. My toe catches on the wood, and I stumble. Warner catches me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. More cracks spider web across the surface of my heart as I soak in the warmth of his hold. This is the part in the movies where the couple has a final kiss. A farewell. But if I let myself taste him, I'll lose my nerve. I'll stay, and then I'll disappear. So I press my palms flat against his chest, applying enough pressure to make my intentions clear. He listens to the silent request, falling back a step, hands hovering, palms up, waiting for me to return to his embrace. Thank you for caring for me. Turning to my truck. I don't just care for you, Zoe, coward that I am. I keep my eyes forward, wishing I could run, but then my ankle would give out, and Warner would come after me, and I might do something horrifying like cry in his arms and beg forgiveness and promise that I'll stay. So I walk away at a normal pace, but I don't look back. Part 70 to Zoe. Cruising around to clear my head is difficult when I'm driving a stick shift and my right wrist is broken and my left ankle is bruised. After stalling out for the third time at a stop sign, I turn the headlights toward home. Well, Grandma Minnie's cabin. I don't feel like I have a home anymore. Warner had started to take on the qualities of a home. When I was lost, I wanted to be where he was. When anxiety made my shoulders tense and my back ache, he was my comfort. When I hesitantly thought about the rest of my life, he was there. Not anymore though. When I pull up the drive, the house is lit up, the porch lights revealing my four brothers lounging in the rockers I've restored. Each one of them has a different instrument. They don't seem to be playing yet. When I shut off the engine and step out into the cool night, I catch a few experimental tourniers, tuning up. They're all focused on their instruments until I step into the pool of porch light. Then, as if attached to the same puppet strings, each one tenses and leans forward. What's wrong? Asks Donovan. You've been crying. A brown hones in on my face. I brush fingers along the tops of my cheeks, finding that he's correct. Bet my eyes are a puffy red. Was it Warner? Glitter, I know. We'll go fuck his shit up. Carver is already standing, setting his fiddle to the side. Knew we're going to give him a beatdown at some point, Byron says, as if compelled to add his voice to the barrage. An uncomfortable wave of affection and resentment crashes over me. I love my brothers, but sometimes the only thing I need is for them to shut up. Just leave it alone. I mutter, heading for the front door. Not going to happen. Tell us where he is. A brand steps toward me, all menacing and tall, as if I would ever give in to his intimidation tactics. My good hand slaps against his chest, attempting to shove him, but barely managing to make him rock. I don't need you to fight for me. I've done a good job of breaking him all on my own. I choke on the last bit and whirl toward the front door, hoping to make it to the bedroom before the inevitable flood of tears returns. But my way is blocked, Mum. She stands there, tall and steady, blonde hair braided away from her face, a sad smile on her lips. "Hi, sweetheart." The next thing I know, I've got my arms wrapped around her waist, and she's hugging hard. "I didn't think you'd ever come back here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm." I'd walk without clothes through hell. Her hold loosens, but only so her hands can't pet over me, as if checking that each one of my limbs is still intact. Despite being cracked in certain places, I'm still physically whole. She heaves a sigh and steps back, dropping her arms to clutch my hands. "Let's go inside and talk. You boys stay out here. I need time alone with your sister." They listen to Mom's command without question. 27 years and I still haven't figured out a way to get them to follow my orders like that. In their minds, I'm still a helpless preteen. Inside the cabin, Mom puts on a pot of water to boil while I pack up the crafting supplies that litter half the table. As she carries our mugs over, I can't keep my mouth shut anymore. "You came back." She smiles wide, but her eyes tense as if she's in pain. Is that really so shocking? Even as she sets the tea down in front of me, I ignore it. It's been almost 8 months since Minnie died. Plus, all the time since you left. Did you ever visit my mother? Normally the bright star glittering at the center of whatever room she's in seems dim. She stares off to the side, eyes focused on nothing. "No," she murmurs. "Well then." I wrap my hands around the mug. "What changed your mind?" Now she looks at me. "I came for you." "Why, I mean, I know I got hurt, but it's not like I'm bedridden." Mom studies me for a moment, and I shift in my seat, as if I have something to hide. But I don't. A Bran called to tell you about the accident. I already knew this now. He called again, to talk about something else. My teeth clench, grinding down hard, imagining what he must have gone running to our mom about. "No, sweetheart. Don't be mad at him. He called because..." She hesitates, gaze flicking around the room. This version of my mother is strange. She's the most confident person I know. She never holds back. She lives life like it gave her lemons as she discovered that was her favorite fruit. Equality I also admire in Warner. Don't think about him. He called me to ask more about the Dark Moon Riders. Part 73's Owie. At the mention of Warner's club, I can't keep still anymore. What I said to him, what I did to us, is still too fresh. So, I stand, and I pace. My ankle throbs with each step. But I deserve the pain. "Did you tell him no? That's not something your brothers need to know about." It is if they keep trying to fight them. The old floorboards creak under my agitated feet. "So what new insights did you hand out?" Turns out, I'm still smarting from her keeping me in the dark. "I didn't." She watches me move, and I feel like an injured field mouse avoiding the attention of a hawk. I asked him to tell me what he'd learned. He told me about Warner. When she says his name, I try not to flinch. He talked about a biker that follows his baby sister around like a puppy. A man who looked ready to commit murder when he found out you'd been hurt. A man who makes you throw glitter and moon over him like he's a block of cheese. A reluctant smile forms on my mouth at her description, but she's not done. A guy who seems to expect you to stay in Pine Falls for longer than just the month or so it takes to sell this place. This time I'm able to stifle my flinch. But just barely. "Well, you don't need to worry about that. I just told him I can't stay." "Why not?" I almost trip. Her words a slippery banana peel in my path. "What do you mean? Why not? You want me to move to Pine Falls?" I'd never claimed to want that. But children move away from their families all the time. Across the country. Across the world. It's not like you'd be the first. The idea sounds so reasonable when she says it. Still, I shake my head. Maybe that works for some people. But you know how I get. How different I am than you all. She scrunches her nose. What does that mean? Come on. I'm the introverted black sheep in the family. You all seek each other out. Well, I'm one step from a hermit. So what? So you know how I am. I get lost. Cut myself off from the world. Zoe. The amused exasperation in her tone frustrates me. She doesn't get it. You all drop everything to come save me. And I hate it. Mainly because I keep needing it. Sweetheart. No, we're not saving you. We're loving you. Words don't come easy as I try to explain something about myself I don't even fully grasp. We know how strong you are. My mom reaches out to clasp my hand. And we also know that your mind lies to you sometimes. That it tells you that you don't deserve happiness. We're here to remind you that you do. And that you're loved. Mom tilts her head toward the front porch. And I hear the strains of Maren Morris's The Bones. The same song I had on repeat the week leading up to my leaving for Pine Falls. To be honest, I think they needed to see you more than you needed them. They hell, Mom. My fingers curl into claws around the invisible collective neck. I'd never really strangle them. Only in my imagination. They piss me off so much. She chuckles but tries to stifle the reaction when I glare at her. It's disheartening. Having to choose to live with their constant smothering just so I don't drown. Humor leaves her then. And she squeezes my palm. You won't drown. Sweetheart. I promise you. You don't know. I feel like there's only one person who does. And she's gone. But maybe I can make my mother understand. I pull free and hobble away. Toward the back bedroom. The boombox sits beside the bed. I grab it. And the precious wooden box full of decades-old tapes. Returning to the kitchen. I found these. Do you recognize them? After gently placing the box in front of my mom, I set the stereo up on the counter, plugging it in. These they're not. When I turn, she has a tape in her hand, staring at it like she's cradling a ghost. I limp over, choosing another from the collection at random and popping it into the player. After a moment, we hear a voice. Good morning, Colorado. It's your girl. Silly, Selena back with the best beats in town. Seeing the shimmer in my mom's eyes. I stop the tape. They're all you. Everyone. Grandma Minnie listened to you. She loved you. But you never spoke. Collapsing into a chair across from my mom. Living here, I can see myself drifting away. Just like she did. My mom is quiet for some time. Her fingers tracing over all the tapes. I understand. Zoe, where you're coming from I understand. But it's not the same thing. I huff. But she waves to keep me quiet. You know some of my childhood. That my father died in a motorcycle accident. That your grandmother kept me secluded. That I left when I was 18 and never looked back. She sucks in a bracing breath. And I find myself reaching for my tea. But that's just a rough outline. You deserve the whole story. Part 70 for Zoe. Selena Gunnar settles into her chair. Her voice taking on a quality that has thousands of people tuning into her radio show every morning. My mom knows how to captivate an audience. And I'm not immune. Your grandfather was a friendly man. I'm sure if you ask anyone in town who knew him, they'd say the same. He was on the town council. He was a volunteer firefighter. He played with a band at the local bars. And some weekends, he would take his bike out of the garage and go on long rides with the local motorcycle club. Grandpa was a werewolf. I clutch my chest as if expecting to find a sudden growth of hair there, displaying my supernatural lineage. Mom chuckles. No, he wasn't. But back then, there wasn't as much of a separation between the wolves and the townspeople. Back then, everyone knew. They all got along just fine. Strains of music drifting from the front porch. My brothers smoothly sliding into some bluegrass. The sound is naturally soothing and has my muscles relaxing without thought, but it does nothing to stifle my curiosity. What happened? Mum takes a sip of her drink before powering on. The night before my 6th birthday, your grandfather went out on a ride. He didn't come back. Around midnight, Minnie got a call. Apparently, there was an accident with a tractor-trailer. It ran multiple bikes off the road. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All the other riders were werewolves. They were hurt but healed quickly. My father was the only one who died. I tried to imagine my mom as a girl, small and vulnerable, but she's so much larger than life. I struggle with the idea. By all accounts, it wasn't the club's fault, but your grandmother got it in her head that they were responsible, that the love of her life would still be alive if it weren't for the pack. But it was the truck. Before I'm done speaking, she's already nodding yes. Still, when you lose someone you love, you don't always react rationally. Minnie went into overprotection mode. She had two people in her life she loved, and one was gone. So she clutched me closer. She cut off contact with everyone who wasn't necessary. Homeschooled me, forbade trips into town if she didn't accompany me. Her anger and distrust of the wolves affected some townspeople. And later I learned the pack leader felt responsible. He also pulled his people back, not wanting to be the cause of any more civilian deaths. The knowledge of this hits me hard. My family is the catalyst for the lines drawn through Pine Falls. The divide traces back to this event, the night my grandfather died on the wolf's watch. You see, sweetheart, your grandmother didn't drift away because she was introverted. She ripped herself away because she was grieving, and she sighs a sad breath. I do think she suffered from some mental issues. She digs her thumbnail into the wood grain of the table. It took me a while to understand my mother. Too long. By the time I started to work through what made her the way she was, I was already pregnant with a Bran. I reached out to Minnie, and she came up for his birth. But she only stayed long enough to hear his name and to give me a blanket. Then she said I'd made my choices, and it'd be best if we kept to our separate ways. That's harsh. Sadness clutches at my chest. I can't imagine what I would do if my mom told me to keep away from her. And I fell back into my resentment as easily as a pair of well-worn jeans. But I can't help thinking she didn't mean what she implied. That secretly, my choosing to leave was something she approved of. I don't understand. My mom smiled sad. After years of being kept secluded, I was adept at sneaking out. And I'm sure you know what's only a few miles down the road. The rabbit hole. I murmur. She nods. I met a young man there. A werewolf. He was kind and handsome and nothing like the monster Minnie described. I was furious with her for painting a horrifying picture of the wolves, and I was looking for a way to rebel. So I kept sneaking out to see him. You dated a werewolf. Like mother, like daughter. For a little while. But then I turned 18, and I was accepted to college in Denver. I realized that dating him, riding on the back of his motorcycle, sneaking bears in the woods, that was all me searching for freedom from Minnie's fear. But I wouldn't really be free until I left. And the guy, he wanted me to stay, to be his mate. But he wasn't the love of my life. For a little while, I worried that he might be, that I might have left a great love behind. But then I met your father a year later and realized what true love is. She reaches out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind my ear. What I meant to say is, I think Minnie knew I was sneaking out. She was probably terrified that I was getting close to the wolves. So when I left, even though I left her behind, I also left them behind. I think she would have rather given up the chance to see me than risk me associating with the pack. The image my mother describes of my grandmother isn't exactly flattering, but it does give me another perspective to consider. And yet, the end result is still a rift that left the woman in Pine Falls lonely and cut off. I feel like staying here would be choosing to give you all up. I admit, maybe you're right. I'm not the same as Minnie, but I'm also not the same as you. You snuck out of windows for chance at freedom. I wore myself up, without my brother's badgering. Who's to say what happened in college won't happen again? I don't think I can do this alone. Even thinking about that time in my past makes my chest tight. What would Warner think of that version of me? Logically, I know depression is a disease, that it's not my fault. but I can't help the shame that cuts at my nerves when I imagine him witnessing me in my darkest place. Sweetheart, Lucy hasn't. Just for a minute. Sit here with me and listen. I have been. Mom puts her finger to my lips, cutting me off. I roll my eyes, but shut my mouth, bracing for her next argument, ready to rebut with more explanations of how different I am from my family. We can't be viewed through the same lens. Their rib-crushing hugs, while I'm tight smiles. They're permanent markers, and I'm light pencil lines. They're vibrant life, and I keep to the shadows. I have all these words ready to go, but with no chance to use them because my mother doesn't speak. She sits still and watches me. The only sound comes from the front porch where my brothers harmonize their instruments, playing a folk song I recognize as one they commonly choose to warm up with. The music takes me to our backyard at family picnics and dingy bars where I ferry beers to the stage. Don't you hear it? Mom asks, her eyes boring into mine. The music. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Her long fingers cut my cheek. They're all here. Did you ask them to come? I shake my head, a thick lump in my throat hindering my ability to speak. And you'll never have to. Wherever you go, they'll find you. We'll all find you. Her face splits into a wide teasing grin. Our smothering is international. You think a couple hours drive will stop them. Suddenly, I have to blink rapidly. My mother leans forward in her chair, holding all of my attention. If you love that man, and you're leaving him because you're worried about losing us, don't. You could be in the middle of Denver, living in the house next door to mine, and still be oceans away. The thought of you breaking your own heart, that's what scares me. I've seen what a broken heart does to women in our family. I think if you came back to Denver, we might lose you more than we would if you were far away. And now that she says it, I can see that too. The idea of returning to my tiny apartment in Denver, without the hope of seeing Warner again, sets off more of those horrible cracks in my chest. Never feeling his warm body against mine. Never watching him smile while I ask my questions. Never hearing his laugh again. Or his growl. He's my wolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This pain, a deep ache in my chest. This is drowning. I turned down everything he offered, fear of becoming my grandmother. But I already am her. She turned away from love. Just like I'm doing. The image of Warner's devastated face blares in my mind, threatening to crush me with panicked regret. Have I destroyed my chance at happiness? Just like she did. I told him to find someone else. The admission comes out on a whisper. My mother covers my fisted hands with her own. Sweetheart, compared to you, there is no one else. Part 75 Warner. As I pace around my apartment, I avoid looking in any mirrors. I don't want to see how black my eyes are. Funny. I never thought falling in love with a person would bring out so many dark feelings. Love is supposed to be great. Lift you up. Make you feel like you're invincible. At least, that's what people tell you. But I'm finding that love feels a whole lot like misery. She's leaving. The thought makes me want to howl. My wolf thrashes under my skin, demanding release. The urge to transform tempts me. To run through the woods until I forget what it's like to be human. Forget what it means to hurt. But something keeps me here. In this stifling room, I wrench open a window, just so I can breathe under the suffocating weight of losing her. As I continue circling my apartment, an itch to tear the place apart grows. There's nothing obviously wrong with the space. I've bought comfortable couches, mounted a decent-sized TV on the wall. The kitchen is clean and well stocked. But as I stare around, I can't help thinking of it as a black hole of emptiness. Because she's not here. There are pieces of her. The scarf she crocheted for me hangs by the door alongside my new, decorated helmet. The sparkly barrette I unclipped from her hair the first time we slept together sits in the middle of the coffee table, reminding me to give it back. I scowl, knowing I'm never giving that little bit of her up. Not if she's leaving me. Each piece feels like a shout into an echoing cavern, a glaring reminder that my home, my life, doesn't have her in it any longer. I try to imagine tomorrow, and the next day, and a week from now, every time that I will come back here, and there will be no Zoe, just me, and this empty apartment. I can't. The thought digs into me, and I'm brought back to the first night I saw her, sitting at the bar, drinking bourbon while she slipped her little hook through yarn, just like I knew there was no possible future that involved her leaving the rabbit hole without me talking to her. I know now there can be no future where I live without her, but she won't stay, so that means I have to go with her. Once the idea forms in my head, I know it's the right one, not necessarily the easiest, but it's right. Here I have my pack, but who am I to say my pack is more important than her family? I was asking her to leave her loved ones behind, without considering taking that route myself. Zoe even offered to try long distance, and I threw that back in her face. Just dismissed the possibility, as if she wasn't worth the effort. When really, she's worth everything. Zoe probably doubts that I ever care for her. My fingers tangle in my hair, tugging at the strands as a growl vibrates in my chest. I never considered compromising. I asked her to give up her family plus a better situation for her job, and demanded she live in a town where I'm almost sure someone wants to hurt her. Who would say yes to that? What kind of man am I? If only there was a way to go back in time and my dense self. More growls spill from my throat, as if Warner from a few hours ago is standing in front of me. But he's not. It's just me and my realization that I've made a mess of the best thing to come into my life. I need to fix this. As I stalk to my bedroom, I pull my cell phone out and dial a familiar number. While it rings, I grab a duffel bag and start filling it. Warner is my brother's only greeting. Roderick, can you come by the store? I've got something important I need to tell you. Part 76. When I step through the front door of the shop, I find more than just my older brother waiting for me. I'm not surprised at the sight of my mom behind the register. It is her store after all. My uncle lounging beside her isn't out of the ordinary either. What has my steps slowing is the sight of my baby sister and brother relaxing on a display bench. Tonya and Isaac aren't the handiest of the gunners, and my sister has been avoiding working at the family business since Mom declared it was time she started earning a paycheck. Apparently, this is now a family meeting. On second thought, this should make everything easier. Tell everyone my decision at once, instead of having to repeat myself or risk anything getting lost in translation. Roderick is examining a new electric handsaw when I come in, but he immediately returns it to the shelf and gives me his full attention. He doesn't have to say anything for me to know I can spill my whole plan whenever I'm ready. I open my mouth, but in her usual fashion, Tonya speaks first. Warner, she whines. Why are we all here? I've got stuff to do. Her teenage dramatics make me grin. I only asked to talk to Roderick. Yeah, but he was giving me a ride to the bowling alley. Megan is going to go batshit if I'm late. My little sister always knows how to wrench the spotlight out of someone else's hands in order to make sure it shines solely on her. Most 17-year-olds could drive themselves, I point out. Only the ones that haven't rear-ended cop cars. Isaac mutters, earning himself a flesh, melting glare from his twin. The varsity soccer team was running on the side of the road, shirtless. That's worse driving conditions than a Category 5 hurricane. The cop is lucky all I did was rear, and his piece of shit cruiser. A snort sounds from behind the counter, and I glance over to catch my uncle massaging away a smile with the tips of his fingers. Mom, meanwhile, ignores our bickering in favor of inventory, or checking receipts, or something else that involves staring intently at the paper in front of her rather than acting as mediator between her children. I'll drive you after I hear what Warner has to say. Roderick remains his focused, unmovable self, not bothered in the slightest by our sister's complaining. She huffs, retrieving her cell phone from her back pocket and using the screen to ignore us. Isaac cleans his head back as if he's going to take a nap, but I know better. He's quiet, unassuming, lacking the intimidating factor that is a necessary piece of Roderick's makeup. But that only allows Isaac to hear and see more than the rest of us do. He passes around town unobtrusively, so he knows things. My guess is he's wiser than most other 17-year-olds. Probably more than most people 3 times his age. I'll miss him when I'm gone. I'll miss all of them, but not as much as I'd miss Zoe. I love my family, but I don't need them the way I need her. In only a few weeks, she's become the one for me. My partner. So much a part of me that the idea of losing her is on the same level as having one of my limbs ripped off. But that's how it is for wolves. When we love, we do it deeply. My only hope is that this knowledge will help my family understand my decision. I'm leaving Pine Falls. No one was speaking before I made the declaration. But still, the shop suddenly seems a hell of a lot more quiet. Roderick is the first to respond. She won't stay. My brother sounds regretful, but not as if he plans on challenging my choice. This isn't her place, of course it isn't. My mom growls. Her fierce input has me rocking back on my heels. I knew she wouldn't like the idea of me moving. But damn, her voice comes out bits tings. She doesn't know us. She doesn't know our ways. Mom continues with a snarl, abandoning her receipts and stalking out from behind the counter. Tanya isn't staring at her phone anymore, and Isaac leans forward in his seat, eyes fixed on her mother. We all know she has a temper, but something about this reaction seems different, more intense. Honestly, I don't care. She knows me. Does that sound like a line from a cheesy movie or what? Mom scoffs. Knows you. Come on. She's pretty, I'll give you that, and charming. But I can guarantee, if you let her, that girl will destroy you. She'll smash your heart. Probably won't even realize it. One day, she'll just decide she doesn't need you anymore. And then she'll walk out. The surety in her voice throws me off. Mom talks like she's an expert on the subject. Like she knows everything there's to know about Zoe. Only, the person she's describing sounds nothing like the woman I love. Where's this coming from? You've barely even talked to her. A growl rides my voice. An urge to defend my future makes seeping out from my wolf. She's a gunner. That's what gunner girls do. They leave. Rebecca. Uncle Mason looks distinctly uncomfortable. I can't help remembering my guess about his and Zoe's mother's relationship. But I'm not concerned with the past. Only the future. I'm not arguing that. But when she leaves, I'm going with her. As my mother opens her mouth, eyes gaining fire, a loud knock rings out from the side of the building. Well, loud for werewolves. A human might not have picked up on it from this distance, but I hear it without effort, along with the desperate words that follow. Your bike is parked in the alley, so I know you're here. You are here, right? Part 77's Zoe. My knocking sounds angry. Is there a way to knock cordially that doesn't sound like you're in the middle of a temper? Doesn't matter. Warner will find out I'm not angry when he gets the hell out of his apartment and comes to talk to me. Okay, I might be a little angry, but not at my werewolf. I'm angry at myself. How could I have walked away? What was I thinking telling Warner to go find someone else? The idea of him dating another woman, kissing another woman, makes me want to break down this door. Not I think he's upstairs with some sexy werewolf lady. Hopefully, he would need more than half a day to move on. But there's no answer. I step back, staring up at one of the windows of his apartment. Warner, your bike is parked in the alley, so I know you're here. Unless he walked somewhere. You are here, right? Am I yelling at the side of a building for no reason? Who gives a fuck? My fist raises to pound again when a voice stops me. I'm here. I turn, and there he is, stepping around the corner of the building, staring at me with wide eyes. His leather vest is on top of a white t-shirt. My werewolf biker. At least. I hope he's still mine. Did you come down the other stairs just to pull some sneaky shit on me? I cross my arms in affected glare. His eyes trace over me. No, I was in the shop. Okay. I mumble as I stare at him. He's so perfect. I mean, not perfect. One of his eyes opens a little wider than the other. There's a chip on his left canine, and his hair is disheveled in a way that was clearly not the product of styling gel. Plus, he tends to make jokes in serious situations, and helps people to the point that he extends himself, and he tried to push a lifetime commitment on me after only a handful of weeks. So, he's not perfect. He's just perfect for me. Are you knocking on my door for a reason? Warner's smile comes hesitantly. I hate it. Hate that he's holding himself back. That first night, the biker guy didn't know me, but he still walked right up to my side. Multiple times, inserting himself in my life when I was still trying to figure my life out. I want that unwarranted confidence back. So badly, I decide to skip a few steps. I need to apologize, but can I kiss you first? Warner steps toward me, his eyes now hot. You never have to ask. I pounce on him. Or at least, I try to pounce. Unfortunately, my sore ankle has me stumbling face first into his chest, and I gasp in pain as I try to use the hand with my broken wrist to grasp his shirt before I slide down to the pavement. Don't hurt yourself. Warner scolds, quick to grip me under my armpits in a not very romantic hold. He sets me on my good leg and wraps an arm around my waist to support some of my weight. That was supposed to be a much sexier move. I was envisioning jumping into your arms and wrapping my legs around you. That sounds appealing in every way possible. But let's put that on hold until you get some more healing under your belt. Warner grins down at me, smoothing stray hairs away from my face. I was wrong, I proclaim, before he can respond. I use my good hand to clutch the back of his neck and bring his face down to mine in a searing kiss. At the taste of him, the feel of his sturdy body against mine, my proclamation's proven fact. How could I have thought for a second to give this up? To give him up? I love my family, but they're a sure thing. I realize that now. I could move to China, and my brothers would come by plane or boat or teleportation machine to force their overbearing love on me. Warner doesn't have to follow me, and I shouldn't ask him to. What Warner needs is for someone to fight for him, to choose him, to love him. I cup his face, pulling myself away more than I'm pushing him back. I could kiss him until the next apocalyptic event ravaged the earth, and then I'd only pause for a moment to check if there were any zombies nearby before returning to his tempting mouth. But I hurt him, and he deserves another gunner apology. This seems to be a habit for me, one I plan on breaking by making this man as happy as possible. I'm sorry. So he goes to interrupt me, but I cover his mouth with my hand, staring intently up at him. Let me say this. After waiting for his nod, I continue. You ask me to be your mate, to be with you forever. That's heavy, and it scared me. I don't think I was wrong to be nervous about that. His eyes get sad, and I push on. I'm not always healthy. Kel, I didn't think it would be this hard to say. There's an urge to use metaphors, or skirt around the topic. But I want the word out there. It needs to be said. I need to say it. For the last few years, tears are in my throat, but I swallow them down. I've battled depression. Warner's entire body tenses. Then, treating me as if I were formed from spun glass, my werewolf slowly gathers me into a hug that presses the entire length of my body against his. With my head tucked under his chin, a surge of comfort and confidence overcome me, and talking about it becomes easier. It hit me for the first time in college. I was away from my family, and I don't know if that triggered it or what, but things got bad. When my brothers didn't hear from me for a while, they got worried and made a surprise visit. I was practically comatose. They brought me back to Denver, convinced me to transfer schools and talk to a professional. That helped. So did medication. I draw in a deep, bracing breath. But I'm not cured because there's no permanent fix. And I worry all the time that I'll have a bad episode like I did then, and I won't be able to pull myself out of it. You want to be in Denver because of your brothers, because they'd recognize it. They would know how to help you. Warner doesn't ask. He just realizes the truth. I pressed my face against his chest. I came to Pine Falls to test out living without my family around me all the time. Their love is a gift, but sometimes I felt suffocated by it. I mean, you've met my brothers. You know what I'm saying, right? The brush of his chin against the top of my head tells me he's nodding. I didn't come here to add more love to my plate. Sucking in a deep breath, I pulled back to meet Warner's eyes, making sure he's listening. But you didn't care about my plans, did you? You infuriating werewolf. I'm gloating through my smile. You made me fall for you. Damn it. I love you. Hope sparks in his gaze. But he holds still. He needs more. And I plan on giving it to him. Your love doesn't smother me because you listen to me. You're this wildly powerful supernatural creature. But I've never felt crushed by you. My thumb traces his bottom lip. But, when you said mate, I panicked. I'm scared. Scared that I'll make plans for the future. And I'll come crashing down if I get sick again. Pain creases the corners of Warner's eyes as he cups my face. I stare up at him with determination. With love. But I realize something. I wrap my fingers around his wrists. Holding him to me. I'm stronger now. And smarter. What happened in college was bad because I didn't expect it. Couldn't plan for it. But now I know how to take care of myself. My ankle smarts as I raise up on my tiptoes to brush a soft kiss against his lips. And I know if I start drowning again, you'll be the one to see it. And I trust you to help me keep my head above water. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Zoe. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He growls the word. Eyes fierce. The sight warms every bit of me, even as it renews my guilt for how I treated him. I'm so sorry for doubting you, for rejecting your affection, for saying that I'd leave you. You should have left. You'll do it anyway, so why not go now? The harsh comment makes me flinch, and I realize that Warner and I aren't alone. We have an audience of wolves. In a world where the supernatural meets the everyday, Zoe must decide where her heart truly belongs. Will she choose the love of her life? Or will she let go for the sake of her family? The choice is hers, but the consequences will echo through the mountains and forest Pine Falls. Cart 78 Warner, of course. My family followed me. Zoe is in my arms, saying all the things I've been dying to hear. But my mother's biting words demand my attention. I glare over my shoulder. Rebecca Jameson stands at the mouth of the alley, my uncle laying a staying hand on her shoulder. With a jerk, she shrugs him off. Roderick approaches with unhurried steps, his face not giving away any emotion. However, from the way his eyes flick between our mother and me, I'm betting he's considering whether the pack leader needs to end this conflict. Tonya and Isaac linger at a distance, hesitating to come closer. My sister bites her thumbnail in the way she always does when her anxiety rises, and my younger brother crosses his arms and wears a blank face. Isaac tends to be more like Roderick than me, facing conflict with a stony defense. This is between Zoe and me. We'd like a moment alone. I say as calmly as I can manage, so you can ride off to Denver together. What? At Zoe's question, I turn back to her, tuning out my mom's unwanted comments. I try to have an actual conversation about our future. Zoe told me she loves me. All I want is a moment to savor the words. I shouldn't have asked you to stay here. Zoe flinches back as if I struck her, but I keep my arms tight around her waist before she can stumble away. What I mean is, your life is back in Denver. Your family and friends. Your business opportunities. It was selfish of me to ask you to give all that up. Warner, I'm coming with you. I speak over her, needing to get the words out, needing her to know that I'll follow her anywhere. What about your pack? Her eyes flick to my family and back to me. They aren't the only wolves in the world. She's shaking her head, and I want to grip the sides of her face, keep the denial at bay. I want her nodding and smiling and telling me about the place we'll get together in the city. I don't want you to go to Denver. Now I'm the one flinching, and she's the one clutching me close. I want us to stay in Pine Falls. At least for now. I want us to stay here. Happiness balloons in my chest, and I'm just about to pull her in for another breath, stealing kiss, when my mother's snarl shatters through my good mood. Again. Damn it. Roderick, you're the pack leader. She's an outsider. Do something. Zoe's head jerks to the side as if my mother's words were a blow. My wolf bristles in defense, and I turn to examine my brother. Will he try to step between us? Does he feel the same as our mother? The man has his arms crossed, his eyes locked on Zoe and me. He's silent at first, and everyone waits for him to speak. Then Roderick shrugs. She doesn't look like an outsider. Mom's mouth hangs open before she snaps it shut and lets out another menacing growl. Rebecca Jameson is not the most bubbly woman on a normal day, but this level of anger worries me. I get the sense that something deeper is going on I'm not aware of, Mom. I know you want what's best for me, and you don't think this is it. But I'm telling you, Zoe is all I want. I'll only be happy if I'm where she is. If we're together. My passionate words don't sway her. She continues to glare at the woman in my arms. Until she leaves you. Rebecca. A new voice enters the fray, somehow both commanding, apologetic. Please stop putting my sins on my daughter's head. If you want to be mad at someone, be mad at me. The gentle words come from the mouth of the alley, and we all turn in sync. Standing under the light of a street lamp is a beautiful woman. Her hair hangs in a golden braid over her shoulder, and there's an impressiveness to her that's only amplified by her height. I'm guessing that she's close to 6 feet. Selena. Uncle Mason whispers the name, and I realize who I'm looking at. Zoe's mother. The gorgeous woman smiles, but the expression is regretful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Been a long time. Could have been longer, and we all would have benefited. My mom snaps. Selena Gunnar looks back at my mother, taking in the defensiveness of her posture. I know you don't want me here, but this isn't about me. It's about our children. Believe me, I didn't expect something like this to happen. But it did, and I swear, Zoe is a more reliable person than I ever was. Am I missing something? I feel like I have half the story. Zoe asks as her gaze jumps around the group, taking in Mason's grimace, Roderick's scrutiny, Tanya's lost look, Isaac's confusion, Rebecca's disdain, before finally landing back on me. Drama from another decade. I mutter, suddenly very annoyed that all of this is being bickered over when I'm trying to declare my love. Not our problem. I mean, for what it's worth, Zoe leans to the side, meeting my mother's glare head on I love your son, and I want to be with him. You don't deserve him. My mother's declaration tears from her, and I notice her eyes are half black with anger. He fixes your car. He pulls you from trees. He nurses your wounds. And how do you pay him back? By threatening to leave town. Like mother, like daughter. But I won't let you play your games with my son. She takes a menacing step toward us, as if she plans on ripping Zoe from my arms. Roderick and Mason tense, and I shift my body between my love and my mother. Then something in her words registers in my mind. How did you know Zoe was hiding in a tree? The color leaves my mom's cheeks, hinting that my instinct is correct. What felt like a slap to the face now feels like a hand around my throat. The truth chokes me. You mentioned it. Mom waves my words away, keeping her glare trained on the woman I love. But now, it seems her glowering is an attempt to keep from meeting my eyes. No, I speak slowly around the despair and anger that clogs my chest. I hadn't said much to my mom about Zoe at all. Every time I brought her up, I noticed the tight lines get deeper at the corner of my mom's eyes. A subtle hint that she was unhappy. So, I'd cut my stories short. Talked to Roderick Courtney instead, but I thought she just didn't like the idea of me dating Zoe because human, werewolf relationships can be tricky. But it was more than that. I'm sure you did. You just forgot. Her continued denial snuffs out my sadness and leaves behind rage. I did not. It was you. All of the shit that Zoe's been dealing with was you, wasn't it? Rebecca Jameson, who taught me everything I know about cars, who has unlimited supplies for cutting wood, who can turn into a wolf, crosses her arms over her chest defensively. You disconnected the truck's battery and messed with its gas gauge. You used your wolf to scare Zoe in the woods. I want my mom to meet my eyes. But she won't. My mind is filled with the memory of Zoe soaking wet, shaking with cold, rambling about her large animal that had her climbing a tree for safety. It's almost as bad as Zoe sitting in the emergency care unit, bleeding and broken. And no matter how much I might want to step into my mother's space and force her to acknowledge me, I'm more worried about keeping my arms around Zoe, keeping her safe from my family. You sabotaged the treehouse. Why? Were you trying to break her neck? The words rasp and crack as I ask them, and I have to bury my nose in Zoe's hair, breathe a deep inhale of her scent to remind me that she's here. Not unmarked, but she's alive. No thanks to Rebecca Jameson. That's not. Are you fucking kidding me? For a moment, I'm sure a werewolf just spoke, the words menacing and infused with a growl. But then I realized the exclamation came from Selena Gunner, who stalks toward us, her eyes locked on my mom. Cart 79's earlier I had the conversion of my mother. The one that smiles sweetly and hands out wisdom as if she has daily phone conversations with the Dalai Lama. This is another one of her sides. The mama bear. But this mama bear looks like someone shook a hornet's nest and shoved it up her ass. Rage of proportions I've never witnessed burn out of her eyes. Mom lunges for Rebecca, stopped only by Warner's uncle, who steps forward just in time to wrap his arms around my mom's torso. You fucking self-serving asshole. You think you have the right to torment my daughter. Mom, when her yelling cuts me off. I'm not mad about it. I have no idea what I would have said. This exchange may have started with me, but it has the dark undertones of history weaving through it. Just because I hurt your feelings, you think that gives you the go-ahead to hurt her. Without the treehouse, she'd have no cell service. One more reason to leave. I wasn't trying to hurt her. Rebecca defends herself, even as she avoids meeting my mother's furious gaze. You could have killed her. She shrieks. You almost did. My girl, she chokes. On rage or tears? I can't tell. My baby girl could have died because you wolves can never let shit go. Rebecca turns her back, shoulders hunched, as if my mother's enraged comment are physical blows, taking a brief mental step back from the situation. I find it fascinating how, even though we're surrounded by mythical monsters, people who can literally turn into wild beasts, my mom is still the most frightening player in this game. I also need to separate myself for a moment because the knowledge that Warner's mom has been secretly harassing me is almost too much to take in. It's not like I haven't interacted with the woman over the past few weeks. Her shop is one of my favorites, and every time I was a customer, she treated me with an efficient manner that never seemed out of the ordinary. Maybe it was naive, but I thought she might even like me a little bit. Turns out the opposite is true. Rebecca Jameson hates me. Why? The question comes out much louder than I planned, but probably as loud as necessary. When my mother is on the warpath, there's not a lot that can get her to pause, but she quiets momentarily at my ragged voice. Because your family doesn't get to hurt people without consequences. Rebecca regains some of her righteous rage as she shoots a glare my way. You don't get to waltz back into this town as if your family didn't try to tear it apart. First Minnie sets humans against wolves, making our existence a struggle. Then Selena pretends to love Mason. Rebecca's voice cracks, and she lets out a growl as if mad at her own sign of weakness before continuing. She strings him along and then leaves without a word. That's not how it happened. Rebecca. Mason speaks in a deep, soothing tone, but Warner's mom doesn't let it calm her. Yes, it is. I was there the night you asked her to be your mate. I saw her run away, and I've watched that eat away you since then. Rebecca widens her stance, ready to fight. I've seen what Gunner women do to the men that try to love them, and I will not let my son be a casualty. You're insane. My mom hisses. You think turning down your brother-in-law's proposal 3 decades ago gives you the right to attack my daughter? I can't believe I was trying to apologize to you. My mom's brief hiatus from screeching has come to an end. She struggles against Mason's restraining hold, and I pity the man. Sounds like he used to love her, and now he only gets to hold her to keep from hurting someone. Not I think he should get to hold my mom in a loving embrace. I'm 100% teamed all the way, but that doesn't mean I don't feel for the broken-hearted werewolf. They were scare tactics. It's not like I was trying to hurt her. Rebecca meets my mother's eyes this time. Defiance clear in her posture. You could have killed her. You almost did. Mom is wild to the point that I consider if we might have some wolf in our veins. She's alive. It doesn't matter. You selfish bitch. Shit. This is not a good indication of future tactics. You almost killed my daughter. Mason Jameson is fully carrying my mother now as she tries to scale him to get at Warner's mom. I'm challenged. The withdrawal so loud. I bet half of Pinefools heard it, and from the triumphant, slightly scary grin my mom wears, I think she somehow upped the stakes of this confrontation. Every wolf, including the stoic Roderick, was a wide-eyed expression. Tanya even let out a strangled gasp and now clutches her twins' arms so tight her knuckles stain white. Clearly, I'm the only one who doesn't know what's coming next. Part 80 Warner. Zoe glances up at me, confusion twisting her brows. She has no idea that her mother just demanded to fight a werewolf. Selena Gunner has no fear. Selena Uncle Mason starts. But the woman won't be censured. You know the rules. Zoe's mom jabs a finger toward mine. Time and place. Name them. Do you see this? Mom stares at Roderick, even as she waves toward Selena. This is what comes of wolves and humans associating. They think they know our ways. That they can be one of us. I could give a damn about being one of you. Selena hisses. But I sure as hell know I want to kick your ass. Especially the woman glares around at every single one of us. Her eyes burning into mine last, since no one else is willing to protect my daughter from Rebecca's ridiculous vendetta. Shame spikes hard through me. Here I am, hoping to bring Zoe into my world, trying to convince her to be my mate. All while my own mother puts the woman I love in danger. Maybe her actions were born of some warped sense of protection. But that doesn't excuse them. No, Roderick's voice rings clear, cutting through the night. You are not a wolf. You cannot give challenge. A frustrated, strangled shriek comes out of Selena's throat. This is not how I wanted my first interaction with Zoe's mom to go. Suddenly, the woman stops struggling in Mason's hold. The switch in energy level is eerie, and I worry she hurt herself in some way. Selena stands still, and strangely, it almost looks as if Mason is embracing her, rather than restraining. I wonder if this is torture for him, to have the woman he loved in his arms, but to not really have her. Zoe, Selena says. My woman turns to face her mother, clearly struggling to understand what she's missing. Selena speaks in a steady voice, her gaze locked on her daughter's eyes. If you stay here, Rebecca will hurt you. I tighten my arms, realizing what's happening, Mom. Selena cuts her daughter off. They have different rules than humans. She thinks I wronged the pack. She thinks she deserves retribution. And unless someone makes her back down, she'll keep taking her anger out on you. The steady cadence of her voice cracks on that last word. My head shakes in denial as I pull Zoe into my chest. I'll never let anyone hurt her. She's mine to keep safe. Then I see my mother, standing rigid with her arms crossed, glaring at Zoe's mom, and I recognize the truth in the woman's words. Without a challenge, without a punishment, she'll be free to continue tormenting Zoe. Maybe she was telling the truth when she said she never meant to hurt her. But she did. She hurt the woman I love. And she could easily do it again. Are you saying I should leave? Zoe whispers the question, but everyone can hear it. Selena shuts her eyes, as if pained, reacting to the devastation in her daughter's words. And across the way, my mother smirks, as if everything she said about the Gunner women was true. A red rage clouds my vision, and I turn my body, shielding Zoe from the toxic resentment. Then, shocking everyone in the alley, I let my furious growl tear from my throat, aiming a disgusted glare at my mother, the woman so bent on driving away what she views as dangerous that she would crush my happiness in the process. And she flinches from me, eyes wide in shock, but Zoe doesn't cringe away. She turns in my hold, wrapping her arms tightly around my waist. Her gentle hands stroke my back as she mutters soothing noises. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I was just asking for clarification. My heart clenches, but I keep my sight fixed on my mother, weighing my options. Every day's Zoe stays in Pine Falls will be a day her safety is at risk. I can't be with her every second to fight off subtle attacks or tricks. Even if I could, Zoe would hate it. The last thing she wants is an overprotective male shadowing every step she makes. The other option is, I could challenge my mother. Yet even with anger raging through me, I can't envision laying a hand on the woman who raised me, who loves me. The idea makes me sick. Needing guidance, I look to Roderick. He stares back, likely reading the torment on my face. Then he drags his eyes over the gathering, finally landing on our mother. You do not accept Zoe. The woman who claims to love us beyond anything else stands taller under his gaze and nod. I will never accept her. She does not belong in our pack. She does not deserve it. Roderick doesn't betray a hint of emotion, he simply stares as if waiting to see if she has anything left to add. But she only gazes back with a level of arrogance that enrages me to the point I can't think of words. But I don't need to, because Roderick always knows what to say. Your pride is more important than your son's happiness. There's not a hint of emotion in his question, but she blanches as if he spat in her face. That's not she won't make him happy. Roderick shakes his head, as if disappointed with her. So am I. You always think your parents can do no wrong, but they aren't gods. They're humans. Or werewolves, I guess. Warner has declared his intention to pursue Zoe as his mate. She is under the protection of the pack. Hurting her cannot go unpunished. Roderick, no. Tonya steps forward. My normally opinionated sister has been quiet up to this moment, hanging back in the shadows with Isaac as they watch the drama of my life unfold. Now she's probably thinking that Roderick plans to challenge Mom himself, that she's about to witness a fight between her mother and her oldest brother. You don't have to punish her. Mom will apologize. She just didn't know Zoe was going to be back. She didn't know Warner loved her. Right, Mom. Just tell them you're sorry. My heart breaks for my little sister as she stares pleadingly at her mother. But Rebecca Jameson is nothing if not stubborn. The muscle in her jaw stands rigid as she keeps quiet. Roderick was right. Her pride is more important than my happiness. She can't separate Zoe from Selena, and I have a choice to make. I thought the solution to all my problems was having Zoe stay in Pine Falls with me. That my life would be complete. Everything would be perfect. But that won't be the case with my mother here. The obvious option is my original plan, moving to Denver. But that still leaves my mother unpunished. It means never returning to Pine Falls again, because there is no way I would come back here without my mate. Still, I know that no matter how furious I am with my mother, I cannot fathom the idea of fighting her. My mind settles on the only option left. The idea of it eats away at me, makes me feel selfish. In that moment, Zoe tightens her arms around my waist, and I glance down at her. There's a bruise on her forehead, scratches on her face, all from her fall. But despite how those must hurt, she still gazes up at me with trust. And I realize that I deserve to be selfish. My love for Zoe never hurt anyone, which means we're in the right. I glance toward my older brother, holding his eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Part 81's Oe. Warner's bed is super comfortable, especially when lying face down on it. The comforter smells like hin, pine needles and fresh snow. I think if I were to be smothered to death, this is the best material to use to get the job done to send me away from this world peacefully. Downstairs, the Jamesons are working out the details of exiling their mother. All because of me. The rational part of my brain reminds me that it's not technically my fault. I'm not the one that started this secret feud. It's not even like I demanded revenge when I found out Rebecca was behind my life's little miseries. And I certainly didn't ask for her to be exiled. But if I never came to this town, there would be no reason for Rebecca to leave it. I considered taking Warner up on his original offer of moving to Denver with me. Wouldn't that fix everything? We would be out of Pine Falls, and therefore safe from Rebecca's revenge, and she wouldn't have to leave her home and her children. But I don't want to go back to Denver. At least, not anytime soon. Pine Falls has a hold on me. I'm feeling a connection not only to the town, but also to Minnie's cabin. It's almost starting to feel like my cabin. If I leave now, this whole trip would seem unfinished. Plus, I can't help thinking that our relationship could use some time to develop with distance between us and my brothers. So add selfish onto my list of faults. The apartment's front door opens. I should roll onto my back and ask Warner how things went. How he's doing. But I can't force myself to meet his understanding. Loving gaze just yet. Not when I don't deserve it. Wow, when people call me dramatic. You're on the express train to Mope Town, aren't you? A feminine voice says. And I start in surprise. The speaker isn't my mother. For one, I'd recognize her voice anywhere. And besides, she immediately calmed down once she was sure Rebecca would be punished for her treatment of me. Then she helped me up to Warner's apartment and promised to stick around Minnie's cabin until Warner brought me back. Curiosity has me flipping over. Tanya leans against the doorframe, her sharp eyes taking me in. She must despise me. Even though she's 17, on the cusp of adulthood, that doesn't mean she doesn't need her mother. I'm breaking apart her family. The guilt eats at me. Tanya. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This isn't what I wanted to happen. Warner's sister waves a hand, dismissing my worth. I was there. I know. She pushes off from the wall and meanders around her brother's room, fiddling with his stuff but never picking anything up. Still, I'm pissed off. The girl raps her knuckles on the top of his dresser, the sound ringing so loud I wonder if she's dented the wood. That's when I realize I'm alone with a werewolf who now probably has a vendetta against me. I should be scared. But she's Warner's little sister, no matter if she's 10 times stronger than I am. I don't want to alienate his entire family in one night. So I don't try to make a quick escape, deciding to wait for the berating she's about to deliver, hopefully not served with a side of violence. Her golden eyes, a few shades lighter than her brother's, examine me, and she smiles in a way that is both humorous and sad. I'm not pissed at you. I like you. You're the first girl to snag one of my brothers, and he is gone on you. I'm worried that one of them is going to date a total bitch, and I'm going to have to pretend to get along with her. Tanya plops down on the bed, and I bounce as the mattress responds to her sudden added weight, but I'm the reason your mom is getting exiled. I remind her. Tanya stretches out beside me, and as we lay on the bed next to each other, I realize that despite her giant personality, I'm still a few inches taller than her. For a moment, I think Warner's sister has decided to ignore me as she fiddles with her phone. Then she holds the device high, tilting the screen so I can see. There's a photo pulled up. A selfie of Tanya as she presses a kiss to the cheek of a handsome boy who wears a rapturous expression. That's Carlos. My boyfriend. He's human. She lets her arm fall back to her side. Tanya is dating a human. I wonder if anyone at her family knows. As if hearing my question, she explains. Isaac knows. We all go to school together. He likes Carlos, but I haven't told anyone else. Warner wouldn't mind. Then I hesitate as I consider my words and decide to add on a caveat. I mean, He wouldn't mind any more than a brother usually would. My brothers have always made my dating life a struggle. That prom car ride pops back into my brain, in my peripheral vision. I watch Tanya nod, and I wonder if she has her own list of occurrences. Maybe we could share stories one day. Yeah, Warner will probably be the next one I tell. Maybe Uncle Mason. But Roderick and my mom worry me. Roderick's wife is the pack, and he's said multiple times that werewolf-human relationships complicate things. And then Mom, well, you saw. I nod, trying not to cringe. I don't want her to be exiled. I mean, I'm not worried about Isaac and me. We can take care of ourselves. Plus Roderick and Uncle Mason are pretty good surrogate dads, so it's not like I'm freaking out about that. I turn my head on Warner's pillow and catch the teenager biting her lip. My mom showing up today was a surprise. I'm getting by fine on my own, injuries and all, but it's still nice having her around. I missed her. My offering is a quiet one. Tanya blinks, her eyes extra shiny, but then she sits up abruptly. I don't want her exiled, but she can't do what she did to you. The girl leaps off the bed and starts pacing. That was super messed up. Especially when you see the way Warner looks at you. What way? Part 80 to Zoe. Tanya smirks. Warner is friendly to everyone. This whole town, even the human half, loves him. You'd think he'd date more. Girls are always after Warner because he's the best kind of guy. The thought of girls being after my werewolf makes me want to growl possessive lie. Some of my jealousy must show on my face because Tanya points at me and gives a triumphant laugh. Look at you. You're all about him. He deserves that. And he's all about you. And he never has been before. All the girls walk away with smiles on their faces but moping on the inside because Warner never wanted anything from them. But hell, he's ready to piss on your leg, he's so possessive. Her smile fades into angry scowl that she directs at the window. And Mom was going to ruin it all. I wouldn't have let her. No matter what the wolf woman threw at me, I would have taken it. Because Warner is worth fighting for. But you shouldn't have to deal with her weirdness. And neither should Carlos. Or anyone I decide to date. Tanya collapses back beside me. You want to know why I'm not pissed at you? There it is. I want my brother to be happy. And I want to be happy. No matter who we choose to love. It's our choice. Not hers. I don't want her to be exiled, the girl repeats for the third time, but I think she needs to be. At least until she understands what she did wrong. Until she agrees not to torment the people we date. Tanya's logic chips away at the guilt I feel. As her declaration sinks in, I don't feel as horrible about the choices I've made. Our relationship has caused a rift in their family, but maybe with time that gash will heal. And it might shape the ghost.丨into something different. Something a little bit better. I'm glad you're not mad at me. We lie, side by side, until the door to the apartment creaks again. Warner's voice carries back to me. We're in here. I call out, sitting up, Tanya following my lead. Then appears a second later, eyes widening. What are you doing here? Tanya's spine goes rigid, and she glares at him, as if preparing for a battle. I'm dating a guy, she announces. His name is Carlos, and he's a human. Zoe said you wouldn't mind. And alpha in your relationship. What she says goes. Warner's eyes narrow, but I catch a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Carlos. What does Isaac think of Carlos? Tanya plants her fists on her hips, and even sitting she gives off an air of defiance. He thinks Carlos is too nice for me and that I'll steamroll him. I hide a smile behind my hand, and Warner lets out a snort. Well, there are worse things than all that. There are. She agrees. Now is someone going to drive me to the bowling alley? I'm a good hour late for my date. Oh, it's a date you've been clamoring to get to. Just shut up and drive me. Tanya punches the bed. That's not very nice. Maybe I'd rather stay here in bed with Zoe than drive my whining sister to her date. The way he says in bed sends a shiver down my spine. Tanya also picks up on the underlying meaning, but she has a completely different reaction. With a gasp, she launches off the mattress. We had sex in this bed. Haven't you? Gross. Don't answer. Now I have to go burn my skin off with acid. Warner grins wickedly, and I flip back over onto my stomach to hide the laughter threatening to burst out at her words. I'll give you a ride. Just go wait by my bike for a minute. I turn my head in time to see Tanya roll her eyes and stalk out of the room. Then I have the full attention of a golden-eyed werewolf. Before he can open his mouth, I roll to my knees and open my arms wide. How are you doing? Warner gathers me up against him, burying his nose in my neck before answering. I'm sorry. If I start talking, I'm not sure where I'll stop. And you need to take care of your sister. I cup his face in my hands, pulling back enough to meet his eyes. Go, I'll be here. His fingers dig into my back, clutching me close. Promise you're not leaving. The vulnerability in his voice cuts at me. Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I climb off the bed. I'll give you some insurance. With efficient movements, I strip off every last piece of clothing I'm wearing, only held up for a second when my shirt snags on my cast. I bundle them all together and hand them to an open-mouthed Warner. Can't leave if I'm without clothes. Can I? Plus, this way I know you'll hurry back. When heat flares in his eyes, I quickly slide under the covers and wave him away. Go on. A growl rumbles deep in his throat, and he leans over to plant a promising kiss to my mouth before storming out of the room. My bundle of clothes clutched tight to his chest like a lifeline. Part 83 Warner, but my hair. Put the helmet on now, or you're walking to the bowling alley. I do not have time for this. You are a lot more easygoing before Zoe. Tanya mutters, delicately placing the spare helmet over her bouncy waves. I ponder my sister's words as I rev my bike to life. Was I more easygoing before Zoe moved to town and shook up my life? Probably, because before she got here, I had nothing to fight for, nothing to hurry home to. Not to mention, I had no reason to be on edge about my mom being exiled. I offered to help Roderick work at the details, but he flat out refused. Sometimes, being the pack leader is a shit job. He did tell me she won't be barred from communicating with us over the phone. That is, if any of us want to talk to her. I expect Tanya will, and possibly Isaac. But despite Roderick's stoic expression, I could tell how devastated he was that our mother pushed us to do this. I, of course, am furious with her, and I know it'll be a long time before I'm in the right headspace to have any kind of conversation with her. So, by tomorrow morning, Kind Falls would be down one wolf. The bowling alley isn't far, but every hint of space that's put between me and Zoe has my wolf growing anxious. Tonight was rough on my protective instincts. Still, the knowledge that I have my woman's clothes bundled in my saddlebag gives me comfort. Assures me that she'll be waiting for me when I get back. When we pull into the cracked parking lot of aptly named 12 lanes, I can hear the crack of heavy balls against pins mixed with laughter emanating from inside the building. Tanya dismounts and immediately rips off the helmet, as if the thing has been burning her the entire ride. I expect her to toss the headwear at me, then race inside. She clutches the helmet against her chest, ignoring my outstretched hand. Is Mom really getting exiled? My take no, shit's is to look suddenly vulnerable. I fight a grimace, and nod. You understand why? Yeah, the word comes out on a sigh. I can't believe she won't let it go. I mean, I can hold a grudge. Believe me, I still haven't gotten over the fact that Isaac cut the hair off all my Barbies when we were 8. But I'd get over it in a second if the other option meant giving up all of you. She's not giving up on you. Mom's just going away for a little while. My sister snorts and finally lets the helmet go, handing it back to me before she turns toward the building. I feel guilty, and then angry because I shouldn't have to feel this way. But I can't help thinking I'm the reason we're using our mom. Then an image of Zoe flashes in my mind. Her without clothes body as she crawled under my covers just a little bit ago. Her pale skin, covered in bruises and stitch cuts from her fall. and my heart hardens toward my mother. Text me. I call out to my retreating sister, and she turns back to glance at me. When you're done and need a ride home, just let me know. She waves away my offer. One of my friends will give me a lift. But before she can retreat again, I'm off my bike, crossing the worn blacktop, and sweeping her up into a bear hug. Narcissus, I murmur against her thick brown hair. You let me know when, and I'll be here for you. Cushy, much. The words are dismissive, but her tone is full of the same vulnerability from a moment ago. Then her arms wrap around my waist, and we stand still, hugging each other. After a minute passes, Tanya shoves me away, straightening her spine. Stop being so clingy. People are going to think I need babying. She glares, but there's a glistening at the edge of her lashes. I give her my goofiest smile in return. You kidding? Everyone knows I'm the baby in the family. She rolls her eyes even as her lips fight to smile. Get out of here. I'll text you when I need a ride home. Yes, Your Majesty. Begone, lowly jester. She waves again, before skipping toward the lit up entrance of the bowling alley. I watch her until she's out of sight, then climb back on my bike. When I get back to my apartment, I take the stairs 2 at a time, anxious to seize Oe again. I wonder if she's fallen asleep in my bed. I won't wake her, she has, no matter how much I want to talk to her, to hear her say she loves me again. But there's time for that. If she's asleep, I'll curl my body around hers and keep her warm. When I enter my bedroom, I find Zoe propped up on my pillows, a crochet project in her lap. She has the blankets pulled up over her chest, or at least, it looks like they started that way. At this moment, one edge sags enough that I catch a hint of her rosy nipple. I get the urge to crawl on my knees to her, then bury my face in the valley of her breasts to breathe in her earthy sweet scent and hear the delicate pounding of a heart she claims beats for me. Do you think your family will forgive me for what I've done to you all? Her question shocks me enough to leave off staring at the hint of her without closeness and search her eyes. What you've done? I tore open old wounds and now you're all suffering. Part 80 for Warner. Apparently, my sister isn't the only one feeling vulnerable after this evening's confrontation. I cross the room, sit on the edge of the bed just beside Oe, and reach out to stroke her exposed shoulders. That's not on you. You didn't know about that drama. And it's not our drama. Zoe goes to open her mouth, and I can tell she still plans on shouldering the blame. The thought pisses me off, and I give a definitive shake of my head. No don't play the martyr. You talk about opening wounds. It's been decades. A normal person would have let the old hurts heal. My mom is the one who's been tearing things open. She's at fault and is too stubborn to admit it. No one in my family will blame you. We know who hurt who, and we know who is innocent in all of this. If I had never come, please. Now my hands curl, clasping her, holding her in place. Please don't ever think life would be better if you hadn't come here. You don't know what it was like before. One of her eyebrows curves up. You make it sound like you were living in hell. Not hell. I run my nose through her hair, filling my lungs with the scent that tells me she is meant to be mine. More like purgatory. I was existing, sitting in a waiting room, lingering in a line, restless, without a direction. I'm not that much. Warner, you can't think I mean that much. Her voice cracks. You do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This may sound selfish, but I've always wanted someone who needed me, and who I needed. I can live at my own, exist on my own, but I don't like it. You're my someone. I need you. She stares into my eyes, not shying away from the intensity in my gaze. I came to Pine Falls because I felt smothered by my brother's love. I try not to wince. Imagining my desperate declaration reminds her of their rabid displays of affection. Then I came here and learned about my grandmother. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I worried that without their love I'd curl into myself, that I'd fade into some kind of ghost person. My mouth is open to deny it, but she shakes her head. I keep quiet, letting her finish. You don't smother me. Your love isn't a weight I have to fight off to keep from crushing me. Your love is like... She trails off, brow wrinkled in thought. Your love is a strong hand on a ladder. Huge and bright. Happy with the comparison. What's that mean exactly? Not without a trace of humor. You hold me steady, but you still let me climb to whatever height I'm trying to reach. She explains, as if it's the clearest thing in the world. And, once she says it, emotions crash through me, threatening to drown my head and my heart. Needing a brief reprieve from the onslaught, I drop my hands between us and finger the craft in her lap. What are you working on? I'm crocheting you an apology hat. To go with your scarf. Damn, she won't let up. In a fit of self-preservation, I grasp for a joke. You seem bent on me keeping my head covered. Wear a helmet. You say. I'm making you a hat. You say. I put on a high-pitched voice, making a complete mockery of her normal smooth, sultry tone. Zoe laughs. You caught me. I'm obsessed with keeping this head safe and warm. She sets her project to the side and cups my cheeks with her hands. The hard plaster of the cast is rough against my skin, just as the bare palm of her other hand is soft. She shifts, raising on her knees so she can press a kiss to the center of my forehead, mainly because I love the brain that's rattling around in it. The words dig into my heart. Ruthless, loving claws. With her movement, the blankets fall away, and I'm confronted with her bare chest and stomach and the teasing triangle of curls at the center of her. The sight has me groaning. Even though I want to crush her to my chest, I'm wary of her battered body. I circle my arms around her in a gentle embrace, lowering her to the bed. She spreads out beneath me, muscles relaxed, and gifts me with a gorgeous smile. I hunger for her mouth and take it with the passion I want to show the rest of her. For now, though, I keep my fervor to the meeting of our lips. Zoe gasps and moans, her fingers raking down the front of my shirt, fumbling with buttons until she has the fabric parted and can get my skin. Her nails dig into me, as if she plans to scratch and tear until I'm covered in her marks. Do it. Be rough with me. I beg against her mouth. She doesn't hesitate. Her hands dive under my shirt. Her fingers clutch my back, and I groan at the delicious bite of her nails along my spine. My love doesn't break skin, but I long for a mirror so I can admire what must be a nice set of red marks scored into me. Then she has my belt in her grasp, undoing the buckle. Next thing I know, my pants are unzipped and being shoved down, and that soft grasp is gripping my hard length. I pry my lips from hers, rising up enough to tell her something like we don't have to. You're hurt, but she's faster than I am. I love you. Zoe doesn't whisper or let the words out on a light gasp. She declares them with utter and complete confidence. Do you love me? More than anything? I growl in response. She nods, a confident smile plumping her cheeks as her injured leg slings around my waist. A very demanding heel presses into one of my ass cheeks, urging me forward. Are you going to show me how much? The crown of me presses against her slickness, and my eyes threaten to roll back in my head. But that would mean I'd have to stop staring down at her, and I can't give up this view. You're perfect. A red flush seeps into her cheeks, but she doesn't deny my words. For you, yes. Both my human half and wolf half are in complete agreement, howling together in triumph. Part 85 Scoey, but who's going to get us our beers? Byron, I love you, but you need to grow some ovaries. The phrase is, grow some balls. Donovan argues. Ovaries are tough. I point out, balls are sensitive. If I aimed a kick between your legs, what would you do? Unconsciously, my brother guards his privates with both his hands, as if he thinks I'm going to enact the hypothetical situation. Point proven. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Balls make you weak. Grow some ovaries. Apologize to the girl. And stop dating people at your favorite hangout spots. Byron grumbles while Donovan watches me with wary eyes, still trying to figure out if my question was rhetorical or not. The four Gunner boys are gathered in the driveway, putting off their departure with an endless list of excuses, some more valid than others. There's no cell signal here. No Wi-Fi. Carver holds his phone up to the sky as if an extra foot of height might change things. I'm going to fix that. Warner Cielo NPS down from the front porch, stepping over a napping Bruce on his way. My man looks delicious in his work boots and worn jeans. He's left his leathers off today. In work mode. When I decided to stay in Pine Falls, my mom announced she was signing the cabin over to me. An early Christmas present. And birthday present. And next Christmas too. She left the day after the confrontation with Rebecca, needing to get back to her job. My brothers also have jobs, but they've dragged their feet an extra day, as if that's all that's needed to get me to return to Denver with them. Their efforts are futile. Since I'm officially staying, a few upgrades need to be made to Minnie's place. And my werewolf is all too happy to help. Despite their whining, Carver, Byron, and Donovan seemed to have warmed up to my boyfriend, reaching out to give him farewell back slaps and one-armed hugs. Ibram's arms stay crossed, and his face remains blank. That is until the crunch of tires on the driveway and the hood of a familiar truck appears. The yellow vehicle has my oldest brother scowling. The building crew has arrived. Courtney shouts from the driver's seat, as Tanya leans out the shotgun window, gaping at my brothers. Oh my God, is this what men look like in Denver? Warner's sister asks at full volume. Carver grins, while Byron and Donovan shift in discomfort. Good. Maybe the besotted teenager will finally get them to go before they collectively lose their jobs. You need to get out in the world, girl. Courtney climbs out and saunters over to our little gathering. Did I miss the glitter wrestling? If it's possible. Abram's frown gets deeper. He is not a Courtney fan. Too bad because she's one of my new best friends. Why are you here? And I slap his arm for the rude tone he uses. Courtney just smirks and flicks one of his bulging biceps before strolling to the bed of her truck and gesturing at an abundance of wood. Building crew. Like I said. How much do you bench? Tanya asks Donovan, staring up at my brother with parking eyes. He shifts uncomfortably, glancing my way for a rescue. Around to 50, I guess. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's it. Hell, I can do to 50, she says, disappointment clear in her tone. Carver coughs out a laugh as Donovan's face goes red. The teenaged werewolf moves to join Courtney. The two women start unloading the wood on their own. My brother's watching with wide eyes. Warner moves to join them, leaving me alone with my family. Are they building a new treehouse? Donovan asks. Abram points at me, with an almost accusing finger. That still doesn't make sense. I told you. I tried keeping my voice casual. It was all a misunderstanding. Warner's mom thought I wanted to take the thing down, and she thought she was helping me out by starting on it. She had no idea I still climbed up in the thing. Lies. I hate lying to my brothers, but this thing between me and Warner is still new. If it doesn't work out, I can't guarantee they wouldn't use the knowledge of his family trouble to enact some intricate form of revenge. Also, the amount of explaining necessary to get them to believe in the supernatural gives me a phantom headache. Did she at least apologize? Abram glowers in the direction of town. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a stiffness in Warner's shoulders and sad cast to Tanya's face. Apparently, werewolves have better than normal hearing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. More lies. Need to get off this topic. We're not building a treehouse. Courtney shouts before disappearing around the side of the cabin, leaving us all in suspense. When she returns, it's to the full attention of her audience. Fists planted on her hips, she announces, We're building a chicken coop. Queen Moonlit has been wondering when she can come home. Oh God, you're actually going to raise chickens? Byron stares at me in horror. The idea gives me a wonderful sense of grounding. I'm going to raise chickens. I catch Warner's eye as he FTS a load of wood onto his shoulder. The happy grin he wears is like a hug straight to the heart. Cool birds. They're going to have to deal with a wolf in their henhouse. Part Etixis 6 months later. I trot down the steps of my front porch, heading toward Warner. He's got on his dark Moonrider's vest and the helmet with the snarling wolf I painted for him all those months ago. My man wears it with pride. A handful of other dark Moonriders had asked me to paint theirs. My secret plot to keep all their heads safe is working. Capone, it's time for us to ride off into the sunset. Leave all our worldly possessions behind and live life as true road warriors. Warner holds my helmet out to me as he gifts me with a teasing grin. If you start calling me your old lady, I'm going to stab you in the leg. I inform him as I settle on the back of his bike. With a crochet hook. Those things are blunt, which means it'll hurt more. I love it when you get violent. He growls through a grin and pulls me in for a hard kiss. But we have somewhere to be, so once I'm panting, he lets me go with a wicked grin. Soon we're out on the highway, roaring down the deserted stretch between Grandma Minnie's cabin and the rabbit hole. Not Grandma Minnie's anymore. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Warner moved in with me after a month. He was spending the night every night at my place anyway, and living over his mother's shop was depressing him. I've met some stubborn people in my life, but Rebecca Jameson puts every one of them to shame. 6 months with no word from her. Well, no word to the pack, or to her older children. Tanya lets us know that she's alive, and checking in. Thoughts of Rebecca leave my insides feeling twisted and confused. Part of me is grateful to her for raising such a wonderful man. Part of me is pissed at her for hurting him now with her silence. Part of me feels sorry for her for losing her pack. Part of me feels guilty about being the catalyst for her lashing out. Maybe I should be furious with her for the danger she put me in, but I think I understand her fear of me. I did almost leave Warner, and for no other reason than I was confused over what I wanted in life. But my mind is clear now, and I'm still here. The bar comes into view up ahead, and my pulse quickens in anticipation. Tonight, officially make my werewolf. 99% of me is choosing to take this step because I love Warner and want to spend forever with him. But there's that teeny, tight 1% that is hoping word somehow reaches Rebecca. I wait until the motor cuts off and the kickstand is down before dismounting. Do you have everything? Warner asks as I rummage in his saddlebags. Not like I'd know if I'm missing something. Robert decreed that the mating ceremony ritual needed to be kept under wraps because we decided to wait a bit before going through with it. So I'm in the dark. Did you bring the food? Warner asks. My hands pause. You mean the snacks? Not exactly. I mean the ceremonial food. What? I clutch at the Ziploc bag I packed. I thought you meant something to eat afterwards. While we're drinking, I did not bring ceremonial food. Dating a werewolf. I've gotten in the habit of carrying snacks because Warner's always hungry, and he gets over the top happy when I give him food, or gift it to him as he says. When he asked me to bring food, I thought he just meant more of my usual. Warner smiles as he asks, what did you bring? Nothing. I brought absolutely nothing. And we have to go back to the cabin so I can make something special. Something ceremony-worthy. I'm already ready, strapping the helmet on my head. But Warner steps in close, grabbing my hands. There's a mischievous tilt to his tempting lips. Nope. Then we'll be late. Besides, I want to know what snack you brought for us to share. I glare up at him, when really, I want to scowl at myself. How could I be so oblivious? This is a mating ceremony. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It requires special things, like delicious dishes. This isn't a night out with the Sip and Stitch gang, or playing cool with the pack. This is a werewolf wedding, and I brought no. I refuse. Mating you deserves a 5-tiered cake. Warder leans in, rubbing his nose over mine. Tell me. I can't. You're a souffle. Or a caramel apple pie. Those do sound good, but I want to know what you brought. Feeling like a guilty party on a witness stand. I do my best to mutter my answer so low even his wolf ears can't pick up on the word. Nope. Didn't catch that. His arms twine around my waist, and he leans down to nip at my neck. Tell me. Tell your mate what you brought. I groan, my forehead dropping to his shoulder. Goldfish crackers. Part 87's OE. Warner's body goes rigid for a moment, and I'm sure I found a way to offend the most honest and able man on earth. Then all the tension spills out of him with roaring laughter. He tilts his head back, letting the joyous sound fill the night air, and I'm caught between a scowl and a smile. Next thing I know, I'm in his arms, lifted high and whirled about. Goldfish crackers. You're the perfect woman. So we gonna. Warner shouts this out, and I'm betting everyone in the bar can hear him. And you're to forgiving. I scold him. Please let me go make you something better. My desperate fingers tangle in his silky hair, but he just lets out a happy growl as I tug at the roots. No, our ceremony will have goldfish crackers. Besides, he gently sets me down on my feet. I can't wait another minute to be officially mated to you. I'd eat dirt if it means I can finally call you mine. Goldfish aren't dirt, I mutter. Warner grins before pressing a kiss to my forehead and pulling me toward the rabbit hole. Unlike the first time I stepped through the entrance of the werewolf bar, this night lively voices fill every inch of the place. They're here. Courtney pushes through the crowd wearing a glittery yellow top that sparkles like gold in the dim lighting. All heads turn our way as celebratory greetings get shouted as Warner waves a hello. To the woods, Courtney shouts, marching toward a back door. Roderick meets our stares across the room, and I pick up a grimace on his face in response to my friend's high-handed ways. But Warner and I grin at each other and follow after her, melting into the group of wolves exiting the bar. Even though winter has loosened its grip, the nights still get cold. Warner loops his arm around my shoulders, pulling me close to his warm body. Perfect. Soon we're in a small clearing, the space lit by an almost full moon. 2 nights from now, the pack will go on a long ride, and in a long run. I always miss Warner when he's away. I wonder how it will feel once this bond is solidified between us. Will I kiss? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Doesn't matter. I still want to claim every inch of him. A crowd forms a circle around us. The whole pack has gathered. There has to be close to 100. And knowing that they're all here to watch this mysterious mating ceremony between Warner and me has me wanting to hide behind my wolf. But that's the problem with circles. There's no behind when you're in the middle. Warner's soothing tone brings my attention to him. We don't have to do this tonight. Not if you aren't ready. He's misinterpreted my nerves. I want this. I just didn't realize we'd be stared at. I murmur, even though the other wolves can probably still hear me fine. He grimaces. Sorry, but that's the deal. You're joining the pack, so the pack wants to see you. Just remember his warm hands cut my face, tilting me up so I can only see him. They're all happy for us. A pack gaining a new member is always celebrated. But I'm a human. You're mine. And soon, you'll be theirs. He nods his head toward the gathered wolves. All of them will respect you, protect you. Some will probably love you. I can't blame them. I thought moving to Pine Falls meant leaving a big family behind. Apparently, I'm being adopted. And this time, when I trace my eyes over the crowd, I notice the smiles and the encouraging nods. I see laughing conversations between different members, and realize that I'm the only tense one in this group. Everyone else is here for a celebration. After a long exhale, I give Warner a confident smile. All right. Let's make this official. Roderick wades through the trees and wolves, joining us in the clearing. He raises his hand, and the murmuring crowd falls silent. Our brother Wolf has brought a woman to us and wishes to mate. Roderick's voice sounds especially deep, as if he's calling to something. He stalks around the circle, and with each step an electric sensation builds in the air. Is this magic? He halts beside us. What do you offer? Shit. Was I supposed to bring an offering too? I'm going to kick Warner's ass when this is done for not giving me a better outline. As if hearing my thoughts. My wolf grins down at me. He means the food. Courtney, did you bring it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I did. The raven-haired woman steps forward, pulling her purse off her shoulder. Only when she unzips it do I realize it's not a purse at all, but a small fashionable lunchbox. This is a good batch. Warner reaches out to accept a paper, wrapped item. When he peels the layers back, I see a soft white substance. Is that? Warner nods, wearing a self-satisfied smile. Goat cheese. My preferred cheese. You figured it out. He steals a quick kiss. We've lived together for months. Give me some credit. You get all the credit. Warner straightens and takes on a tone as deep as his brother's. I will nourish my mate. As she takes from me, I give to her willingly. He holds out his fingers, offering the soft cheese and nodding in encouragement until I understand I'm meant to eat it from his hand. The tartness is delicious, especially as I lick it off his thumb. Black seeps into Warner's eyes as they lock on my mouth. What do you offer? Roderick's heavy gaze redirects toward me. I follow Warner's lead. I will nourish my mate. As he takes from me, I give to him willingly. A ridiculously hot blush covers every inch of me when I pull a Ziploc bag from my jacket pocket and offer Warner a goldfish. His grin is delighted as he leans forward to snap the cheesy cracker from my hand, munching away happily. How will you live? Another question from Roderick, who has turned back to his brother. I listen for the words I'll need to repeat back, but instead of responding right away, Warner hooks his thumbs in his shirt and pulls the thing off, leaving him bare-chested. We're getting without clothes. I mutter, clutching at the edge of my denim coat, wavering between affront and following suit. Warner's smile is apologetic. Just a little. Like, we're going to the beach but are still keeping our pants on without clothes. You're lucky I love you. I mutter, letting my jacket slide off my shoulders and tossing it to the side. Shirt and bra. He steps close, hands on my waist and pressing a fortifying kiss to my forehead. You only need to unbutton until I can see your skin here. His knuckle brushes the spot just over my heart, causing me to shiver. I follow his direction, undoing buttons halfway down my front until my soft flannel falls open. We will live as one, connected always. Her life, my life. Her blood, my blood. Warner announces. Then he leans down, pausing to whisper against my ear. A small cut. Is that okay? He meets my eyes, and I nod. I'm down for all of this. If mating Warner means fucking him in front of all these people, I wouldn't have been happy about it, but I do it. A cut is nothing. His lips brush my exposed skin, just where the curve of my breast begins. A gasp escapes at the sting. He bit me. As Warner straightens, I notice a small red drop on the bottom of his lip. I have to bite you. I ask in shock, realizing it's my turn. Or scratch me, whatever way you think you can draw blood, but it needs to be by your hand. Your own will. No wonder you didn't give me a rundown beforehand. I grumble. Warner smiles, but I spy a flicker of worry in his golden eyes. His fingers circle my wrist, tugging me close and lifting my hand until it lays flat on his bare chest, right over his heart. Imagine my love for you exists here, right underneath my skin. You just need to get to it, and then it's yours. Warner is using his tempting tone, as if he needs to convince me to do this, because he's not sure I will. The doubt spurs me on. I'll show him. I'll do whatever I need to convince Warner I want him forever. Which is better? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nails or teeth? I stare into his eyes, determined and daunted. Which is better? His expression goes slack with vulnerability. Then a fiery need scorches through his suddenly black gaze. He leans down, lips against my ear, breath hot as he whispers to me, I want your mouth. Use your teeth. I nod, wrapping my arms around his waist, pulling us flush, and pressing my mouth to the taut skin over his heart, kissing him just as he had kissed me. Then, with my puny human teeth, I bite in. The second I feel the skin give, I release my terrier hold and swipe my hand over my mouth. That's not sanitary, I announce, holding on to my prim tone as Warner beams down at me. He has my teeth marks in his skin, and he's clearly overjoyed by the fact. Warner's hands cut my cheeks, thumbs tracing over the curves of my face. Will you say the words? Oh yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I clear my throat and recall the few short sentences. We will live as one, connected always. My life. My blood. It is so. With Roderick's words. A crack splits the air. I gasp at the sensation of a hook catching under my whitbit. The crowd cheers, and I swear I can feel their individual jubilation inside me, as if I am connected to them all. Warner gathers me in his arms, holding me close. You pack. You belong to us now. Family. Can't seem to escape it. Not that I want to. I guess you were wrong. Warner pulls back enough to stare down at me with his amber eyes. About what? My fingers snake into his hair, letting the curls wrap around my fingers. You said you didn't think I'd be up for the initiation process. For a second he looks baffled. Then his expression transforms into delighted humor, no doubt remembering the first words he ever spoke to me, all those months ago. And what do you think? Is this club better than Sip and So? Sip and Stitch. I correct automatically, and it has its perks. Warner grins, as his one hand reaches down to cut my ass. And those perks are, forgetting about the celebrating pack with their eyes on us. I hitch my legs around Warner's waist, and pull his mouth to mine, just before our lips touch. I speak a single word, filling it with all the love in my little human heart. And thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.